So I'm going to open up to specific questions here. Does anybody want to know what the ranges are for certain AIs? There are a few that I don't have yet, but I have everything you see in this list is partially or completely implemented. These are all of the enemies that behave in some way depending on where the player is. So just to start this off and get you interested in what I could show you here. Here's what it looks like for bats, for instance. So let me pop this out. By the way, Dragu, wherever you are, thank you so much for adding a way to change the options outside of the options screen. This is fantastic. Yeah, Hired Hand only has one thing, but I can show that off for you. It's the attach range, like when they get adopted. I looked into that specifically for the Eggplant Child, but it's the same for Hired Hands. Hired Hand AI is a menace, to say the least, so there's not much else I can explain with it. Alright, so anyways, I killed the bat without... I killed the bat, without actually showing it. There we go. So, for instance, if you were wondering how do bats work, this is how bats work. If you enter this area, the origin point of your character, which is that little plus mark in the middle of the bun face, this bat will aggro. And that's it. That's it for simple entities like this. So you can see the bat does not give a shit until I hop a little bit, put my origin in that range, and then it aggros. Yeah, it'd be good for illegal Aggie. So if anybody else has other questions about that, throw them at me. I will show things as people demonstrate interest. So let's go look at the illegal eggplant scenario. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's if you use door cancel to get the eggplant child in the ice caves. You can only do it in co-op. I've shown this a million times. To briefly explain it, I'll go ahead and do it once. So if I go over here, stop the blood bonanza, go through this door. I'll deal with a Matic, because I usually show this off with the jetpack, or with a bomb. So if I spawn myself a Matic, not a broken Matic. What is wrong with my brain right now? Spawner, there we go. Regular Matic. Alright, give us a regular Matic, get rid of this noisemaker. Get myself a jetpack. Alright, so anyways, the crux of this glitch is that you need the floor tile you're standing on to get destroyed while you're in the door entering animation. That will unlock your ability to use your back item, and then you basically enter this non-physical state where you can go through walls. That's door cancel. This is old news in a sense. This has been around for a while now. We've known how to do this. But I was the first one that did an Eggplant Child run with it in a co-op run, so I was stoked about that. The most illegal one. Is the Magmar jump random? I'm almost certain that it is. They don't care if you're near them. I think they just jump whenever they want to. Same thing with Magmar spawning. I don't believe it's affected in any way by player proximity, but I have not tested that, so I'm not 100% certain. That's just my speculation. That's unfortunately not something I can easily test on stream. Why did I click Egg Sack? Eggplant Child's with the Hired Hand. I can't quickly test that on stream because that's basically brute forcing, or I need to learn how to debug this game's code, which is something I'm probably going to do at some point, but I have not reached that level yet. So, frame advance for door cancel. Swing the Matic, and then right before you're going to hit the block with the Matic, I'm entering the door, so I start walking forward. That's me doing the door entering. Break the tile. Now I could press jump. I'm not actually on this floor platform here. If you look at my character right here and look at my position, no, it's state that has that. I'm not attached to anything and I'm not standing on anything. I'm actually airborne right now. The act of becoming airborne during the door entering animation due to a bug has enabled my jetpack to activate. This also works for telepack and regular cape. Telepack will probably crash your game. Regular cape works, and no other back item lets you do it, and mounts don't let you do it either. For whatever reason, jetpack and cape, pretty much. No Vlads, no hover pack. I don't know why. I think they just behave slightly differently. So, tough to say. But in any case, I can press jump now, and that's what I'm going to do. So if I go ahead and input jump here, and frame advance, I activate my jetpack. And this will allow me to go through walls, because I'm in this weird door entering limbo state where I just don't have collision. I'm invincible. I can still whip things. There's a few weird things that happen as a result of this. And I'm doing this with frame advance because this is actually really hard to do in one shot, especially because I'm bad at jetpack boosting. So I'm going to get myself up a little bit of the way. And then I could just refuel my jetpack, actually. Hold on, let me just do that. FP, I think it's set jetpack fuel. I think the max is like 100. I'll just set it to that and unpause for a bit. So, control. Alright, so in theory, if I was actually good at this game, I wouldn't need to frame advance. So here's the adoption range. This is the thing I did for hired hands. You have to get your origin point, which is in this clusterfuck of hitboxes, is this little plus mark right here. This is what you need to get into this circle here. It's like 2 tiles, I think. And that will adopt the eggplant child. So if I go back to frame advance here, yeah, it's pretty small. It's the same for hired hands as well. I tested this. And it's the same, I believe, for hired hands that are like in a shop that haven't seen you when like you have shopkeeper ego, but right here. And then if I move out of this range, the eggplant child has seen me. That's for him sleeping. Actually, the wake range might be bigger. I think the wake range is bigger. I could show you that in a moment. I'll find an idle hired hand. For sleeping, it's 2 tile. It's a 2 tile circle. So he sees me now and is tethered to me. And the targeting there is what the hired hand is trying to go to. Like, that's just how that works with them. So, anyways, I'm stuck in the back layer forever, pretty much. Just go to a coffin. Yeah, I could break a coffin and then move away before they get to me. I don't have a way to get myself out of the door cancel state, however, so I'm going to actually go back to the main menu so I stop starting at Hunden. And let's go back to dwelling and just spawn a coffin, like, somewhere nowhere near me. So this is easy enough to do with, like, a bomb, or you could throw a rock or something. This is what the like tethering range is when they're awake. And you can barely read that. I need to move that adopt to the top of the circle, I think. But that says adopt, and basically it's 4 tiles, and this guy will not see me until I'm in this range. So he's just idle. He doesn't collect gold. He doesn't understand. But the second I get close enough to him, right there, what he did was he saw me. And then he wants to go to the eggplant child that is bugged for some reason and still associated with my save, even though I restarted. I don't know why that happens. I think I need to actually kill the eggplant child to get that to stop happening. And by kill, I mean destroy the body. So there we go. That should get rid of that. And I think if I go back to 1-1, the child will be gone. I think that's an overlunky bug that causes that. I think there's a flag that doesn't get cleared. There we go. Eggplant child is gone. It's larger, but still pretty small. I mean, speedrunners usually don't want the hired hands to see them, so I would say that's beneficial. And then the only other thing I have is the targeting. And what this basically means is the hired hand wants to go to the thing he's targeting. He has who knows what kind of convoluted ass AI that causes him to choose like what to target. But basically he just wants to go to something. Can you show the 0 score? I actually don't know what you're talking about. If you can explain it, I could probably show it. Like while we have a hired hand here. While we have him, let me give him a lot of health so he doesn't die before we want him to. Because he's gonna destroy that mole is what he's gonna do. Never mind, I didn't need to give him any health at all. This guy's a gamer. When your score is 0, they won't target gold. I did not actually know that. Well, let's find out. So let me kill him so I don't get a holdover entity. Yeah, he just destroyed that mole. Okay, come on, game. I need to go to the camp, I think, to reset my starting level. Let's just do this the right way. Clear our game state. Alright, so I actually did not know that, but I have never like even tried to get a hired hand in low score. So let's see how this plays out. Let's get one in 1-1. And just spawn a coffin. I think you can spawn in the hired hands themselves, but I forget if that's still bugged or if that works correctly. Get this noisemaker out of here. Alright, so we have a hired friend. Let's just take him through the level and see if he tries to go for gold. And it doesn't look like it because he's ignoring that one. So they might have actually programmed that in, which is impressive. Go down here. Yeah, he doesn't seem interested in gold, but then again, there hasn't been any gold. He's going to die if I let him go down there. Alright, here's a gold bar that's in his path. Let's see what he does. If I just go over here... Interesting. No, okay, he still walks into it, but he doesn't target it, is what it looks like. Now that he has money and I go over here, he should go aggro on gold bars if I spawn them in. So let me spawn a few more bars. So if I put one like over here, yeah, he goes aggro on them. So yeah, he doesn't avoid them, but he doesn't target them either. And now he will pick up any money that is like sufficiently close to him. I think what will happen here is if I put him near this money, he'll want to pick it up, but he'll prefer to go back to me. There's like a... Let's see if I can actually get him to do it. You can get them into a feedback loop where they want to go the money and then they want to go the player. Yeah, right there. I could pull him away from it if I move far away enough. It's the same targeting system for enemies. And then I could show something that fucking everyone hates with their eggplant runs. You already know what I'm about to show you if you've ever done an eggplant run. So let me go find the room. Here it is. Okay, so you get this situation right here where you're bringing your eggplant child in and there's like a fucking gold bar right in that spot and the eggplant child just refuses to cooperate. So let me, should be able to just spawn the child. I think it'll tether. Yeah, there we go. So get rid of all this crap. So let's look at the targeting and see what the child wants to do here. Wants to pick up the pot. Go into the tube, maybe. Why is he not going into the tube at all now? This is even worse than usual. Should be obedient. I'm actually not sure why he's behaving like this. Are you obedient? No, he's not obedient. That's why he's fucking around. Let's see. What's the entity ID for this guy? Actually, it's the selected entity. I'll make it the selected entity. E dot, I think... Oh god, what's this field called? I need to go check, hold on. Weird hands, oh my god, this is going to take forever to find. Entity types, it's a non-entity type. Entity related types, AI, trust, that's what it is, okay. Hard to remember all these. I need another monitor so I don't have to keep tabbing out to do this. Alright, so e.ai.trust. They don't spawn in with max trust like they're supposed to. Let me set them to like 4 or whatever. I think that's max. Alright, you should be obedient now. Oh, he's... That's the opposite of what I wanted. Okay, hold on a second. What did I just do? Why is he going aggro on me? I thought it was... You know what, there's an easier way to do this. Let's get this dumbass on the wall. Spawn a new one. Just go to level 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, he trusts me now. I whipped him 99 times. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Why do I have a hired hand again? Oh my god. Get out of here. I gotta figure out why that's happening, if that's an Overlunky bug or something else that causes that. He has trust 3. 4 apparently rolls over. 3 is the max, and setting him to 4 makes him go aggro. I never knew that. Please don't die. Please, I just got through taming you. I'm sorry, that was just me pressing the mouse button. Alright, you sleep there until I find one of those tubes. There it is, okay. Let's get rid of all the noisemakers. Alright, so here it is again. What are you doing? No, don't go over there. God, I hate the hired hands. I have full control over this shit, and I still hate the hired hands. Alright, let me do that, and let me spawn a border tile so he can't go down or anywhere else, really. Well, I'll give him some natural pathfighting. Alright, so here's the scenario. You've got the eggplant child, and you want to take him into this tube. He's targeting that gold bar. He's targeting an enemy now. Let me get rid of that. Let's see what he does. Is he going to get in that holding loop, or does the gold bar need to be somewhere else? Like, over here, I think, is the other spot that sometimes happens. Yeah, he starts wigging out. Let me see if I can get him to go back in the tube. He's actually not doing it right now. Does anyone remember off the top of your head what the exact setup is that causes them to wig out when they're in the tubes and go into that like, cycle where they keep going back? I wonder if it's having a chest in that spot. There he goes. Okay, now he's going to start doing that. So he goes in there, he's too far away from me, he comes back. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think it might be the chest, actually, that he wants to attack, and maybe he has a higher range for that. So he's not going to leave, and this is why. Maybe I can get him to go far away enough. But it looks like he's going to keep picking that chest for like 1 frame. Let's see how far away I need to go. There he goes. Okay, I had to go that far away to get this dumbass to stop hitting the chest. So anyone who has been agonized by that game mechanic anymore, I don't have a suggestion for you other than if you get far away enough, it seems like he eventually stops doing it, but you should really just break the chest when you're setting it up in the first place so you don't have to worry about that. It'll save you a lot of grief. Just kind of out of here. So any other questions? Again, I don't know anything about the hired hands other than what they're targeting and what their like aggro ranges are for getting tethered to the player. And I guess the one thing I can show you that's kind of funny looking, if I... Why does it grow like that? If I spawn more hired hands like this, is that they follow each other. So a lot of people know this already, but they basically have a leader. So what you're going to see happen as I move them around is they're going to kind of like follow each other. I'm going to give them God mode so they don't all die. Game, I think it's... Actually, it's in options. Here it is. God mode companions. Just excited to see me. What the heck? Wait, what did I do? Was there an innuendo? I don't know what I'd said. Oh no, I'm losing it. Anyway, let me zoom the camera out a bit so you can see the daisy chain that they make with the targeting lines. Oh, assuming they can get out, which they can't because they're idiots. There we go. So this is how they like actually move around. They follow each other, and then the one that's in the front follows the player. So if you've ever wondered why they always like take a really long ass time to get to you in like Vlad's Castle if you activate the drill, this is why. They kind of just basically form a train instead of like all following the player as a group. So like if you're standing over here, it'll take a really long time for the guy all the way over there to decide it's time to go to the player. So that's how that works for anyone who was wondering. And then that guy over there's brain turned off apparently. Okay, he actually whipped through it eventually. I don't know why that took him so long. But yeah, hired hand AI is weird, but I mean at least it's not as bad as the first game where I think they also followed each other but had basically no other way to control what they did. Hired hand AI in HD was just wild, and not in a good way. Alright, so that's that. Any other questions related to the hired hands, though I may not be able to answer them. And otherwise we'll move on to the next thing. Just checking my notes real quick to see if there's anything else I wanted to do regarding this. Wait, oh, Close, you were the one that asked about the mosquito AI. Well, I could just show you that, if you didn't get the info you wanted from Jay already, if you're still here. Well, no, I'll show it. Why are they so cute? I don't know. Ask the artist. I don't know who the artist is, but I don't have a beef with the artist for this game. They did fine. Everyone else I think I'm upset with for one reason or another, but the art in this game is fine. They're kind of cute. A little dumb though, but I mean they can't help it. That's how they were programmed. Let me make them not invincible. So they're very cute, but they need to leave now because we're going to do something else. Alright, so Derek did all the non-journal art. Really? I didn't know he did the art. Okay, well I'm upset with him, but not because of the art then. And the artist to do the lips. Yeah, if anyone doesn't know what the lips are, let me spawn them in real quick. Those are the lips. Just take a closer look at that. You don't see the lips. Now you do. You can't unsee them anymore. They're there to stay. That's gonna just occupy space in your mind every single time you see one of these giant spiders. I don't know why they got lips, but they do. So you can thank whoever was the artist that drew these, because it's horrible and I hate it. Like, was this intentional? Why else would you design it like this? What kind of spider has a mouth that looks like this? It just wants to give you a smooch. Yes, that's the lips. There you go. Anyways, let's see. I wanted to show off a few jungle enemies. So let's go through a few enemies of interest with this cool mod that I have here, because it's been a while since I showed this, and it might be interesting to people. So let's turn on the lag machine, aka enable all of the ranges. Because this mod unfortunately lags, it's very difficult to make this kind of thing efficient. I will be looking into optimizing it after I think it's done. Premature optimization won't help much because I keep refactoring it. Alright, so anyways, funny jungle. Let's just take a walk through the jungle and see what enemies actually are capable of seeing you and where they'll see you from. So for instance, if you want to get a big smooch, this is the aggro range, goes through blocks, yada yada. These guys will wake up if you are in this rectangle in the middle here. And then if you have a bomb explosion occur anywhere within the larger circle around it, which is not actually a circle, it's a rectangle with rounded corners, that'll also wake them up. If you walk, they don't wake up. If I press run for 1 frame, which I'm going to do right now, Actually, I'm too low. I'm outside of the range. If I press 1 for 1 frame while I'm in the range, which I'm going to do right now. There he goes. He woke up. So that's how that works. Skeleton aggro is just this. You have to be below it or level with it. This is where the shopkeeper would detect a bomb. I actually need to turn off the tether range for hired hands in shops because they won't tether to you until you buy them or anger the shopkeeper. If this guy was not in a shop, this is where he would detect a bomb for the purposes of like aggro if he's at a door. Alright, so anyways, mosquitoes. When they're roaming hit a wall, do they just keep trying to run into it? No, I believe they move in a different direction. I can actually put one in a box and you should see it moving every single time it finishes its cycle. Well, unless it sees me. Now, let me go back to the mod and get the test window back open. I don't know if this will be in the release or not because it's very janky, but if I look at, not the monkey, the mosquito, pick nearest tracks. There we go. So you can see the, let's see, I actually didn't pick the flag for its movement. Now, well, you can't even see anything useful through that anyways. But you can see here it is moving every single cycle. It actually picks a direction that doesn't have a block in front of it to move. I don't know if Jay mentioned that in the document or not, but this is how they work as far as range is concerned. And then for movement, they pick a random direction that isn't blocked off. So hopefully that answers that. And then again, as far as like how far they can shoot, it's this attack range, this rectangle here, that's like I think 9 or 10 tiles long. During the cycle, they hit the wall. Yeah, I think that is how that works. You know, okay, we can do this. I'm not going to show the code for this because I don't have a setup for it, but I can very quickly add those parameters for the mosquito so that we can track them. So let me see, mosquito. Yeah, they have a direction and a timer, so I will add those to the tracker. Just open up mosquito. This used to be so much harder to do this, but I've refined this like thing down so much since then, so I just have to add 3 strings and it'll just all work after that. So we got direction X, direction Y, and timer. Let's add all of those. That's not what I meant to do. And timer. Okay, add those. And let's see. Range viewer. Show the window. Save the settings. Because if I don't leave the level and come back, it'll forget my settings. That's a limitation with the Overlunky API. So I have a save button to overcome that. I could save it periodically, but that's a lot of work. Anyways, let's go ahead and reload it. And it picks the monkey again. Monkey, get out of here. Nobody likes you. Nearest tracks. There we go. Okay, so now we can see the direction. So yeah, what I believe it's doing in this situation, if you watch the timer, I'll slow it down a little bit. It's using that timer for when it's stuck in the wall. And then it's going to, the timer is going to hit 0. It's going to pick a direction that isn't towards the wall, and it's going to move in that direction for the entire duration of that timer, I think. Well, actually, hold on a second. No, wait a minute. Did it reset the timer? Let's see. It's moving. I think it actually stopped. Yeah, it changed the timer. It jumped. I think, okay, I was wrong. I think it actually does keep pushing into the wall. It will still attack while they're roaming. Yeah, they attack in every state except stuck in the wall, I think. If you're wondering about why they don't attack, I could show you the targeting system. That's what all these are. I wonder if mosquitoes have this, actually. I didn't check. Did I? No, they don't have targeting. That's interesting, and I do wonder why that happens. They don't have targeting. No, I tested this. They actually don't have a targeting cycle. They attack instantly. So you're wondering why they don't attack sometimes, and I don't think it's because of that, but they have such a thin range that it might maybe be possible to fall past them, or it just might be unintuitive, because if they're near the floor, they will also not really attack very often because they can't actually see you. Spawn 1, never get within 3.2 and go in its line of sight. Okay, I'll do that in a second here. But just to verify what's going on here, let's look at the entity state. I need to consolidate these into the same window to make this a little bit easier. I have it locked to player 1. I'm grab the mosquito, detach, look at the state, just shove it over there. Alright, so the mosquito is currently in state AI state is usually the one that matters, but let's watch all of them. So let's see what it's doing. It's just flying right now. It starts moving. It goes into AI state 9. It stops again when it hits the wall. They do not push into the walls, it looks like, and they will aggro anyways if they're moving while you move in front of them. But yeah, they actually stop and immediately reset their timer, and they go back into the waiting state. So they do move more frequently when they're in a tight space. If they hit a wall, they don't just push into it. The other way I can test that is by deleting the wall that it was pushing into, and it's not moving anymore. Now, as far as the aggro is concerned, that one saw me, just barely. But I believe there are a few lineups, especially near the ceiling, where they will not actually see you because they have such tiny hitboxes. Actually, did it become smaller when it moved towards me? I didn't know the hitbox would shrink. I'm just waiting for it to stop moving. Yeah, oh, interesting. I didn't actually know that. The hitbox becomes smaller when they move towards you. Yeah, your origin point has to be in the rectangle. That's probably why you got messed up by these. So instead of showing you the thing you asked for, I'll show you the thing you probably wanted to know. So let's see if I can get this to happen. Right here, my character is on the ground. This is why they will not see you. Now it's moving down, and now it sees me while it was in the moving state. It just demonstrated it for me perfectly. Thank you, Mosquito, for cooperating. This is the only time this enemy has ever done something that I wanted it to. But yeah, that's it. So we'll get an instant replay on that, just for anyone who missed it, because this is kind of important if you want to understand how these assholes work in the jungle. So I shoved the mosquito up into the ceiling like that. I shoved my character into the floor, and then zoom the camera in a lot. Now let me center it over here as well. So this is what is happening right here. The bottom of the attack range is here. My origin point is here. Almost every single one of these ranges checks for the origin point of the character, not the hitbox. There are a few that do check the hitbox. This is not one of them. So I don't exist as far as this mosquito is concerned. It doesn't see that I'm here. But the second that it actually moves down, which of course it's not going to do anymore. Yeah, it's just gonna move up. Whatever, you get the point. So that's the explanation for that. Hopefully that cleared up a mystery. The mosquito AI is just really janky, and of course they press into the ceiling a lot. Cool to see this. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. This is why I'm working on this, because I think this is really neat and people would like to see this kind of stuff. He just moved towards me. Well, he moved towards me because I wasn't visible. I don't exist as far as that mosquito is concerned. Because it was pressed into the ceiling, and because the range on the mosquito is extremely thin for some reason. It's one of the thinnest ones I've seen in the game, if not the thinnest, so that's why it's very easy to have that kind of thing happen. In fact, it's short enough that if the mosquito is moving up and you're falling at maximum speed, I'm fairly certain that the mosquito will also not see you. It's doing it right now, so let's see if we can reproduce that, just for funsies. Dang it, entity 3182. I'm just going to set the timer to something really high so it keeps moving. And I'm going to set my character to be falling really fast at maximum speed, which is negative 0.4. So let's go down here, position. I'm having a lot of trouble with these UIs because I'm bad at things. Okay, negative 0.4. Alright, so my character is moving at terminal velocity right now. Butterflies have thinner. They don't... I'm talking about the range hitbox, not the collision model. The smallest collision model in this game, I think, is small gold chunks. Not positive about that, but I think that's the smallest, tangible object. Particle effects also have hitboxes that are smaller than that, but I think gold chunks might be the smallest interactable object in the game. Alright, so anyways, we are falling at maximum speed. Actually, you know what? No, the hitbox is a little too thick. I don't think I can get past it. Because I'm moving at 0.4. The mosquito is moving up with a velocity of... Yeah, this is probably going to be a disappointing development. With a 0.075, and the thickness of this hitbox, I'm checking my code real quick for mosquito. No, this should work, actually. Hold on a second. Am I not moving at the speed I thought I was? No, I'm not. Why am I not moving at max speed? Was I in some weird coyote frame state? I actually tried to prevent that from happening. Now okay, let's reset this and move myself up a bit. I think I wasn't falling at max speed. It's hard to tell when you're doing frame advance like this. But I'm just trying to show that I believe this can also happen. So position, I want to be at the maximum. So if I do that, I think on the next frame I should get clamped to 0.4. Yeah, okay, now we're moving at the correct speed. There we go, that's the kind of speed I'm looking for. So what I need to make sure is that I do that. Yep, right there. I just got it first try. I just went past the mosquito and it did not see me. And it's still continuing to go up. So there you go. That can happen if you're falling really fast and the timing is just right. It's a little bit of a tight window, so I'm surprised I just YOLO'd it and got it to work there, but it will not see you if you fall really fast. Because this hitbox is 0.4 units tall, and that's exactly how far the player moves in one frame. And the mosquito moving up effectively means the hitbox is slightly shorter for the purposes of like when it's going to see you, because the mosquito will move past you. Alright, so if you're done looking at the lips and the mosquito, let's move on to the next enemy, which is just going to be whatever I happen to encounter. So there's a butterfly. They do have AI. They move away from you. So if you thought I wasn't being thorough, I was. They just horizontally move away from you. You can see it doing it here. As far as I'm aware, they don't have a friendly, unfriendly flag like crabs and drones do. We'll get to that later. Look at the mosquito from a distance. Okay, what do you mean? Like this one? What about it? Is it going to do anything different? Yeah, friendly. As far as I'm aware, there's only 2 friendly critters. All the other ones are toxic. Stop going to the stupid web. No wonder you assholes are so weak. I just barely got out of the way of that one. Oh, interesting. It's actually below me now. That might have been another bit of jank there. So that's interesting. I wonder if that's ever happened to anyone. These thorn blocks right here. Let's see if I can print that. I wonder if this has an elegant print function. Does not. That right there, that tiny, these things are basically like an additional like 10,000ths of a block from being a full tile. You see the number down here? This is basically where the top edge is. That's not 0.5, that's 0.49949. And incidentally, that means that if a mosquito pushes itself against one of these thorn blocks, it's actually too low to see me. Or sometimes, apparently, because it saw me that time. But we just saw it a second ago when it was facing to the right. It didn't see me. I wonder why that is. Let me see if I can manipulate that into happening again. Maybe box it in before it gets out of there. Oh, there we go. It's doing it now. So it does that. It turns to face me, maybe. Doesn't see me. Does see me if it moves up a little bit. So yeah, there's more jank for you. So if you were ever wondering how that happened, there's another scenario where a mosquito could fail to see you. If it's pressed into these tiles, it's probably extremely precise because 5/10,000ths of a block, I think that's what this number is. Yeah, 5/10,000ths of a unit is the margin for a lot of collision checks in this game for some reason. Like there's leeway for a lot of collision checks. I run into this number a lot when doing hitbox checks when I was debugging some of the things in this mod, and that happens to be how like indented these thorns are. That's how the game prevents you from taking thorn damage, I think, when you're teetering over them. So I think I should be standing on... Let's see, what am I standing? I'm actually on the thorn vine. Okay, I'm not sure yet if that's... I'm not sure if that's consistent then. Only happens with thorns, as far as I'm aware. I'm not sure what it happens. I know I've had situations where I was able to stand here and wasn't on the thorns, but I don't know for sure why it's not consistent. But again, that 0.0005 is so close to the collision margin for most of the game mechanics that it's tough to say for sure why it feels inconsistent. I don't know, for instance, why you can do the weird corner thing in like Kaizo levels where you touch the corner of the thorns and don't take damage. I wonder if that's just a one frame collision that causes that. I can actually just test that right now really easily. So, frame advance, God mode off. Let's see if we can touch these for exactly one frame. Let me zoom in a bit. I don't know if that's what causes it, if there's something else that goes into it. Nope, I took the hit on the first frame, so I'm not sure why that happens. That might be something to look into in the future. But there is an interaction where I've seen people in these Kaizo runs graze the edge of a thorn tile without actually getting hit by it. The only other thing I could think is that if you're extremely close to the edge, maybe that works. So let's see. I'm going to try something really quick. I'm going to move myself to be extremely close to the edge of that. So move entity, player, X, let's my Y value? I could have just set Y as well. Let's just do 100 and 116, so I end up on top. No velocity. It'll be current layer. Let's go X minus a teensy weensy little bit. That's not what I meant to do. 118. There we go. So that's a ledge hang. Let's go in a little further. Still a ledge hang. Let's go a little further than that. There we go. Now we're standing on it. So I wonder if it has something to do with being in this kind of situation. A ledge hang. That's a ledge hang as well. I'm just trying to find the threshold that causes that to happen. What am I doing? My brain turned off for a second. I want to go further into it. Why did I think that would help? 7, 9. Nope, still not working. How close do I have to get for this to stop going into the ledge hang state? 3. Please don't make me whip out the binary search. Maybe it is 0.5. Interesting. I wonder why these are different. So I could jump like this, but if I move any further out, I go back into this state. Well, that was interesting. I was actually standing for a split second there, and then I stopped standing on it. This game is weird. I don't understand how this thing works sometimes. Now that won't latch me onto it anymore. If we go back to 5:49, I'm not going to do this for too much longer. Okay, apparently 0.5 is the ledge hang threshold. So I wonder then if it has something to do with hitting it at this threshold, like maybe at a high enough speed. Let's put myself higher up. Let's go up to like 121. No, that still doesn't do it. Sometimes the ledge hang fails to happen. It's very inconsistent. I was actually not expecting to have this much jank, but I think it has something to do with the floor thorns already having weird collision. The ledge whip 9 tiles bug. Are you talking about that whip ejection thing that I saw ages ago with the push blocks? Like the stacks of push blocks? Is that what you're talking about? Let me zoom the camera back out a bit. We don't need to be this close. Much as I love this skin. There's a lot of jank associated with alignments. A little higher. What happens here? Well, I get pushed by that block is what happens. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Let me try to do this on a normal tile instead, so we have a slightly more consistent result. I'll do it on this one. Because I wonder if these floor vines actually behave slightly differently because they have a weird hitbox. I don't have an answer to why the Kaizo thing happens at all. It just does. This game is weird. Alright, so if we go over to this one, we land on it. How far out to the edge can I get before I fall off? Now here we are. This is what I was expecting. There we go, and then we got a ledge hang from that one. But let's see, if I start jumping... Yeah, it lets me go out a little bit further. I think there is an alignment you can get where you'll eventually fall off of it, but only sometimes. And I'm trying to figure out what that alignment is. 39. Interesting, it might be right there. I'm not sure, I can't get it to happen anymore. Does it matter if I'm facing right? No, it doesn't. Maybe it just has something to do with your movement. It's tough to say. I know I've had an interaction where this happens, but I'm dwelling too long on something that's not very interesting. I need to do more research on my own time. Where does ledge whip align you? I have no idea. Let's go to a tall level and find out. We'll come back to jungle enemies. That's not a tall level. This is a tall level. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Don't look at that. Chat, don't look at that. That's embarrassing. What is causing that? Hold on. Might add ranges. That's just a comment I wrote. Why is that happening? You gotta have at least one like catastrophic error when you're doing these streams. Like it wouldn't be a good stream if I didn't have something go wrong. So let's see, that's at line 330, 535. Do I have a leftover variable somewhere? Fix this real quick. I'll just reset the mod if I can't fix this. 535. Frozen timer. What the fuck in this level doesn't have a frozen timer that I'm checking with the range? It's the spawners. It's the spawners. How have I not had this happen yet? Yeah, it's the spawners in the mothership. Don't have a frozen timer, and I'm checking for that. So let's see. Let's make sure we actually have one. Just some live debugging with cosine. Nothing to see here. There we go. There it's gone now. Alright, so we're lagging like mad, and the reason why we're lagging is because there are so many enemies in this level that are causing the lag. So I'm going to briefly turn this off to show the ledge whip thing, and then we'll come back to this. So let me turn off all the ranges. Again, I will try to optimize those at some point. There we go. A funny programming mistake. So let's see, I have this cool level destroyer mod I made a while ago. I wonder if that still works. I know I could just make like a test range for this, but I haven't, so... Alright, so we obliterate the level. And then let me just disable this, we don't need this anymore. Alright, so let's go back up to the top. And we're just going to see where my horizontal position settles after I do this for a while. Isn't the ice caves beautiful? Alright, so if I spawn a floor... Can you believe I thought I needed a mod that does that? I don't regret making it either. Alright, so ledge whip. Let me get these off the screen too. Targeting, go away. There we go. Alright, so ledge whip is when... By the way, ledge whip is when you just press your whip button while you're hanging on a ledge and it does this bullshit. Nobody likes it. It's a bad feature. It shouldn't be in the game, but it is here. So we have to deal with it. So my current position... let's do this again. Position, UID... Alright, so that's my X position right now. Let's see what we wind up in after I do a ledge whip. So we do the whip. I don't really need to frame advance this. And I'm not pressing any horizontal like inputs right now. And it's just X2. X2 is just interesting. No, that's... Okay, I was about to say interesting. It's exactly 2. No, it's 18.25999. That's basically 8.26. It's actually kind of a fixed distance, which I suppose should be expected because velocity in this game usually increments in values of 0.01, I believe. Did I get 100? No, I failed 2 CO runs because I jumped into a fucking spark trap, so I wanted to do science for a bit before we go back to that. We ain't quite done yet. But yeah, let's see here. So the thing is, this is very close to the ledge grab threshold, I think, is what causes that. See, that's definitely not quite aligned. If I look at the hitbox... Okay, so the player's right side is 0.04 units. Yep, 0.04 units over the edge of this. I think that's why it's very close. Sometimes you get the ledge hang, sometimes you hit the block. And I think that's the reason why. I don't remember, I think you said like 12 was the threshold for that, so let me... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 7, 8, 9, 10... I think 12 is this one, right? Let's try that. Alright, so let's do another ledge whip and just slowly see where we wind up. Yep, right there, you actually got to see it happen. This is what I was trying to show off earlier, but I wasn't falling fast enough. I got pushed off the edge by the collision engine. It didn't actually grab it. So for anyone who missed that, I'll show the frame slowly so you can see it more clearly. But if we're ledge hanging here, do whip ejection, fall straight down. Right here. The next frame, I'm going to get bumped just a little bit to the left because I'm falling fast enough to cause that. Combined with possibly other collision alignment jank. It's really hard to say what all plays into this. But those are some of the inconsistencies of this game. I don't think the ledge whip was like programmed to do this. I think just by chance it wound up with this alignment. Because that's just how it'd be. It depends on exact position. I think it depends in part on how much you intersect the block as you go down. So I might actually be able to reproduce it a little differently. So I do this. I fall down here. So what's going to happen is the collision engine is going to see me move down about this far. And it's going to try to solve the collision. I'm intersecting with this border tile. How does it get me out of it? It's easier to push me to the left than it is to push me back up because it's a shorter distance, so it's going to bump me to the left is I think what's going to happen. If I were to take my character's position and just move myself up a little bit without changing my velocity, I think that will cause me to land on it instead. So let's see if we can do that. We're going to move ourselves up points, maybe just this. That might be enough. We'll try that. If that doesn't work, I'll go a little higher. So we'll move ourselves up that much. Nope, still got scooted. We're still falling too fast, so let's try another one. Alright, align myself. right before the collision, let's try to move ourselves a little higher up and see what happens. So last time we tried 0.25, so let's try 0.3. Nope, still happened. I'm actually surprised I'm getting that much distance. Oh, let's go up more. I was closer to it than I thought. Alright. This is the one for sure. Here it comes. Brace yourselves. Actually, you know what? I'm feel bold. There we go, let's do that. Alright, so that much up. Oh, interesting. It's still, I don't know then. I wonder what else plays into this. I'm actually surprised that that one didn't work. I wonder if there's something else that goes into this. I'm gonna come clean. I don't know exactly how the collision engine in this game works. I had to do some debugging on this. I think it's a ledge grab mechanic. I suppose it could be. I could turn myself to the left as I do the grab to see what happens. Do the 8-tile one? Okay, I'll do 8 tiles in a moment. First, let's try this. Let's see if it has anything to do with our facing. So let me face to the left real quick. Alright, so we can't ledge grab while we're doing this. No, it still scooted me, so let me go back up. Alright, do it again. Face to the left. I need to just attach this. Why have I not done that yet? No gravity. Facing left. And then let's see. Let's just do the math. How far am I from it? That's my bottom. And this is... Let me just actually select the entity. Alright, so how far am I? I am 0.1 units above this thing right now. That's why that didn't work, I think. So let's try it like this. Position. Move ourselves up. So I can't move myself up any more than 0.3. I need to be slightly less than that. So let's go for the extreme here. And move ourselves this far up. And I think I should still flip into it on the collision frame. So how'd that change? Am I stupid? Did I move the block? Or what did I just do? Why is the top of the block in a different spot? Oh, I selected the player. That's why it's in a different spot. No, we don't want to be doing that. Let me delete this one and make a new one. That's a bad test state. We don't want to do that. That might cause problems. Get rid of this. I don't want to move solid objects like that. I can break a lot of things. In fact, let's just do the 8-tile state, since I'm obviously incompetent and can't figure out how to do this correctly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 4, that's another 4. Okay, so the top of this one is 8 below. So this one's a fail state. See how fast I'm falling when I hit it, especially if I don't aim it correctly. Alright, I am going to hit that. This is what I was supposed to be editing this whole damn time. Okay, so I'm not actually falling at maximum speed. And the bottom of my hitbox, so the top of this block's hitbox, which is this one here, is a 3.5, and the bottom of my player's hitbox right now is there. So 0.27, we will clip into the block just a little bit. Let's see if that pushes us out. That does not push us out. But now if we try the state that we were having trouble with, the 12 state, let's try it again. And this time I'm going to move myself just enough. And if this doesn't work, we'll move on, because this isn't, I'm not learning anything from this. That doesn't seem right. Was it 13 the whole time? Hold on. What is the position of this block? This is 19... Okay, this is 79. 91, that is 12. I think the last time I was testing this, I was actually testing the wrong height. Alright, so if we don't do anything, now that we know it's actually 12, we get pushed off the edge. So if I go back up here, I must have been trying 13. Anything above 8 works? Maybe. I suspect yes, because of the way the 0.4 is going to align to these blocks. So how far above are we? Up, bottom. Alright, we're 0.3 above. So this one... Let's see, this one was still pushing me off the edge. I don't know, I'm running out of ideas here. I think I'm going to move on in a second here, because we're not learning anything new or interesting, but let's try this. Just to see what happens. I'm curious if this will make any difference or if it has something to do with the player's speed. I clearly don't know enough about the collision engine to be sure. So we got 0.5. I can move up a little bit more than that, I think. Or I meant to move down, actually, is what I meant to do. Or what did I mean to do? I'm losing my mind, chat. I'm sorry. Points. There we go. Okay, so that's extremely close to being 0.3, so I need to just go up one more like this. There we go. That's what I was trying to test. Alright, so that is just ever so slightly. You tell me to go to 80.44. Yeah, okay, I figured it out eventually. Let me get rid of the extra digit. Can you believe that I think I'm good at math? Alright, so we are 0.39 away now. That's what I was trying to do. So let's see what happens in the next frame. Nope, still got pushed off. Wait, I stopped. Oh, that was weird. You saw that. The game actually put me in like the standing state for a split second, and then I started falling again. I don't understand the collision engine in this game. Is that reproducible? We have the number that we need now. Let's do that one more time. We're actually learning something here, so let's keep doing this. And we'll go back to the hitbox viewer, because I wasn't done with that. Alright, so I eventually turned my brain on. We want to go to here. You heard it there. I hit the tile. I mean, you might not have heard it. I was talking over it, but I'm standing on that now. Next frame, I slide off of it. And then the frame after that, the game clears my standing on state. That is bizarre. I wonder if that interaction is how the Kaiser runs sometimes like scoot you off of the thorn tiles or something. I didn't even know that could happen, if I'm being completely honest. But I didn't press left or right at all. The game just pushed me off of it. This might be something I need to look into later, because I think I need to start doing some like binary searches to figure out like what the threshold is for this. Do you take fall damage? That's a good question, Mega Man. Let's find out. So we should take fall damage, but I do wonder what the collision is. So there we go. That would be one fall damage. Let's move ourselves into the position that causes it. And then turn off God mode. Yeah, you take fall damage. And you don't slide off. Interesting. Maybe that's why we never see that then. Because you would take the fall damage, but in God mode, you don't take the fall damage and you just slide off instead. This game is wild. Alright, well anyways, I think that's... Any other questions regarding that, or should we go back to the jungle and look at the ranges? Because I think people might have still been interested in that. I mean, say something in chat if you want to see a specific enemy, and I'll make sure I get to it. Otherwise, I will probably miss something. Because I don't plan on checking every single enemy in the game. I've done this before, and I'm going to hurt my voice, and I still have to do a 2-hour CO run. Make a ledge 4 tiles lower. 4 tiles lower than where this one is, or what? I mean, I can do it over here, I guess. Okay, so that's 4 more tiles down. Wait, did I... No, wait, I just changed the wrong one, didn't I? Yeah, I changed the wrong one. Hold on. Let me just do this so I have markers I can actually read. Alright, we started up there. This was the 12 grab would have been this one right here. And then 4 down would have been this. I was right. Are you sure? This one is... Okay, this is the one that I think is right. 77. You want to see 16. Or wait, were we on 8 again? Were we on 8 or 12? God, I don't even know anymore. Oh, you want to see... Okay, you wanted to see 8. And then you want to see 12. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. Alright, my brain is working again. So that one is 8. This one's 12. Oh, I should turn God mode back on. Alright, so this one's at 12 then. Up we go. Alright, so what do you want to see here? Or do you just want to see me do it again and see what the alignment was? Whip eject. Fall down. Align it correctly. Alright, I think I'm going to hit on the next frame. Oh, it's like, yeah, that is close. Yeah, it's 0.1 off. And yet I still slide past that one. Yeah, it would be 0.9 would be the maximum height I could have. And then what happens on the next frame? Yeah, we clipped past it. We clipped past it by 0.1. Okay, so it didn't actually alter my height at all. I just fell the usual 0.4 units. But remember, the top of the block is at 80.5. So you slide past it. I don't understand this game. And then if I do 11, I think you're saying 11, you don't get the ledge hang, you hit it instead. I actually need to turn off God mode in order to test that, because it seems like having God mode on affects the outcome, which is good information to have. Oh my god, I didn't know it would show that. I didn't know this was possible. I thought the game would clamp it, and it actually, you can set it to this. The game just doesn't let you gain health past that. Alright, well I have 255 health. Alright, and God mode off. Nope, still got pushed past it. I don't know at this point. Honestly, it might matter where you are in the level, because that changes the precision of the engine a little bit, and I have seen things where that matters. Having a high Y value. Alright, let's try 8. Is 8 the... Well, no, that was 8. No, it wasn't 8. This is 8. Alright, so let's do 8. With God mode off. Whip eject. Is 8 the first safe one? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, you land on it at 8. But if we land on it at 9... we slip past it. Okay, so yeah, 8 is apparently the threshold for that, at least at this position in the coordinate system, because I'm high up in the level, though most levels you're near the top, so you'll tend to get roughly the same results, because for whatever reason, that's just how it does it. Yeah, you're not at terminal velocity for 8, and that might affect it. But I don't know what else is going into this. I can't figure out why the ledge hang versus staying on the corner is consistent. I don't know why I got clipped off the edge when I had God mode on. It's tough to say. There's a couple things that change regarding fall damage when you have God mode on as well. Like, you don't take the fall damage, but you also don't update your player state correctly. So it's a little bit weird. Anything else with this? I'll go ahead and turn these back on and lower my frame rate. I think we're done with this. We might come back to this later. I want to show off a few more of the ranges and then like try to knock out a CO run or something, because I never learn. We'll just do a quick CO run. I don't know if it's actually going to happen today. We might have to do another one of these, but we'll try a couple more. But first, let me show off the rest of the jungle stuff that I thought might be interesting to people. So, if we go to 2-3, I am lagging hard. Let me show you the monkeys so that I can turn those off and get my frame rate back. Hey, it's big. Alright, so the monkey range is... I don't know if the monkey's not stuck in the ground. The monkey range is this circle that you see here. And they do aggro on other things sometimes. I have not figured out why, but this is where monkeys will jump at you, for instance. And they don't try to attack you, they just jump in the direction that you're in, and whatever happens, happens. That's just how they work for whatever reason. So they don't lock onto you, they're just programmed to be assholes, and they're very good at actually getting you, somehow. So good job, devs, you did it. And this is like where every caveman type enemy will see you. It's just like 6 tiles in front. They'll charge at you. If they have a boomerang, they'll throw it at you, yada yada. It wasn't even skillful. I would have been hit by that boomerang. But that's how like every caveman type enemy, like crocmen and whatnot, sees you. So I can go ahead and turn those ones off as well. I need to leave this turned on. Let me detach the options. I need to add filters to this so I can turn off stuff in like specific areas. So I'm going to get rid of Tiki Man. I just need to get my frame rate back, because unfortunately these ranges are very inefficient to draw. We saw Mosquito already. Here's Witch Doctor, for anyone who was wondering about this. Let me move him somewhere you can actually see him. I don't care. I can't even get cursed anymore. So this is his attack range. He can't see through walls. It's the same... I did not know the black market was there. It's the same as you would expect from all the other caveman type enemies. This is where the skull will track you. Like, it orbits him at this distance, and if you're anywhere in the range of this skull, this thing will just follow you till the end of the world. So if I get in range of it, you can see it starts just tracking me, but if I move out of that range, it'll leave me alone. So if I go over here, as long as I stay within that circle, this skull will never leave me alone. And then if I leave the circle, it'll just go back to the Witch Doctor. So that's how that works, for anyone who was wondering. And then other than that, he'll see you, and it doesn't matter where you go, he will hit you. I have God mode on, so I don't die, but that's just how those work. And it was not the black market, it was a debate. Alright, so let me turn off Witch Doctor as well. Right, we're still losing frames. There's a shopkeeper. I guess we can see that. It's awesome to know. Like, again, if any specific enemies you want to see, just throw it at me, because I would like to... I don't want to show every single one in the game if I don't have to, so if you can narrow it down for me, that'll simplify things a lot. Because I don't want to show every enemy. It'll take forever. Oh, where's Skeleton? Let's get rid of that. Monkey, stop. Wait, this one's the black market for sure. Check this out. Yeah, I'll show sorceresses and temple enemies. Is this the black market? There we go. First try. Let's go. Alright, so anyways, anyone who was wondering, this is what Biggs looks like. It's basically 2 tiles, and he'll either trigger the "you seem to enjoy chaos," or he'll instantly throw the bag from that range. So Neb, that one run where you were trying to get True Crown and you scuffed it, you could have just gone above Big and triggered it from that range without aggroing the axolotl, and that would have gotten it. That's why I was yelling at you in the chat, because I knew the secret information. I had the intel that you didn't have. Speaking of shopkeepers, I think that's why we're lagging. There's a black market full of shopkeepers rendering in the back layer, because I should have probably turned that off. I need to optimize that out. But yeah, this is the aggro range for shopkeepers, for anyone who was wondering. It's 6 tiles. He'll detect a bomb if it comes into existence within this little box in front of him, which, even if he's mad at you, he'll still like give you aggro points. For the first bomb that enters that range, you can actually get like shopkeeper aggro just by doing that. Even if you don't hurt him at all, just having a bomb near him counts as like aggro points, because that's just how it works. Is cat roaming behavior the same as shopkeepers? Yes, pretty much. Like, if you mean the running behavior. There's a lot of enemies that have what I've been calling chaser AI, where basically they jump and climb and like move around in a way that tries to track the player. Some of them obviously can't climb or jump, but like Tusk has it as well, shopkeepers have it, basically every NPC has it, the cursed cats also use that AI. Waddler actually uses the same AI. It's interesting, there's a lot of overlap between them. But yeah, 6 tiles for the shopkeepers. We can do a specific one for shopkeepers, but I need to get my frame rate back, and shopkeepers cause a lot of lag because of just how many there are in the black market and how big their ranges are. I gotta draw a lot of polygons to render that, because I basically have a rendering engine that I made for the sole purpose of doing this that uses the triangle primitives that Overlunky has, because I couldn't make weird shapes otherwise. Crocmen don't have the same. Crocmen do not. Crocmen jump around randomly. So let's see. I think we got all the jungle enemies that most people give a shit about. I think we got all of them actually. So let's go to the temple. Everyone loves the temple. Oh good, we got a sorceress at the door to demonstrate the unreasonably big sorceress range. So that's it. Get this snake out of here. If you were wondering what the range is, 8 tiles horizontally, 4 vertically, up and down, all directions, through walls. This is how fucking big the sorceress aggro range is. If I step into that, they'll shoot at me. It's absurd how large it is. Through walls, through everything, really. Sorcerers don't care. So if I go down here, I'm actually like literally 1 unit of least precision, like below the top of the sorceress's trigger range. So this won't trigger. This one will, however, because I'm like 1 unit below the upper edge or something like that. I think the sorceress might be a little taller. But this is the gist of it, for anyone who was wondering how big the range is. It's that big. So that's fun. That's game design right there. So we can turn that one off. Here's Anubis. So this is where he'll wake up. Kind of depends on the room you have above him, but basically if you're on the floor of the room above him and you walk over his head, this will trigger him. And you can sort of sneak below him depending on if the layout cooperates with you, if you really wanted to, but it's kind of difficult to do. And if you run under him like that, he will trigger. And then when he's in this range, he basically wants me to be in this outer circle. So if I move away, he'll go towards me. If I'm in this circle, he just hovers horizontally, like back and forth, he doesn't care. And if I move towards him, he moves away from me. This is literally all Anubis's AI does. Move away from you or move directly towards you. And then if you're in this circle, he keeps his horizontal speed but loses his vertical speed. So this is why he bobs back and forth like this. He gets a little velocity towards me. enters that range, and then just starts bobbing back and forth again, all the way to the other side. And then the reason he jitters if you're closer up to the top is he does this, because I enter this range, so he retreats early. Yeah, I don't know HD Anubis at all. He's an anomaly. Everything here, by the way, can see you through walls unless I state otherwise. Most things in this game can just track you through walls, at least most of the dangerous things. Yeah, that's Anubis's AI, so that's how you can get him to, like, this is why he jitters back and forth, for anyone who was wondering. He's trying to stay within this range. So, like, if you know what you're doing, you can kind of, like, play his AI, get him to, like, come towards you like that. You just have to kind of have an idea of what the ranges are when he's doing it. Alright, so I think I had Cat Mummy turned off for some reason. Or it's just not working correctly. I need to... Oh, we got to see Crocman. I need to go check Cat Mummy in a second here to figure out why it's not turned on. Hold on. I might have broken this one. I modified Cat Mummy recently. But I need to show the aggro range because that's important. Move state 0. Why is that not showing? That should totally be visible. It's not blocked by anything. Move state 0. Is the Cat Mummy not in 0? Did I accidentally bug this? Let me just go to another level and get these enemies to leave me alone. And we'll check on Cat Mummy, because this one's an important one. Why are you not showing your range? Did I screw something up? No, it has targeting. It just doesn't want to show the aggro range for some reason. What move state is it in? Cat Mummy state is 0. That is weird. I actually don't know why that's not working. I really wanted to show that one too. That's an important range. That one's not it. Not dependent on that. There's no typos that I could see. Let me comment out the other ranges that I added to see if that gets this one to work. There it is. Oh, I think I know why that's happening. I'm gonna have to fix that. Alright, so anyways, this is the aggro range for Cat Mummies. You'll notice it goes through walls. That's because they could see you through walls. Hello, a dumb person. Not to be rude or nothing, that is your name. It started showing once I got close enough. Did it? Well, it started showing once I turned it on, or am I just stupid and didn't notice it? Well, in any case, this is it. They don't see you above or below, they only see you in this horizontal range. This, I think, is 6 tiles in both directions, or it's like, yeah, it's 6, I believe. Cat, shut up. And that's just it, that's just how they'll see you. So this is why you can approach them from underneath and do like the backflip strat. They don't aggro anywhere except in this range, but they see you through walls because they're assholes. So there you go, the more you know. I need to figure out why this aggro box wasn't showing up, so I'm gonna put a to-do on that. I wonder if this is happening because I have too many boxes. And there might be a bug in my color selection system that's supposed to, like, give each of these a different tint. There we go, I got the comment in. Alright, so let me reload it and show you what the behavior looks like for the Cat Mummy, so let's reload that. Alright, so you're going to get used to seeing this ring chat, because you're going to be seeing it a lot. Any tips for reaching CO? I might be able to do that when I start CO runs again. We're on a science break right now, so I will try to be, like, kind of helpful as I actually do the CO run, but I'm not going to do that just yet. The biggest tip, really, I think, is just take it slow. Not, like, so slow that you just put yourself in danger, but don't speed run it. Like, you'll probably just end up dying if you do that. That's usually the thing I see killing people, is they just get impatient and let terrible things happen. Alright, so, Cat AI. Let's start off with a flat floor. This could be important to people. Shove this right in the corner here. So then I need to put a border tile so it can't actually get out of this pit. I don't know why it grows like that. It's so weird. They made some changes to this recently over Lunky, and it just does that now. So it's very similar to Shopkeepers. It can't climb, but it is extremely similar. If you stay in this range, it will not jump under any circumstances. It won't jump anyways unless there's a wall or a pit in front of it, I believe. But you'll see here, it's not jumping. It just runs back and forth. If I stay in this range right here, like I'm doing in slow motion, it doesn't care. It won't turn around. It won't do anything until it gets to a wall. And again, it will not jump. Now, if I move out of the no jump range and the cat sees something that makes it want to jump, like a wall in front of it, it will jump. I don't know exactly what the detection range is for that, but it'll hippity hop around. I forget whether pits in the floor cause it to jump either. Let's see. Does it detect pits? No, it actually doesn't. So I'm not sure if that's the same for everything. The cat doesn't detect pits, so that doesn't trigger a jump. It'll just fall right in if you're not close enough to it and it doesn't have a wall to hop over. But anyways, as you can see here, every time it gets to a wall, it decides to go ahead and do a jump. Yeah, I believe it just picks a random height. I don't think it actually understands how to jump over things. So sometimes it'll do a high jump, sometimes it'll do a low jump. Like that was 2 tiles. That was a little too low. That one might have worked. Actually, it feels like it's doing the same jump height. There we go, that was a low jump. So it's either 1 or 2 tile jumps, seems to be what it does. That's a high jump again. Shopkeepers, I think, have like 2 or 3 jump heights. I don't believe it's controlled in any way by where the player is. There we go, and that's a short one on the left. You reached sunken one stone like classic guy. I mean, did you finish it? I mean, congratulations. If not, you should be able to get there again. It's once you're doing Cosmic Ocean, it's just hunting is so easy once you get to Cosmic Ocean, and that starts to be the grind that you're doing. I'm assuming you finished it. I'm not sure if you were saying to get classic guy. I don't know if that means you unlocked him or if you were just trying to do it. Oh, congrats, you did beat it. But yeah, for CO, again, if you stick around, I'm going to do a CO run after I've done some of this range viewer stuff, so I might be able to provide some tips, but I want to stay a little bit focused here. So that'll be a little later. Yeah, getting there is easy enough. Finishing it is just a visceral, agonizing nightmare. So anyways, you see this postpone turn and this turn circle here. What this basically means is there's some weird AI jank where if I'm in this postpone turn circle for a second, and then I end up over here, the cat won't turn around for like 40 or 50 frames. It's a little different for each enemy that has it. I think like Tusk has a really short one. But basically the cat isn't going to turn around for a bit, and then it enables again. But if I go into this range back here behind it while it's active, just stand here, it'll instantly turn around right now if I enter that circle. And it's this whole like weird half like loop shape that causes that to happen. So that's why shopkeepers whip around. It's the same thing with cursed cats. They do the same exact nonsense. But that's why they whip around sometimes as you get close to them, and other times they don't. So if I fall into this range here, again, the cat turns around instantly and just starts going the other way. But then it won't turn around again for a little while. But if I follow it for a bit and stay within that range, there we go, it just whipped around again because it just came off cooldown during that frame. You couldn't see it because it was like a 0 frame interaction. But then if I go stand behind it and stay out of this turn ring, the ring will turn on and the cat still won't turn around. So it just does this, and then it'll hit the wall, and that will cause it to turn around and flip the positions of the rings. So that's what this like turn and postpone turn ring does. And again, a lot of enemies have this. Preserve your sanity and not set it as goal. I mean, if you got nothing else to do in this game and you don't feel like speedrunning, you might as well go for CO. Just don't feel like broken if you can't do it, because it is fucking hard. Like, it is unbelievable how much bullshit there is in the Cosmic Ocean. So like, don't feel bad if you can't do it or anything. But like, it's worth a shot if you think it would be fun, but just remember that it's not fair, like at all. It's not, like, it is just not fair. Cosmic Ocean is about overcoming bullshit, as opposed to the rest of the game, which is usually a skill issue. You'd hunt it with 5 days of playtime. Did you have HD experience, or is this your first foray into the Spelunky field? Because 5 days is pretty good if this is the first time you've ever played Spelunky. In my case, I got it fairly quickly, but it's because I had hundreds of hours in Spelunky HD. Also, any other questions about the cat? I don't think there's anything else going on here, so just kill it. So yeah, if you're on a flat floor, you don't have to worry about it jumping. It won't, but if there's a wall nearby, it will jump into you, because cats just do this. There's literally nothing with Crocman, so let me show Crocman real quick. So Crocman's aggro range is this. He doesn't see through walls. Just take my word for it. It's the usual. He walks around, yada yada. If you jump in front of him, he just goes aggro, and that's it. He doesn't. Nothing changes until he settles down, like he did there in that one tile pit. So I can go ahead and piss them off again. And that's it. I did not find any other behavior. They literally just run around at random with random jump heights. Settling down is him falling in a one-tile hole. So if I can get him to drop into that, which he should do eventually. There doesn't even have to be a floor. I think he'll settle down if he just falls in that. The second I look away, he's going to do it. There he goes. Okay, no, never mind. That didn't quite work. Hold on a sec. I wonder if he can't do it near the edge of the level, actually. Hold on, let me get him. Well, let's get a new one. Some enemies don't treat the edge of the level quite the same. Let's see if I can get him to fall in the hole and see if he settles down. So he's on his way towards the pit. What's he going to do? No, I guess I was wrong. He actually didn't settle till he touched. Maybe it's skeletons that do that. Oh, you know, I'm mixing this up with skeletons. Yeah, the second he touched the floor in the one-tile hole, that's when he settled down. Let's try skeletons. Skeleton might be the one that does that. So let's see here. The skeleton's going the wrong way. Let me just get a new one. Alright, so skeleton's aggro. Let's see if it calms down when it falls into this hole. So it falls down. Yep, there we go. Skeletons are the one that does that. For some reason, they don't have to be on the floor. They will chill out the second they go into a one-tile pit. But Crocmen have to land on the floor in order to do that. I don't know why. That's just what they do. The playlist is over. Just shuffle and play it again. Oh, not that one. There we go. I need to add more stuff to the science playlist. It's a little new. I only have like an hour and a half of music for the playlist, but I'll be putting more stuff in it as we keep doing this, because I'm not done with science in this game, not by a long shot. You reached level neck but never beat it in HD. Okay, well 5 days is still pretty good then if you didn't have a bunch of HD experience, so congratulations. I wish you the best in your CO endeavors. How do they telefrag us? I don't know, they're just assholes. I mean, they teleport like any other enemy. Literally the same rules. 4 to 8 horizontally in whatever direction he's facing. Thank you for the follow. Congrumolatins. I've never heard that word like that badly spelled, and I tend to say congratulations. So that's a new one. I'll have to add that one to my list of things I deliberately don't say correctly. Alright, so anyways, that was Crocmen. I think the last enemy of interest is Necromancer. Yeah, I suppose that was a high-level scuff for that message. Here's Necromancer. This is how far away these assholes will start doing summoning or rezzing. So there's a range I'm missing here, and it is I don't know the range at which they spawn the skeletons. Because as you can see here, he's not always spawning them within that circle. This is just the range at which he will target you. And you'll notice his targeting AI is weird. Unlike most enemies, he actually loses the target if you move away from him. Most enemies keep their target but don't do anything unless you're close to them, but for some reason the Necromancer picks his target within this range. This range doesn't dictate like when he's allowed to do things, it just dictates when he's allowed to pick a target. And then I can move out here, and if he still has me as a target, he should just... yeah, there we go, he's attacking even though I'm out of his range. But he doesn't know where to put the skeletons, so he just shoves them in the box with him. So it's peculiar the way that this targeting cycle works. I don't know why the Necromancers are like this. The other fun thing about Necromancers that makes them horrible enemies is that they will attack you from the back layer. So if we spawn a funny layer door, this guy will not attack me because he's in the front layer. However, if I spawn one back here, the one in the back will still see me. So this is intentional. It only works in one direction. How does he target corpses? I don't know yet. I strongly suspect that it's proximity to the player. So let's go get ourselves a corpse real quick here. And I just spawn a cat so it doesn't do anything. So let's get a cat. Get a dead cat because everyone loves those. Oh, whoops, bummer. Alright, so let's see what he does. So he'll res it there. I actually need the ability to kill this cat very quickly. So let's just yeah, it has to be done. This is the only way. So let's see what he's willing to do. So he's willing to res it from all the way over there. Remember, this is the back layer Necromancer that's doing this. But will he res this cat while it's over here? If I, like, stand in this range, but I'm not... but the cat's not in it. He's spawning skeletons right now, so he can't see the cat. There we go. So he can still do it outside of his targeting range, but I don't know what the distance is exactly. There's a little more research that I need to do into that. The other notable thing is that he will not res anything that is not on the ground. So if you're holding something, nothing happens. He's still targeting the player. Yeah, he doesn't use that counter for that. He just picks a nearby dead thing and resurrects it. Yeah, that's why the ones in the Star Challenge do that. It's intentional game design, and it's horrible, and I hate it. But basically, he won't res this cat unless it's on the ground during an attack cycle. It's the same thing with enemies. He won't res it in my hands either. However, if I pick it up while it's being resed, he won't cancel the res. So as you can see here, the cat is alive. So that's why if you try to pick up a sorceress and she's getting res right as you pick her up, the res still goes through. But if you're holding one in your hands, it will not go through. You see that? It will res while it's in my hands. But only if he started the res ahead of time. I could stand here all I want, and he won't do anything. The second I put it down and let him start the res, he'll do it. It was airborne because of the skeleton. There he goes. So there you go. There's some intel for anyone who didn't know that. And he, by the way, he prioritizes resing. If there's anything that can be resed in range that's on the ground, he'll always res it. He's never going to summon a skeleton while I'm standing next to this cat until it's not on the ground, and then he'll say, "There's nothing I can res. Let's go make some skeletons." So that's how that works. I think that's most of the big temple enemies. There is one big temple enemy that we did not get, however, and it is quite big. It is the mummy. It's not terribly interesting, but here's the mummy range. It'll turn around if you're in this if you're in this shape. It'll attack if you're in this shape. So pretty much 2 tiles above it. If you go ledge hang like this, it'll see you. If you're below it like this, it won't see you. There's not a whole lot to see here. It's fairly straightforward. These are not rectangles, by the way. This is a circle with the top and the bottom cropped off. There's a lot of enemies that have that kind of behavior. Let me get rid of this asshole. He's taking up space on my screen. But yeah, that's the mummy range, for anyone who's wondering. Not terribly interesting, but that's how big it is. I think this is like 8 tile radius. It's like 7 or 8 tiles or something. I have to look at the code to check exactly what it is. And the code I wrote. Most of this stuff is things I figured out on my own. Thank you. Yep, no problem. There's loads of fun to do this, and I'm glad people are learning interesting things from it. Like just random things you would have never known about. It's like the necromancers and how they target corpses. Like I don't know the exact range. I suspect it is a circle roughly 3 tiles in radius around the player, but I don't know beyond that. And then if you move out of his range, he spawns the skeletons near himself, from what I could tell. There may be more to it. I'm not sure. I'm not going to pretend to know because I don't. But I know a little bit about it, and I think he tries to do it near the player if he can. I think he attacks hired hands as well, which is why they tend to fuck up the Sun Challenge. Like, he won't summon skeletons in the front layer if there's nobody there, but I believe that hired hands are a valid target for the necromancers on the bottom floor. I mean, I guess we can honestly show that right now, just for anyone who's wondering what the hell we're talking about. So, did I get ton trolled? Yes, of course I did. Either that or it spawned already and I didn't check. Yeah, I probably spawned already. Let me restart the run. Wow, no Phantom hired hands this time. Lucky break. Alright, so we're lagging hard because there's a lot of enemies in this level. Frogs in particular. Let's just get the frogs out of the way now before I explain anything else. Right, it's the same for both types of frogs. So here it is. It's that circle right there. 8 tiles. This is why these fuckers will jump down on top of you before you can even see them, because your screen is not tall enough to actually see a frog like above you during the Hundun ascent. It is an 8 tile radius. They have the same targeting system, 60 frames. I haven't really explained what this is. This is the frame rule I keep talking about. They pick a target every 60 frames, and that's the only person that they see. So I could drop a hired hand next to this frog between cycles of this targeting cycle here, and it will not move. But the second it picks a new target, which is the closest thing it can aggro on, it will start attacking, like the hired hand or the other player. But yeah, frogs do hold still. 8 tiles. So, it's bullshit. You hate to see it, but it is what it is. Let me turn off frog real quick. There we go. I should get most of my frame rate back. Alright, where's Ton? There's Ton. Alright, so say you were going to do the funny challenge, and you made the mistake of having a hired hand. See if this just works. Yeah, okay, this works. He's aggroing on me. What's up, diamonds? Hired hands love diamonds. Okay, he doesn't want to pick them up, he just wants to sleep. I understand, buddy, it's been a long day. Alright, so you go in here, you do the challenge. First of all, you're going to notice a bunch of circles, because I did these as well. These are the ranges for the, like, challenge spawners. So the reason why this spot up here works is you place a couple bombs or you otherwise blow it up. I think I lagged, so I didn't actually get to blow it up there. Let's pretend I blew that one up. You wait for the regen blocks to come back, and you stand up here. Now, I'm aware it is very hard to see. In fact, let me turn the darkness off real quick. There we go. You can actually see what the hell is going on here. So I'm in range of a few spawners, but I'm not in range of anything that can actually hurt me here in this corner. And if I were to go all the way up into this corner with like climbing gloves or something, normally this would all be blown up. This one would be the only one that could see me. So this is just kind of the best safe spot that we were able to find here. It was a situation where the witch doctors can't reach you, but there's ultimately no safe spots without blowing up at least one of these spawners. Now anyways, the thing that should be happening in the front layer if we get some necromancers, there's one here, but he's too close to me. So I'm going to put him over here, and what he should do is he should target the hired hand that's waiting outside. So let me fix the camera out of this corner, and let's just see what he does. Alright, you see his targeting indicator? It's hard to tell, but it's actually pointing at that spot right there. Sorceress, shut up. Oh my god, there's so much noise. Yeah, it's symmetrical. Getting there is harder, so people just go to the closest one to the entrance. He's targeting the hired hand right now, through the wall. There's actually one up there that's also doing it. So he just summoned a skeleton in the front layer. And depending on where he put that skeleton, the hired hand might just whip Ton at some point here. So let me see if we can get him to do it. I'm cursed, I don't care. Yeah, you see him moving around a little bit every now and then with the hired hand. Looks like he's not going to actually whip a skeleton next to Ton, so I think we're safe. Ton is right here, I believe, and the hired hand is over here. Alright. Yeah, so we didn't get to actually see him do it. But that's the gist of why that happened. It's because any necromancers that you spawn down there are going to target this asshole instead of the player in the top corner. And if he whips Ton for any reason while there's skeletons nearby, then she's going to get mad and blame the player for it. Now anyways, back into the challenge. Let me get the camera back on the player. Whatever. You do whatever you want, buddy. Again, it's hard to even tell where the edges are for these spawners. But there are a few candidate locations you could do this. The other one that's notable is if you destroy this spawner with a paste bomb over here, this spot is safe. You gotta watch out for the lamp falling on your head, but this spot is actually outside of spawner ranges, so none of them will see you from here. So this is another viable safe spot if you get rid of this spawner, or if you camp it with the sword. None of the other ones are in range, but if you move too far to either side, this one will activate, and this one will fuck your shit up because it's going to spawn witch doctors above you, and you will be in range of the cursed skulls. The laser is over here, so this spawner on the right never actually matters from this location because they won't be able to go through the lasers. This one's always on the other side. From the right side, you have to worry about this one as well. So like if I get rid of this one, I'm still in range of this, and you do not fit in this little triangle right here in the floor. You can't hide in that spot. Ducking down does not move your player origin, and that's what the game is checking for here. So that's, as far as I'm aware, that's the gist of how the safe spots work for this. There's a few other places you could do this. Most people would stand up here for this spot, and it's again because the vampires can't get to you, but the spawners are activated. Standing in the middle is generally a bad idea, but technically only these two spawners are active. The problem is if an enemy gets in here, you get hit by that enemy, you're ragdolled between the lasers. So really the optimal strat is pick one of these corners, destroy that spawner. If you can't destroy that spawner, just back whip. There is one other notable thing, which is this edge right here is this spawner. This spawner likes to create vampires that come over to attack you. But if you stay, this is a good visual aid. You see the halfway point on these regen blocks? If you keep your character on the left side of that halfway mark and do your backwhip spamming, this spawner will never activate. So you don't have to worry about vampires coming over here and ruining your backwhip combo. You want to stay pretty much on the center of this circle and do your backwhip spamming there. And that means the bottom spawner is irrelevant. But if you step too far forward, vampires will start coming out of this one. It's always vampires, because this game is bullshit. So you want to be standing about here. That's the biggest tip I can give for doing the Sun Challenge, if you're going to do the backwhip strats. Okay. Next. Let's see, so I might as well do the rest of the Sunken City enemies while I'm here. So there's not much else to this place. So I see a giant frog. This is the worm sacks. If you get too close to these, they trigger, they pop. And then the worms will only do this attack when they're not moving. So you can see here, it's when they're not moving that it lights up, and that's when they'll jump at you. So if you're ever wondering why it feels like it's completely random, it's actually not. It's just being in that range, because they're not doing anything. The second they stop moving, they're all going to jump at me. That's just how their AI works. They don't do anything when they're on the floor. They're completely inert. Nothing interesting. And tadpole range is this. He just swims towards you if you're in this range. Nothing interesting. Yeah, it's something like 4 seconds. I don't know exactly what the range is. It's probably randomized like most things are. You can observe them in their natural habitat here. They move around for a bit. They stop for a bit. They move around for a bit. And then you could bait them. If you see them not moving, that's how you bait them into attacking. And then they do this at random. I haven't looked into this. Air trap is 6 tiles. I haven't looked into like what causes them to transform. But if we get this arrow trap like that, you can see it's 6 tiles is the range for that. It's the same for dwelling arrow traps as well. Not on Jay's sheet. Yeah, Jay doesn't have everything here. Most of the stuff I've been doing is brute force, but when Jay looks into something, I do check on it to see if like my assumptions about it are correct. So this might get a little bit more filled out, or I might learn how to use Ghidra at some point myself so that I can actually decipher the code for this game and figure out some of these, because shopkeepers are just a menace as far as like debugging these ranges. Highlighting the science segments. I've started doing that actually, so I'll probably make a highlight of this one, even though it is very long and very scuffed. That's never stopped me before. I've been highlighting science segments. I think there's one science segment so far that I started highlighting, but I'm going to do that in the future. I'm still not going to highlight just the rest of the runs because I don't think anyone cares really, but I'll do it for like science and stuff that's actually interesting and not just throwaway runs, which is what most of my runs are. Alright, anyways, the only thing we haven't seen yet is giant frogs, so let's just spam, I don't know, 7-1 until we see one near the door. Can't have nice things, can we? I'm really just hoping I see one right next to the door and we're not getting lucky. Ah, fine game, you win. We'll zoom out. Alright, no giant frogs. No. This journal entry's bullshit. There. Okay, we got all of them were in this level. Alright, default range. Alright, see you, cue ball. Stop looking at any that you weren't interested in unless it was requested. I mean, there's interest in your sheet, but it's interest from like a handful of people. I'm not like, you have no obligation to do this if it's a pain in the ass to do it. It's just, if you do it for any of these ranges and I find out about it, I will like double check, I'll cross check that. The thing that would be most useful, I think, would be stuff like shopkeepers, like climbing ladders, but shopkeeper AI is absurdly complicated. And I can only assume it's very difficult to actually understand anything that the damn shopkeepers do, because I'm already having tons of trouble figuring out anything with shopkeepers. They're just so erratic. There's so many inconsistencies in their behavior. They spawn things in packs of 3. You know, apparently they spawn the giant frogs in packs of 3. Let me turn off a few more of these things. No, we don't need grubs. Alright, so anyways, this is the giant frog range, for anyone wondering. It's a box for some reason. I don't know why. It's just a box. It's not like bound to the size of the room or anything. This is the room that it's in. But for whatever reason, that's what they went with. So it is what it is. It'll shoot 3 frogs and then it'll wait for a minute. You want to look at it? Okay, Godspeed if you're going to look at the shopkeeper range. Because it's so strange. It happened again. I have got to figure out what keybind. I hold left and whip. Didn't happen. I have no idea what's causing that. Whereas sometimes, like, it inputs the camera lock. I need to figure out what's causing that, but I'll do it later. But yeah, the giant frog, nothing interesting here. The giant flies don't do anything. I could show Hundun briefly, but there's not a whole lot there that I didn't show already. Hundun's an interesting enemy, though, so let's just have a quick look at Humble Bundle. Everyone's favorite. Alright, so Hundun moves left or right based on a line around the center of the egg. It doesn't matter where the heads are, it doesn't give a shit. It is whether I'm on the left or the right side of this line that decides what direction Hundun moves in. So what you'll see most runners do for floor strats, for instance, is they'll go over here, like without standing in the spikes, obviously. So then the first, ideally they would be over like right in this spot. The first thing that he'll do is spawn the chicken head at about 20 seconds or so. And now he has a circle. It's a little bit hard to see it, but he has a circular range. I think this is 6 tiles. If you're in this circular range, whichever head is closer to you will attack you. That's just how that works. It doesn't matter which side of Hundan you're on, you can actually push the heads around a little bit or manipulate their AI. Whichever head is closest to you will attack you. So in this case, it's going to be the chicken head. So most runners will stand in the corner. Now you'll notice this bullshit is happening here. Alright, we got a new skin redeem. I'll do that next if I remember to. So this bullshit happens with the inconsistent timing because Hundan's AI is just really fucking weird for some reason. So if we pop this bad boy open and pick Hundan, we don't care about the chicken head AI. He has like an attack cycle, which is called bounce timer because I think the devs weren't really sure what it does. The tool devs, that is. But pretty much the gist of it is when that timer I think is below 120, the head will attack you, and then it'll reset to a number between like, I think like 90 and 150 or something. I'm not really sure what the number is it resets to. But what we're going to be observing here is the chicken head is going to keep attacking me until this rolls a number higher than 120. So I'm waiting for it to do it. I think it's actually biased to be lower. That was 104. There we go. Alright, it rolled a high number. This is why the head sometimes backs off while you're doing floor strats. It's going to go up to 120. Let me actually set it to be something higher so the chicken head moves away from me a little bit. Sorry about the water park. I'll delete all the water in a second. Yeah, so bounce timer. Again, these are just people trying to figure out how this game works without knowing for sure, like how it's programmed. It's random. I'm pretty sure it's random. You know, washed up, good emote. I need to watch ZFG again. It's been a long-ass time since I've watched him. Alright, anyways, let me get rid of the water park so we don't have to listen to this bullshit anymore. No, liquid, water, enter. I said enter. Oh, I have to click search. Destroy. Next frame. Water should be gone. Sort of. Most of it's gone. Whatever, it's good enough. It'll, I think, go away on its own. Alright, so anyways, I set it to a really high value. That goes against conventional wisdom. Yeah, I know, it's bullshit, isn't it? So here's what's going to happen with the head. Let's pay attention to that timer. Alright, so it hit 120. Head aggros. Whip it. Bounce timer reset. It reset to 150 this time, so the head backed off. 120, it goes for me again. I need to do this so I don't miss a cycle, so it's going to lunge. There it goes. Whip it. 116, immediate re-aggro. I have not moved an inch. I have not influenced this in any way. The game just picks a random number. Again, I think it's between like 90 and 120 something or 150. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's biased in any way. Jay could look into that, I guess, if you want to. But again, no pressure. I don't know how much of a pain in the ass it is to do this. So do it if you think it's fun or interesting. But the point is, this is why the head is so inconsistent when you're doing floor strats. It immediately re-aggroed there, and I basically need to do another whip immediately before it has a chance to hit me again. And if I miss my cycle, like, at all, that head is going to lunge at me. So if you whip really well, you're safe from that. So this time it's going to back off a bit. 120, it goes for you again. So that's the gist of why that happens. I have God mode on, so obviously nothing's happening here. Now you see the snakehead is retaliating now that it has spawned in. I think my game crashed. Okay, I think I deleted the water wrong. I'll start the game up again. And, well, good opportunity to play as Neko Arc. So let's go ahead and launch that. I think I deleted the water wrong because it should have been gone and it wasn't after I ran that command. So I probably destabilized something and just caused a game crash. Maybe it clipped through the floor and went out of bounds. Alright, no worries. We can get back. We can literally get right back in there, like no problem. So let me get out of the main menu and switch characters first. It does make sense, yeah. I think speedrunners prefer the version that doesn't back off, I think, because it doesn't fuck up the whip timing. If you get the version that never backs off and your whips are clean, you never have to worry about it moving. But if it backs off a little bit, it wastes some time, and then you might not time your next whip correctly if you don't react to that like sufficiently, because you don't know when it's going to re-aggro due to how weird and random the timer is. I don't know why it does that. It just does. I forgot to turn mods on. Hold on. No, we're not doing this without mods. Spelunky. Launch game. Yeah, if you basically, you can get another whip out and have your back whip hitbox on top of the head before it can do its next attack as a bare minimum, if you time it well. So letting it get close and then having it stay in that stun lock is preferable. If your timing is bad, however, and it keeps doing that, it will eventually tuck itself under your feet and bounce you into the air, and that'll kill you. So like, you gotta be careful about that. And the version where it backs off is harder to predict, but if you can time that, then I mean it's fine. You can still deal with it. Oh my god, was I right? I said 90 and 150 first time around, didn't I? I think that was my first guess. So yeah, I guess it's a 50% chance that the head goes in a back off range. Unless it's weighted in some way, which I don't think any of the other RNG checks in this game are. But that's interesting. I don't know why 120 is the threshold. I don't know who comes up with this stuff, but 120 is when he switches to the bite state, if he has a target to attack. Let's see, I'm playing Mecha Arc. Let's go. It's not weighted, and that's what I figured. Everything is linear, right? I don't think that I've seen a single number in this game that isn't a linear distribution. Like, they combine linear distributions, which get you different values, but I think every single one is just a linear, just RNG check. They don't have anything, like, weighted or any bell curves or anything. It is what it is. Let me go into the level to start a run before I teleport, just so I don't start in Hundun every time I reset. Yeah, floor strat backoffs are randomized, so anyone who didn't know why that happens, it happens. I do not have Overlunky on, and I'm about to get hit by a bat. Spelunky. Gonna make sure I launch the right one. There we go, Overlunky on there. Sounds like it's a 50% chance. I feel like it's a higher chance of re-aggroing, but the thing is, if you roll a number that's close to that, like 5 or 10 frames above, you might not even notice that it actually backed off for a second. So effectively, it's pretty brutal. It'll tend to come at you very quickly, just in general. So we can go back to Hundun and finish what we were doing. And this time, let's not delete the water. So hopefully we don't have a water park right at the start of the level. I think we're good. No water park. Alright, so for this setup, I think if you were doing floor strats, you would hang out over here. So let's do floor strats with the hitboxes turned on again. And range viewer, I think it saved most of my changes, so we should just have Hundun turned on and nothing else. Pull this over here, and let's get the test window back up as well. I wasn't looking, I fell on the spikes. It runs over, reset. Alright, so again, the first one, he's not near the wall. It's also worth noting, I paused the game, it's worth noting if Hundun is moving, the heads cannot bite you, which is why if he's in the middle, the head is not relentless. But when he's near the wall, that's when this mechanic kicks in with this 120 timer, because otherwise he will basically always move before the head can attack again, just due to how the timing works. And the head will only bite when he touches the ground. But if you're against the wall, he can't move, which doesn't prevent the head aggro, so you get this instead. And you could see it backing off 1 frame, that's when I didn't get it, but then if it backs off more than a frame, that means that I gotta cycle it higher for the bounce timer than 120. And yes, I have God mode on, obviously. I would be absolutely dead right now. And then the snakehead does the exact same thing. I would be dead right now. I'm doing a terrible job. This is why I don't attempt floor strats in my actual runs. But the second you see he starts moving, the head lets off. I can hit it once, he moves again. But yeah, if you're ever wondering, chat, why I never do floor strats, why I do egg strats instead, it's because I can't survive this. I'm terrible at it. I can't handle both heads at once. Cosine's washed up. I mean, I was never good at this to begin with. I've done it in practice, but I've never tried it in a real run, because if I get a chain low run this far, I absolutely, in no universe, do I want to actually attempt that strat. Alright, so I know that was very loud, and hopefully you could hear me talking over that. If not, I apologize. Let's see what Hundun looks like at the top of the level. So this is if you let him do his thing. So I'm just gonna go up to the top. Let's see, last time I fucked around with the speed, it caused problems, so I'm not sure if I want to mess with the speed hack right now. I think we'll just wait for Hundun. It'll take about 60 seconds. So while we're waiting for Hundun, let me turn off the grubs again, because these weren't supposed to be here anymore. Is it behind? Yeah, okay, I didn't know which window would wind up on top. I'll just shove them both over here. Not grub, egg sack. There we go. Okay, we want that off. I'll just go ahead and save the options, stick this over here. Can I combine these? No, I can only do that with default windows. I wonder if I should ask the tool devs to add tabbing to these windows here. Like this kind of system. I don't know. I'll worry about that later. I might be able to implement it myself, honestly. I've started making changes to Spelunky. I've gone off the tipping point. Shift left. That's what it is. It's shift. Shift arrow key. Alright, we figured it out. But it's picking up numpad. Alright, Hundan's here. I'll figure that out later. Shift is my walk button. And then my numpad left arrow key is whip. That's why that's happening. Alright, I understand it now. I'll look into that later because I don't really want that feature, so I could just turn it off. So this is what the Hundan situation looks like if you let him up here and try to do egg strats. Which I think... Why is he this far near the wall? Hold on, let me get him to move. Now, normally if you were doing egg strats, here's what would happen. Hundan would come up the middle. Like, approximately here. So he would be in roughly this spot. The spike floor would be ascending. And he'd just be in the center like this. So it's worth noting, by the way... Yeah, he's too close to the wall because I didn't let him grow wings. He also does behave differently, whether or not he has wings. Pretend that Hundan came up the middle, because I don't want to make you all wait another minute for him to ascend again. So he came up the middle, and he sprouted wings, and he's moving to the left. First thing you'll observe is he's not fireballing me. You see the fireball line right there. He will only shoot fireballs if you are above this line. It is anchored to the world as far as I could tell. It has nothing to do with where Hundan is. He has to be in this flying state to enter this fireball cycle. I'm gonna pick his AI so you can see his timers in case you're curious. But he's basically got a fireball timer, and it's at 0 right now, which means if I'm in here for 1 frame, he just told the snakehead to attack me. He set the fireball timer to 3 seconds, and if I go back down here, the snakehead will still hit me, or try to. But then that timer is going to go back down to 0. And then he's just going to wait for me to come into that range again. So that's how the fireballs work. He shoots fireballs at whoever his current target is, which is always a player or a hired hand, as far as I can tell. I don't think he can aggro on anything else. And then this is what Egg Strats looks like. Egg Strats is named after some guy named Egg, I think, instead of, like, the fact that Hundan is an egg. It was just a coincidence. But basically, you get yourself in this situation, and this right here is why this works. So if I zoom in a little bit and go over here, you can see this slice of the circle right here. This is why Hundan is not attacking me. He can't get any closer to the wall than this if he's in flight mode. He'll stay at 5.5 tiles. That's the center of these spikes here. I am just outside of the bite aggro range. Like, one of them is aggroing on me because I went into the range right there. But you'll see he won't do anything. I can literally stand here forever and Hundan will never attack me. So this is why this is a safe strat. If you're just trying to do a chain low and you're not confident enough to do good strats, like me for instance, I'm not confident enough, you can just chill here and you control the pace of the fight by moving where the heads are. Also, you can see the funny snakehead aggro thing where it shoots to the right because it targets itself. I mentioned that earlier, but you can see it happening live. And then you can change the pace with the snakehead as well. So you can bait it. I did it again. I'm holding shift. Hold on a sec. I need to unbind that, like, right now. But this is how you do, like, a safe version. This is how I've done, like, I think the 2 or 3, I forget if I've done 3. I think I've done 3 chain low Hundan kills, one of which I lost to a parachute in the spikes. But this is the safe strat. It's way easier if you just want to get the completion. Because you decide, and if things get hectic, if you get hit by the snakehead, you can let it back off for a second, and get your bearings, and then go in and bait it again. So, highly recommend trying this strat if you're having trouble with Hundan, and this is why it works. So, much better. I've actually done that on stream during regular runs. It's difficult, but it's not nearly as difficult as floor strats, where you have crap falling on you, and you have the erratic re-aggro timer for the heads not backing off sometimes. So that's Hundan's AI. That's basically all there was to show there. He just has a cycle that he shoots fireballs in, and has funny heads that bite you. And again, whichever head is closer to you is the one that bites you. It's not where you are relative to Hundan. And you can push the heads around with a shield. I've shown that before, so you can get them into some weird positions if you really want to mess with his AI, but that's not what we need to do right now. So that's Han done. Any other requests for entities here? I'm trying to think of any interesting ones I could show off before I go try like maybe one more CO run today. And if we don't get a CO run, there'll be another stream of this where we try to get the 100th win. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be going here, maybe like a couple hours. So any other questions regarding the range viewer? If not, I'll show a couple other enemies that I think are interesting, and then we'll go do a couple CO runs and see how that turns out. So I'm just waiting for chat to say something. In the meantime, I think we should actually go to Olmec for the one I'm going to show you. I mean, we show Olmec, I guess, Yeti King. Alright, I'll show Yeti King as well. That one I should show in its natural habitat. This is Olmec. Did I do moles? I did not. Moles actually aren't that interesting because the ranges are very simple. It's just their movement is extremely erratic. I can show you moles in a moment. So Yeti King and moles. Here's Olmec. So Olmec jumps, I think this is 10 tiles or something like this. Let me go to his right side so you can not have this thing in the way. But yeah, this is the range for Olmec. Now, here's the fun part. Look at his targeting timer. Notice how every single other one of these we've seen has been 60. This one is fucking 200. That is 3 1/3 second. This is why Olmec is so shitty in co-op runs. He takes this long to pick a new target. And when you load the level in co-op, he picks whoever the highest player index is. So if you have 4 players in your run and player 4 is dead, he'll pick player 3 and so on. So that's why that matters. And that matters because when you start the level and run to the right, he actually hasn't switched targets yet because the 200 frames aren't over. So he'll wait a couple seconds if the person he's targeting isn't there, and then he'll switch targets. And then this is his stomp range. Fairly straightforward, nothing interesting to see here, so let's go ahead and fight Olmec down. Oh my god, I actually got that. I lined the 5-wide bomb. That's like the 3rd time I've ever done that. I've never failed it. I did it twice in a co-op run with cue ball. And then that attempt right there. So here's phase 2. He shoots bombs. He does not shoot bombs while he's over here on the right. There's a hard-coded cutoff on the bomb range. Go any lower than that, he shoots the bombs. Not a whole lot to see here. He shoots 3 volleys and then waits for you to whip the floaters, and then he will reset it. The height depends on Olmec, but the horizontal side does not. So he will not actually shoot you if you're like waiting at the tide pool door, unless somebody else has his attention. Notably, this is why he only attacks when people are, like, not standing on his head. Because if I'm here and another player is below me, he is going to keep picking me as the target every 200 frames because I'm closest to the center of Olmec. He can target you even while you're up here. This is why Olmec's AI is so fucking bad in co-op. He does not attack corpses. Does not give a shit about corpses. I've never seen any enemy attack corpses. This is news to me if he can do that. If you want, I could pull a player in, but I have never seen Olmec target a corpse. So I mean, we can check that, I guess. It doesn't take too long. Go get Rafi real quick. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, we learn things. But I've never seen an enemy target a corpse in this game, so I would not believe that's possible. And I've never seen that happen in a run, but let's get Rafi. He's looking at you, chat. Always watching. Alright, so let's go to Olmec. Alright, Rafi, you're gonna have to take the L on this one. So God mode turned off. Alright, so let's see what he's doing. And notably, he is targeting Rafi right now. He switched to me. Interesting. Maybe I was wrong. He stayed on the corpse because of the 200 frame rule, but now he won't pick it anymore. He doesn't care about Rafi. Let's get him to go down just in case it's different for each phase. Oh, I need to turn God mode back on. Why am I lagging? Oh, because there's 1,000 scarabs in the back layer. Let me turn those off. There we go. That'll get my frame rate back. I need to figure out why that's happening. Why the back layer rendering is happening. I thought I turned that off. You've been sniped by bombs. Well, it depends really on who's got his aggro. He just shoots the bombs wherever the hell he wants to because he's Olmec. He does what he wants. Actually, let me open up a... Where's the other thing? Test window. There it is. Alright, if we pick Olmec here real quick, he has a few timers for this. This timer gets randomized when this phase starts. I think it's his attack timer. So let's see what happens here. So he's going to start moving in a second. Maybe there's someone else alive. We'll see in a moment. I'll put Rafi on his head. That'll confirm whether or not he's going to do anything. Alright, so drop Rafi. Alright, so he's got this attack timer here. This attack timer gets randomized before he starts shooting the bombs. So you may or may not have as much time as you think you do before he starts attacking because of that. You might not be able to push the block as far. I don't know what the range is for that. I feel like Jay actually told me what it was during a stream, and I don't remember anymore. I think Jay's docs have Olmec on them, so you can always look into that if you're curious about it. If Jay's still here, you can link it. Otherwise, I have a link to it that I can post later if I remember to, which I probably won't. But in any case, you'll see up there, Rafi's on his head, watching, jittering, and Olmec does not give a shit. So he doesn't target other players, but he probably keeps his target and can still attack a dead player if the timing is right, if I had to guess. You're pushing the block on the right, he said he shouldn't shoot. Well, what can happen here is you can start pushing it after he has started shooting, which might be what's going on. I forget what category that tends to happen in, but like you might go over here right as he starts shooting. And it might not be obvious if he's off screen, and then he'll nuke you with the bombs. So like it's not he won't start the attack, but he won't stop it if you go over here or anything like that. So that's my guess for what happened. You'd have to show me a clip of what you did if it wasn't that, but that's my guess. So yeah, technically skill issue is what I'm saying in so many words. And then phase 3 is not very interesting. He just goes, okay, Rafi will be fine. Phase 3 is not terribly interesting. It's the stomp phase again. Were there 2 friendly crabs? I didn't even notice that. I wasn't paying attention. It's the stomp phase, except he alternates spawning UFOs and just stomping. So you can see I have stomp and spawn there because he's going to make a UFO. Fun fact that most people don't know, and I didn't know either until Jay, I think, found this, maybe somebody else mentioned this. If there's like 8 UFOs in the front layer, he won't spawn UFOs. So he'll just stomp forever, which this has never been useful to anybody, but technically if you let him spawn way too many UFOs, he just won't make new ones. He'll just stomp every time. So basically no one knows that because it's like almost impossible to survive the fight if he's doing that. Oh my god, I didn't think I would hit all those. They like chained into each other. Beautiful. It's 100 to 200, there you go. 100 to 200 frames between when he finishes his little floating animation here and when he starts shooting the first volley of bombs. So you may have as little as like 1 2/3 seconds to push the block under him. I think you always have time to whip him, but it can be a little bit tight sometimes. Maybe useful for low score. I guess if you want a fleet of UFOs to carve out the floor for you. I mean, it'll just be 8. I don't know if that's useful or not, but that's how it works. Just trap them somewhere. Get Olmec. Oh, I guess you're saying get Olmec to, like, dig out the floor. At that point, you really ought to just use the UFOs. Well, I guess that's kind of slow. Olmec is faster than the UFOs. I don't know. Anybody want to do a low % score strat? There's a new technique for you. Just fill the level with UFOs and then go have Olmec stomp out floor 3 for you. If you're that insane. People have done more insane things than that, so that's that. Anyways, let's go into the back layer. Let's pretend for a second that we successfully fought Olmec, because I need to show off the scarabs. Wobbler's a good way to get in here. Do they use the... Yeah, they use the frame rule for targeting. We'll show Neobab enemies. So anyways, scarabs, that's a bat. I turned the scarabs off because they were lagging, so let me get them back open. Definitely need to optimize this. I've done some optimizations with how I compute these shapes, but it's still too much. And at the end of the day, it's like a Lua to C to Lua back and forth. These are the scarab ranges, and I actually posted about this, and I think a few people like laughed at how incompetent this shit was. Look at the targeting timers for these scarabs. They're supposed to go down once every frame. They go down once every move cycle instead, which means if the scarab is tucked into a corner, it jitters down fairly quickly, like this one here. But if it's out in the open, this is how long it takes to acquire a new target. So if you're in a co-op run and you're wondering why the scarabs in the dark level like just don't think you exist, there's 2 reasons. The first reason is if you're above scarabs, like in a tight corridor like this, where you are always going to be above this range, they don't care that I exist here. It's not moving away from me. I might as well not exist because I'm not in the de-aggro, or I'm not in the aggro range where it can actually see me. It'll move away if I'm in this little circle, but otherwise it'll come towards you. So this is why these assholes do this when you're above them. Like waiting for them to get out of the way in the back layer in Quebec. This is why that happens. And the second problem is if you have a hired hand, and the hired hand is the first thing that they target in the level, they will not see you because they're targeting the hired hand. Or if you have a co-op teammate, they will also not see you. They will target your co-op teammate, no matter where that player is. It does not matter. So scarabs don't work correctly. Good AI, 10 out of 10 software development right there. The fact that that scarab just flew directly into me for 2 different reasons. So that's the scarab AI. Let's turn these off forever because these are going to cause lag. We don't need the bats. Just turn this off. Alright, let's see. I was asked to show a couple enemies and I don't... Okay, Yeti King and moles. This is a good spot. We can do moles right here. Row. Alright, so here's a mole. And let's put this bad boy over here. You should be able to tunnel into this jungle terrain. So this is all the moles actually do. It's not as interesting as you'd think, because it's hard to depict it. I'm going to eventually try to show the other timer that controls mole behavior, but for now the best I could do is show you this. Basically they have like a few weird counters that iterate down at an odd pace. Like he has this digging state that I think decrements every now and then sometimes, but also not other times. They're very erratic, which explains why people hate them so much. But let's see if he's going to try to emerge. Alright, so he's going to try to emerge and attack me. Let me actually dig out some of this terrain. He's going to go back into the wall. And then he's going to reset countdown for appearing, which is 10. And what's going to happen is this counter is going to kind of erratically go down to 0. And when this counter goes down to 0, the mole is going to beeline in a straight line to wherever his target is. So let's let it get down to 0, and right there. I do not know what controls this counter. If there's another timer, if there's just an RNG check that makes it tick down sometimes. I think there's another timer that we haven't found yet that triggers that. I need to look into that. But you'll notice now he's going straight towards me in a beeline. So he'll come out of the wall, and then he'll go back in the ground. And then the thing that always happens to people that makes them upset is what I'm going to show right here. So let's get a bone block floor, because this happens a lot, and people are always confused by why the mole won't come out of the ground. But this is extremely common to have this set up right here. So the mole is below me. I'm waiting for his countdown for appearing to hit 0. And if I go hang out over here, for instance, let's see what he does when he gets to 0. He's going to beeline towards me, he's going to hit the bone block, and he's going to reset his countdown. And that's why the moles do that. Why it sometimes takes them 4 hours to come out of the ground. If they do not hit the side of the tile exposed to air, and they hit something solid instead, they reset and go back to dicking around in the wall for another hour before they're willing to come out. So this time he's going to come out immediately because he has a clear path to a wall, and then he'll burrow out and try to attack me. The other thing that moles really like to do that's definitely fun game design is if I put this guy... Let me just get him into a single tile real quick. Wait for him to burrow again. There he goes. Alright, so if we get him in a single tile... This happens a lot in the dwelling. You'll notice he's not doing anything. He's not moving. His state isn't updating. The range disappeared, which is a bug. I need to fix that. I forgot it would do that. But if I get too close to him, he comes out instantly. No hesitation. So if you've ever had the fun instant moles in dwelling where they seemingly just pop out of the wall the second you get close to them, it's because if they're stuck in a single tile, they will immediately leave that tile with no hesitation. That's just how they work, and I can actually demonstrate that a little bit more cleanly if I put some bordered tile over here that he can't dig through. So I do all this, put this here, put the mole up here. You got a floor generic or anything that they could dig through. I think floor generic is the only floor type they can dig through that, and I think they can dig through octopus border tiles for some reason, which are the ones that are in Sunken City. But you're gonna see him doing that bullshit here. So this is the instant mole. Don't know why they're programmed to do this. If they're in a one-tile pit, they burrow instantly, and if they're in a single tile of dirt, they emerge instantly. So you get this interaction, which is loads of fun. Fun for the whole family. And if I move away from him, again, he'll just sit there and not do anything until I get close to him. The reason why this range isn't showing is because I actually haven't figured out how to detect the state where he's doing this, because there's something more to it that I don't fully understand yet. But there you go. That's moles. Okay, I missed a bunch of chat messages, so let me scroll up a bit. Yeah, there's the one tile holes. Yep, moles is dumb. So fun, and it's very common to get a dwelling long hallway that has a single tile at the end of it next to the door. Like this one in particular. Actually, let me find the wood tiles. I need to actually show this because it pisses me off when it happens. This right here, this setup here, where you are running through the long hallway to get to the exit, and the door is over here, and you're coming in from this side. This is why the instant mole happens when you're in that situation. So if I'm just like minding my own business, trying to finish the level like any decent player, that mole is in my face like in a split second. I didn't even know it was there before it came out of the wall. So there's the mole AI for you, Neb, or whoever asked about that, but most people probably didn't know this is how they worked. Yeah, the timer would never go down, but I'm just not sure why the mole doesn't try to move, or otherwise increment it or decrement it in any way. It's a bad hack is what it comes down to. The mole should just sit there and not move for 10 cycles of countdown for appearing. Well, however long that is. It's like about 5 to 10 seconds, I think. It's random. But instead, the moles just come out immediately and go back in, and then they come out immediately again. I don't know. It's not how I would have programmed it, but whatever. I'm not the person who came up with this game, and I'm not the dumb idiot that's doing science. Well, I am the dumb idiot that's doing science on it. I'm not the person that made it for the dumb idiot that wanted to do science in this game. What I'm saying is it's stupid. Well, there would be no cycles, but what I'm saying is they could have come up with a better way to do that. Yeah, oh, interesting. Okay, it goes down every time they move into a new tile. I missed that message. So they could have come up with a better way to do this, and they didn't, so they just hacked it. Great. Alright, well, good to know that at least. So it's not quite as erratic as I thought. I guess it's when they cross into a new tile. We can actually just check that now. So let's see. What you're saying is true. It's a 6. 5. Yep, okay. Well, there you go. That solves the mystery. Then I didn't know what caused that to tick down. So if he goes into another tile... 4. Yep, alright, you got it. So it's every cycle that ticks down by 1. And so pretty much he has to visit 10 tiles and is then able to leave. Even if it's the same tiles over and over again, as long as there's 2 of them, he'll go back and forth and then emerge after 10. I had good luck counting that, so that's probably not something that a normal person will be able to figure out. And then you can see here, he can't actually get to me. He's too stupid to come out of here. It'll go to 0. He'll start his emerge. He'll hit a wall. He'll reset. So, moles. Gotta hate him. Let's turn that one off. I was asked about the Yeti King, so let's go ahead and show that off. We'll show this one in its natural habitat, because why not? You know what? I'm going to show UFO real quick so I can turn them off, because they are causing a ton of lag. So, yeah, UFOs. And I guess fireflies also move away from you, if you didn't know that. They only move horizontally, though, but if you're in this range, they just move away from you. UFOs have this fucking enormous range. There is a UFO up off the top of my screen. 16 tiles. That is how far these assholes will shoot you. So if you're wondering why they are able to like excavate the level from all the way above you, 16 tiles. That is 2 rooms of like height in this game is the aggro range. They will, however, pick the closest target. So if you're ever wondering why a UFO is just ignoring your ass, even though you're standing directly below it, do I not have God mode on? I don't have God mode on. There we go. If you're ever wondering why a UFO is like tucked in a hole like this, ignoring you, and will not shoot at you, this is the other thing that happens. You see it targeting the Olmite right there. So anyone who is wondering why that happens, they will also attack Olmites and Lamases. And if it's just whoever's closer, that's the only thing the UFO can see. Every 60 frames, it picks a new target. It will not shoot at me unless I become the closest target, which I'm not going to be able to unless I rope up here and jump up near it. And right there, it just switched to me. Now it'll shoot at me. If I move away a little bit, it switched back to the Olmite, and now it won't shoot at me anymore. Asshole, give me attention. So that's UFOs. Now we can turn these off and get my frame rate back. Hopefully that solves mysteries people have had about why these things are so unreasonable with how far away they shoot. So yeah, anyways, the fireflies do that. Those are also causing lag. Let's turn those off. Again, I was thorough. I think I have literally every enemy in the game that has an aggro range of some sort. I just don't have every mechanic figured out. But I've at least like put a note on each of these enemies that they do something. So let's go down here and check this out. So we'll do Yeti King and Queen. Let me zoom the camera back in. So here's the Yeti Queen's behavior. Let me move this over here. Lunge, turn, punch. Again, it's an origin check. The punch hurt box is that like faint orangey looking thing in the middle, which is supposed to be red, so I don't know why it's orange. Maybe it's underneath the blue one. That's where you'll actually take damage, but it's a hurt box, which means if any part of your character's hitbox, which is this thing, is inside of that box, you'll take the damage. So there's like 2 different checks the game does, depending on the type of like box it is. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyways, you go into this range, you get a lunge. You go into this range, you get a turn. And if you're above, like bouncing on the head, and the Yeti Queen's not doing anything, you get a punch instead. Interestingly enough, there is a dead zone that it's technically possible to stand in without taking damage. I have God mode on, so you can't actually see it happening, but right here, there's like, you can get just a little bit of your hitbox in this corner, right next to the Yeti Queen, and you won't actually take damage. So I can show it if I do frame advance. Alright, right here, the Yeti Queen will not actually do anything because my origin point is not in any of these blue boxes, and I'm not touching the Yeti Queen's hitbox if I do this correctly like this. So, fun fact, doesn't matter. Anyways, Yeti King. This is the one I think Jess asked for, question mark. Hopefully you're still here. It took me a while to get to this. So the Yeti King's convoluted to say the least. Let's get these assholes out of here first. So there's a lot going on here, and it's a little bit hard to see it. It's just in general, it's difficult to depict all of these in a way that's readable on a blue background. But I want to do it in his natural environment because it'll just make everything easier to understand. So there's a lot going on here. He will turn in this circular range. He will freeze if you're in this half of the circle. I don't know why they're not rectangles like the Yeti Queen. They're just not. He'll punch if you're in this box. It's the same as the Yeti Queen. This is where his freeze attack is. It's this rectangle in front of him. It's the height of the Yeti King and 2 tiles in front. He will freeze you in this range. It actually like protrudes forward slowly over time, so you don't immediately get frozen if you're in front. I don't know how exactly the hitbox for that expands. I would have to dig into that a little bit more. But that's ultimately where you'll eventually get frozen if you stand in front of him. This is the ice break hurt box, which is a hurt box for floor ice tiles and nothing else, not even these thin ice tiles if they were in the way. And this is where he will break ice. So if I go stand in front of him, I once again accidentally switched my focus. There we go. Okay. So if I go stand in front of him and trigger his freeze range, he is going to break a random selection of floor ice tiles in this range that are exposed on the bottom. I don't know which ones. I think it's like maybe 50% chance, but he picked this one. He missed that one, got these 2, didn't get that one, and can't get these because they have ice underneath them. This box actually protrudes like a microscopic like pixel into the floor and counts as a collision for the purposes of these tiles, which means if I destroy all of this and expose their bottom, the next cycle he does, he's going to be able to break the floor as well. So that's why this tile here breaks if you come in from the bottom, if there's nothing underneath it, because the Yeti King can actually break this particular tile if there's nothing like blocking the bottom side, expose their bottoms. So if I stand here again, he's going to do another freeze cycle, and you see he picked those tiles this time, as well as some on the ceiling. But he can break any tiles up here, and he can break these if they're 1 thick. The other thing worth noting is quite often you'll find yourself killing the Yeti Queen and creating a pit like this. This is close enough to the Yeti King that he can actually see me, turn around, and then start a freeze attack while I'm standing here. Yeah, and that makes everything weird, but I mean, I was thinking it too. So you gotta be careful. You're safe if you're here, but if you're down here, like in a bomb crater with the Yeti Queen killed, the Yeti King can see you, can break the tile you're standing on, can dunk you into the freeze hurt box, and send you back to the fucking dwelling. So that's how that interaction happens, so keep an eye out for that. Don't stand too close to the ceiling, or he will be able to pull you down and murder you like that. Any questions, Jess, about the Yeti King? This is basically all he does. Also, fun fact, he can freeze the Yeti Queen. Well, if she wouldn't fall on the spikes, he can freeze her. There we go. He's the only thing in the game that could freeze the Yeti Queen. Just for whatever reason, they programmed it in. You can't do it with a freeze ray, Ghosts can't do it. I think 2 Yeti Kings might be able to freeze each other as well. Nope, they can't actually. Interesting. I thought they'd be able to do that. But yeah, he can freeze the Yeti Queen. but the Yeti King, I presumably just can't be frozen at all by anything. It just doesn't let you. Oh, interesting. You've tested this. I wasn't the only one that had this dumb idea. Unique interaction. Really, is it hard-coded? Specifically, the Yeti Queen can be freezed, but only if the Yeti King did it, and then the Yeti King doesn't have that check. Wouldn't be surprised. Alright, no more questions from Jess. Alright, let's go back to Olmec. And just shrug. That's really my answer to a lot of the things they did in this game. Alright, Jiangshis. Everybody loves these, right? They're frogs. Literally the same. It's like 8 tiles or something, so this is why these fuckers also jump from so far away. Just that's it. That's the regular ones. 8 tiles, and they'll jump towards you. If they're stuck in like a corridor, they have some weird flip mechanics. That's not within the scope of what I'm trying to show right now. However, these assholes... That's not what I clicked on. However, these assholes are a little bit different. They do this for a little while, but they have a counter internally that they're using right now to decide when it's time to flip to the ceiling. So the next jump or two, this one's going to go to the ceiling, and then they get a different set of ranges. They will just jump around if you enter this particular range, but if you go into this narrow little pipe underneath them, they will flip over and try to dive bomb you. And what you'll notice is there's another range down here, and it's a rectangle. And it's really big, and it's really big because it's infinitely big. If you are 12, I think, tiles or lower from the assassin will just flip over unconditionally. So if I drop through here, it just flips over. Doesn't matter where you are in the level, that's just what they do. So this is why they just kind of show up sometimes in CO. They're bizarre. I think they detect that you're below them, like, under those circumstances. I don't know. They see through the loops sometimes. We can actually look at that. Let's see how that looks. So the range viewer isn't going to be able to calculate the loop. It doesn't understand. Let me get an inert level that doesn't have more... Huh. I'm glad I put that warning in. That wasn't supposed to happen. No, that's not going to go away now. I need to fade the script messages. I have to figure out why that happened. It might have something to do with me warping between levels too quickly. It's not clearing state between levels. There, this is a fairly mundane level. We can test it here. Alright, so let's get an assassin and have it hop around a few times. Hopefully it doesn't land in front of that arrow. Yep, it was going to land in front of that arrow trap. Asshole. Alright, so let's see what it does. Yeah, so this is where the range viewer doesn't understand what the assassin is doing, but we can still watch what's actually happening here. So the range viewer doesn't know what the loop is, but if I follow the assassin like this, I think what it's doing is it's calculating like the shortest distance to the player with calculations through the loop. So it's actually tracking me across this boundary. Because like some enemies have AI that's capable of doing this. In fact, I think most enemies are able to do this. And it flips over because I'm instantly within the necessary like range for it to drop back down. So this is why they come back in like Tide Pool CO levels, is because you enter that range that allows them to do so. So anyone who was wondering about that nonsense, that's why that happens. This one's just on a happy little adventure. Till it flips over again, which it's going to do in a couple. There it goes. And I'm below it. And now it's stuck up here, which is the other thing. This is why they sometimes don't come back, because they'll get stuck on platforms like this and can't do anything. But if I pull it down a little bit, and get it to do its thing again, we can see that if I'm going to try to intercept it while it's flipping. Alright, so it's in the flipping state. But if I move down here while it's doing that, so that it's closer to me from this side, which this is a chonker of a level. Oh my god, it's a max-sized dwelling level. I hate this game. There it is. You see, it did not flip this time, and it's because I was close enough above it that it thinks I'm pretty much not in range to do that. But if we track it, let me see if I can get the camera panned out far enough to see this. If I move up a bit by bit, I think it'll eventually flip over. There it goes. Alright, that was close enough. I basically like was closer to it through the loop than I was through the level, so it decided to flip again because I was suddenly within that giant check that it does. So it's like half a level or so, whatever the size of the level may be, and this size includes the teleporting border, which is one room all around the sides. So there you go, that's why they do that. That's Jiangshi Assassins. Wily little enemies, aren't they? Alright, camera defaults. Alright, so let's see. I covered all the questions. Any other enemies people want to see while I wrap up this section of the stream? Anything interesting? Like, I can show you non-interesting. Honestly, anything you want to see. Any enemies that you think have an AI, let me know. I will go look at them. Let's go to Neobab in the meantime. Go feed, and I'll pass. So this is, for instance, this is how these guys jump. And then if you're below them, they stomp. And this is the Lamasi range. It's a little hard to see right now. But there's not too much going on with most of these enemies. They're actually fairly straightforward. So Lamasu can't see as high as mummies, and it's hard to tell, but this is actually 12 tiles. I think it's either 10 or 12 or something like that. I think that's 10. Yeah, it's like 10 tiles. Maybe it's 8. I don't know. I can't count. Either way, it's a lot. Mounts, I can show the mounts in a moment. But yeah, this is the Lamasu. It's 10, one room wide. Yeah, but it's very short is the thing. So these guys won't do anything if you're like that. You have to dip down, then they'll see you. Go down one layer, they won't see you anymore. Well, he saw me because I bounced off that UFO, but he won't see me after I go here. There we go. Now he doesn't see me anymore. Yeah, mounts have the funny hold down the attack button thing. It's the only reason why rock dogs don't just gank you in one hit. They slowly do it. They make you suffer first. Alright, so while we're here, we have drones. Drones move away from you. Except they have a friendly flag, so if you spawn enough of these, they'll actually move towards you. And also, here's the spark trap hitbox. Let me go find a better spark trap so I can really just exemplify the caliber of bullshit that you're dealing with these fucking things. Alright, spark trap. I did not mean to do that. Game, please, let me focus my camera. Oh my god. Spark trap. There we go. Alright, back on this. So this is a common scenario that you'll encounter in these runs. You have this elevator, it got blown up by a UFO or some bullshit. Just delete these. Do you see how much of my screen is occupied by spark trap hitboxes right now? It's absurd. But if we just get rid of everything except the one that we're interested in right now, move all this crap out of the way. This should be default camera. So this is how this works. This is the range of these spark traps. But this is, I think I need to change this one. This one's a hurt box, I believe. So if any part of your hitbox is I shouldn't say hurt box, but it's a hitbox check, not an origin check. So if any part of my hitbox is in this range, the spark trap is active. And you could just blind drop into them if they're in a bad spot. So while this one's not in a spot that would end the run, there are plenty of rooms where you basically have to blind drop into the spark traps. Because of how they activate. They simultaneously activate from too far away and not far away enough. It's absolutely awful. So this is a very common like drop that you have to take is this one right here. And look down and do a blind drop. I literally can't even tell there's a spark trap there. And oh shit, the spark was directly below me. I guess my low percent run is over. This is why these are fucking bullshit. But then at the same exact time, these things activate like 2 tiles away from the edge of your screen, which means if there's a UFO over here and you walk up to this and the UFO is inside it, you have like basically a couple tiles worth of movement speed to react to the UFO getting hit by the spark trap and flying over you. So that's the bullshit. It only saves the position after activated for the first time. Why are you talking about the spark traps? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, they spawn in a random location? No, I think they load in at, let's just go to a normal level. I think they load in already moving. Let's find out. I might be wrong. They might not spawn the spark until you go to them. I need to approach one without turning it on. There's one over there that I haven't touched yet. I get this stuff out of the way. Let's see if you're right. No, it looks like you're right. Yeah, they don't spawn it until you step into the range, and then they pick a random spot. Yep, you are correct. So they delay spawning the spark projectile. Not that you could tell where it fucking is when the trap is off anyway, so it's not like that helps. That's probably just a save on resources, which I guess that helps a little bit. It's such a weird optimization to make. But yeah, you are right. They only activate when you go into range. As far as a player is concerned, that's completely irrelevant because nothing else in the game could activate these anyways. So you're not going to have to worry about that game mechanic doing anything. You come in a range, the spark is essentially in a random position. It's invisible if you're not in range. Not a whole lot else going on there. So let's go ahead and turn that nonsense off. Necessary to know for seeded runs. Are they seeded? I wouldn't even put it past this game to not seed that, but then again, maybe they did. They seed some things and not other things. It's hard to say. Or they might seed it in such a way that you can't influence it. It depends which RNG objects they pull to get that number for where they start. And if it's one that gets pulled by other interactions, then like something as simple as the order in which you activate the spark traps would change the outcome. I don't know if it's based on where they're positioned or not. Do they keep... Oh yeah, I can just show that. That's actually visible. This I didn't even add this feature. But if I move out of range, you can see the little circle for the hitbox here. They just move on their own. So there's not a whole lot going on with that. It's just once you activate it the first time around. And this is not visible. I can only see this because I have Overlooky on, so I literally fucking don't know where that spark is going to be. It's horrible. This is why I said to Zombie, these are my least favorite, like, trap in the game. It's because they're fucking bullshit. Like, they're not fun. They activate from too far away, but they also don't activate from far away enough, and you have to blind drop into them sometimes in low percent. So really, it's just they're bad in every way imaginable, and all these problems could be solved if you could just see where the spark is at all times. You would be able to look down and actually see the spark at the bottom of your screen, like poking up into it, and know, oh, there is a spark trap there. I had better not drop at this exact moment. But nope, they designed the game like this, and this is the bullshit we're stuck with. So next thing. That was actually all the Neobab enemies, I think. All Mites, Lamasus, and Spark Traps. We already showed UFOs. So let's go to do some more interesting stuff here. People want to know about the mounts, so let's go look at the mounts. I'm going to go to Olmec to have a controlled environment for this. I hope you've all been liking the Rafi ghost that has just been in all of these levels because I haven't bothered to despawn him. Alright, so mounts on their own may or may not do anything depending on which one it is. Turkeys, for instance, don't do anything. They can all have riders, however. Rock Dog riders do behave slightly differently than regular Rock Dogs, but let's get all this nonsense up. So hopefully this mod still works. I have not tested it in a long time. So let's just spawn the vanilla Rock Dog first, just to show what that looks like. Put it in a pit where it won't go anywhere. Alright, and this is the Rock Dog's attack range. It's, I think, 6 tiles. It's basically the same as the cavemen, more or less. But the thing is, these assholes will just combo you to death, but they combo you to death in a painful way. You'll notice it will not attack until I leave its sight, and then it'll start attacking me again. And I think there is a little bit more jank to this involving like floor platforms. Like I think, for instance, if you put a platform in front of it, why am I in a grub sack? I'll explain that later. Let me change that to something else so you don't have to see that. Mount Rider. We're going to spawn Mount Riders is why I'm in a grub sack. That's a preview I have because I had to make a special spawner to make grub sacks because otherwise they pop instantly. Anyways, platforms do cause them to interact a little bit weirdly sometimes because they like sometimes will reset their aggro while standing in a platform and sometimes they won't. So they're not doing it right now, so I really don't know how this works. So just pretend I didn't talk about that. But there is jank involving having floors in front of some of these enemies. The gist of it is, though, the Rock Dog will not attack you again until you leave its sight. And the reason for that isn't because the devs were feeling generous. It's because this fucker holds down the attack button on the input display. Which is, you see WP over here, this one right here? This fucker holds down the attack button for the entire duration that you are in front of it, but it can only shoot one fireball until it releases the attack button. Like, that's how they implemented a lot of these mechanics for these enemies that have, like, attacks like this. So my understanding is the only reason it will not attack me again until it moves out of the way is because it won't let go of the attack button for the inputs. And I can't actually change it from here. I don't think this works like that. I think you have to do this with stealing inputs, which I'm not set up to do right now. Yeah, the Shopkeeper ladder interaction. I feel like Rock Dogs also do it, but I don't remember the circumstances where they will reset their attack cycle if you're like behind a platform or something. It's janky. But anyways, this is the gist of how the Rock Dog works. Though interestingly enough, the Caveman Rock Dog does not have this problem and will just relentlessly murder you every single time the fireball is off cooldown, which takes like half a second or something. So if we spawn a Caveman Rock Dog, which is why we have this, let's let me anchor the position to the world. And spawn him in. Alright, so this asshole right here. This guy does not give a fuck. He is fast, and he will keep shooting you as long as you are in front of him until you are extremely dead. These things are an absolute menace. And if you're wondering what the movement speed is, let me show you. Let me get him to turn around. Let me get behind him. Does this movement speed look familiar to anyone? This is how fast the player moves in this video game. This is one of the few enemies that can actually do this. Like, I think even lizards might be slower than the player, or like about the same speed. Coolback is also, I believe, the same exact running speed as the player, but this is why these guys are so fucking fast. You're used to fighting like snakes and cavemen and stuff. These guys move at the player's running speed, which is the same if on a mount or not. So here's the other fun interaction that tends to happen with these guys that you've probably seen a million times and it pisses you off. I'm standing on this block. My hitbox is not protruding over the edge of this block. I'm going to turn off God mode and we're going to take a good look at this. This is also stupid that this can even happen. So this guy's going to run up to me, part of his idle behavior. He's going to hit the wall. He's going to turn around and put his fucking hitbox inside of mine and damage me because the caveman protrudes off the back of the rock dog. That is why that happens. It's fucking stupid that that's how that works. But if you've ever had this happen to you and you're like, how did he hit me from up there? It is because the caveman fucking whips around and slaps you with his ass as he turns around to face the other way. That is why that interaction happens. The turkey and axolotl riders also do this. Fucking stupid, but that's why that happens. So there you go, the more you know. Anyways, as I showed you, this is how this works. You can do the same thing with the turkeys. They don't do anything different except they can't attack you. So if I spawn the turkey rider, for instance, it's the same thing. He moves hella fast, but he doesn't have an attack. Also, the big box here that's probably hard to read, this is the re-aggro range. Basically, this guy will never chill out unless I leave this giant rectangle. That's how this works. So you'll notice he will never stop running, but if I go over here and wait a few seconds, there we go, he chills out. So that's how they decide whether or not they're going to run around. They also chill out if they fall in a hole, like that. That's the other thing that'll make them stop running around like assholes. And then the last one, of course, is the axolotl, which, act surprise, it's the same thing. He spams the fire button and runs really fast. Also, you can see right here, the caveman is actually lower on the axolotl than the turkey. That's 0.1 units, and that affects doing axolotl bubble skip, which is a skip that exists that I have never done in a real run, but I've done it like 3 times with Super Q and Skip Turbo. Yeah, caveman got some cake. Yeah, this is how you used to die to Doggy Door, because it was the collision with the character that got you killed, so you were protruding into the jelly's hitbox if you were facing the wrong way, and turning around would whip your hitbox into the fucking jelly and kill you. It was a fun bug, but I'm not surprised that they removed it. Now, of course, there's one mount that we haven't gone over. Well, there's 2. You can spawn him on a Keelan. He'll run around, but he doesn't have the AI to attack, so it's basically a turkey. Like, he doesn't know how to use the Keelan. But there's the mech, and the mech is different. You can spawn cavemen and mechs, but they're a little bit buggy and weird. You're not supposed to have that, so let's spawn a normal enemy like an All Might. Yep, we're doing science. So this is how the ranges work, and one thing you'll notice is that there's a bug that causes the jump range to show up there. I need to fix that, but he can't actually jump while he's in the mech. The other thing you'll notice is he's not doing anything, and that's because he has a punch range and a shoot range, and then a dead spot in between them. So you can actually play this to get around these guys in like tight spaces. If you just need to drop in front of one, he will not do anything while you're in this range. He'll shoot me if I'm in this range, but he won't do anything otherwise. So if I stand really close to him, he'll only punch me if I enter that rectangle, like that. I don't know if you could dodge this. I think you have a couple frames to dodge the punch, but it's going to be very hard. This is actually useful for low percent. If you need to just be near one of these guys for a little while, it's more or less 2 tiles in front of him is like the visual aid to use. Anything closer than that, he'll kill you. But if you give him a little bit of space, he just won't shoot. Also can be useful in ice caves sometimes, just to know whether or not they're going to try to attack you. It is, however, worth noting, another fun game mechanic that rarely comes up, but when it does come up, it's a doozy, and that's when these guys end up in a tight corridor. So if we just move the mech down here, I think, let's see, he won't walk into this, but he can be put into this corridor, I believe, by certain elevator interactions. Can shove these guys into corridors. And if he's in here, his punch action will crash the game, apparently. Well, he was supposed to just shoot, but I think I moved his jetpack, and that caused the game to crash instead. But basically, okay, yeah, they could slide with ice. You'll occasionally encounter those guys underneath a ceiling like that, and they will shoot when you're in the punch range. So don't think you're safe there. They just press the attack button. They don't understand. They're idiots. So that'll happen. I need to launch the game again. I accidentally moved his jetpack when I was trying to drag the entity. That's why that game crash happened. I think it's when he tried to change his state. The jetpack was missing, and that caused the crash, if I had to guess. Even if he wasn't going to use it, because he can't use it. He's too dumb. Alright, that's fine, though. I showed what I wanted to regarding that. We can get rid of Rafi now. That's Jay. I'm gonna go reopen Overlunky. Snipe your character redeems if you want to see me do science as a different character. Otherwise, we're going to his Neko arc. Overlunky. Alright, I'll give you 30 seconds, chat. You want a specific character. Fun again. Alright. Let's go. Alright, so let's show the... I'll show the mech thing just in case it wasn't obvious what happens if the game just immediately crashed when I tried to do that. I need to be more careful about moving it. Or you just spawn it in a tunnel where it can't move. Alright, so once again I have to unfortunately reopen all my scripts, which is the worst part of doing this. Range viewer should be saved. And too many entities, which I might rename because that name is kind of cringe, but it's here to stay for now. So let's spawn a Mount Rider. Well, we can do alien this time. They're exactly the same, except I think, well, the UFOs aggro on the rider, not the mech itself, is what I believe happens there. Alright, so anyways, mech rider, not relative to player. Let's move it over here. Why is that not snapping? Oh, it's snapping the grid, but it doesn't change the numbers. It is fine. Okay, so I should be able to spawn this. It doesn't... Why is it in the floor? Is that going to blow up? I'm scared. That wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, you can't spawn them in the crouching state. Okay. If you spawn it in the crouching state, the game doesn't know what to do with it. That's probably to be expected. It was in a weird glitch state. I just have to spawn it and then put a ceiling above it. That should fix that. Alright, that's not what I was expecting. Yeah, I need to hydrate. There we go. Alright, so what we can see happen here is both of the hitboxes. He doesn't even know, he can't even turn around actually, I forgot about that. But both of these hitboxes are just going to kind of not work the same way. There's a bit of a state jank where I don't have him set up correctly to show it when he's moving. You're already Bastion. You know, this is the new Overwatch 2 Bastion. But he will shoot. Not only that, he doesn't have to crouch down to shoot, so he does it on the frame. The exact frame that you trigger him. So basically you are dead if you step in front of one of these guys. Like, that is it. You are going to die. Like, they will shoot immediately because they don't have to do the crouch animation first. Kablooey. Alright, so put some more floor tiles. There's one more thing I wanted to show with these guys. That's the fact that they are a bit dumb about whether or not they're going to hit you or not. So if you put a rope up, for instance, and do this, he'll just sit here and do this forever because the height of the hitbox doesn't correspond to where he'll actually hit you with the projectile. So you just do this. I don't know why you would, but you can. It works. It's a thing. I'm pretty sure the punch always hits you though, because I think it's tall enough, and they probably just copied it over or something. Or they wanted to do this just so if you try to jump in front of him, you'll get hit. You know, low percent score. I mean, technically you could do that. Look at all these cool opportunities you got for low percent score. I never showed the crabs actually, but somebody mentioned friendly crabs, so let's just do that right now while I'm here. So these little critters have a 10% chance to be friendly. And by that I mean programming-wise, they have a 90% chance to be unfriendly. I'm not even fucking kidding. The Boolean flag is true when they're unfriendly and false 10% of the time when they are friendly, which fucked me up when I was testing this and adding this flag to the Overlunky API. So every now and then we'll get a friendly crab. Let's just see if it'll ever happen. Okay, we're never going to get a friendly crab apparently because RNG. I know the game is capable of spawning these. I tested this a million times. Are you serious? Or is something broke? There we go! One friendly crab! I don't know why that took so goddamn long to happen. This guy will approach me instead of move away from me. That's a mechanic that exists in this game, and apparently it's a 10% chance to happen. Need to get rid of these. These are causing lag. But this guy is friendly. He'll walk towards me. So if you're ever wondering why you kill a Pangji and one of the crabs is like moving into your feet, that's why that happens. There's a flag that causes that. So you get funny friend crab. He'll just keep coming back to you. What a cutie. It didn't seem like 10%. I was told it was 10%. I didn't actually do any testing, but it doesn't look like 10%. It looks like way less than that. There we go. We just got one more. I have no idea. Could be unlucky. Go ask Jay about it. I think he's the one that researched this. In any case, it exists. This mechanic also exists for drones. Friendly blue crab is 1 in 1,000 if those stats are correct. Because it's 1 in 10,000. 1 in 1,000 for blue crab. 1 in 10 for friendly. So combine those together. 1 in 10,000. Yeah, Jay's saying it's 10%, so the friend flag should allow them to go through doors too. Wait, it actually does that? That's a thing? You don't mean you could take them through levels with you, right? You just mean through doors? Or are you saying that it should allow you to, but it doesn't? Which is more likely. It doesn't. Okay, it should. I mean, there's a lot of things that should be in this game. I'm getting trolled big time here. There we go, we got one. Alright, so we have a friendly drone here right now. It's this guy that's following me around. And the other ones will move away from me if I'm within this range and they do a move cycle. So drones are also capable of doing this. If you get them close enough to the ground like this, you can pick them up. There we go, like that. That's probably the best way to do that. You can also scare the other ones near the floor if you time your jumps correctly. And grab them like that. They don't do anything, but you can do that. So, I mean, why not? But yeah, those are the two friendly enemies in the game, and those are like two of the fields I added to Overlunky recently, so you can actually do scripting with those. That was my contribution. I added a bunch of fields that no one had exposed yet. And so let's just go kill all the critters. Just utter overkill. Yeah, smuggling friendly critters, if only. This is one of those things where it's like there's no reason why you couldn't take them between levels. The game just doesn't let you. Like, I don't know why they won't let you. It just doesn't. You just can't do it. There's no, like, programming reason why that shouldn't be allowed. It would have been fun, but they just didn't do it, so kind of lame. Oh, it is what it is. Moving on. Let's see. That was all the mounts, so that's how mount AI works, including the mech, which is more or less just completely different. And we don't need these anymore. Critters are too OP. They don't do anything anymore except consume freeze ray shots. This is Spelunky HD. I kind of miss that, but I also don't miss having Locust blow up your plasma cannon shots in the temple, so honestly I'll take critters not interacting with things over having them interact with things, because it was a lot worse when they interacted with things, or when the little frogs kept setting up the fucking traps in the jungle. It was bad. There were a lot of bad things. So anyways, Pangji, for anyone who was wondering, it's called Crabman, because why not? This is the range for Pangji. If you're in the bubble range, they prefer it over the claw range. That's the one that gets prioritized, just if you were wondering. But this is how they work. They have a really wide bubble range, which is the reason why they'll sometimes do that shit from, like, seemingly too far away. Like, if I put this guy in a pit, and then go stand over here, he's going to start bubble spamming. Like, if I'm just standing over here, because I'm going to be within range of it. And there he goes. He'll just start doing this. He won't turn around, however, so he won't, like, stay there the whole time. I could bait him to turn around again. Also, notably, he has a way longer delay on his attacks if he claws instead of bubbles. If he bubbles, you have, like, a second. If he claws, you have, like, 3 or something. I don't know how long it is. I might be able to check. Did I track it for this one? No, I didn't. I don't know what it is. It's like 3 seconds or something. I think it's always consistent. But yeah, that's Pangji. Oh, there goes his big meaty claw. See, why can't we bring that between levels? What other enemies are interesting? I have a bunch of, like, dialogue ranges, but those aren't terribly interesting, so I'm not going to show a bunch of them. There's a little bit of jank, actually. This might be interesting to some of you. So let me go set the game state. So quests, Sparrow. There's a couple that have this, but we'll use Sparrow for this because Sparrow gets so little attention, so people don't even know she exists in this game. So finish level as Thief. if I go to another level here, Sparrow is going to generate a little room somewhere in the level. Now we got bees. I guess I can briefly show the bees. The bees have an aggro range. They chill out until they go in the aggro range, and then they follow you forever. It's like 6 tiles or something. That's the bees. Not much going on there. Anyways, I need to find Sparrow. Did I fuck up the flag? Hold on a second. Finish level as thief. Okay, maybe she just didn't spawn in this level. Let me try another one. Maybe my level count wasn't high enough. So this should do it. I didn't think the game cracked anything else, and yet it refuses to spawn the Sparrow room. There must be another check that I'm not aware of that's controlling whether or not the Sparrow room is allowed to spawn. Let's go to 2-2. That might cause it to show up. There's still things I don't understand about this game. Oh good, voice echoes. Plenty of room to not find Sparrow. What would be preventing her from spawning right now? Let me just restart. I probably have something in my game state that's preventing that from happening. Alright, so let's once again, actually let's go back to the camp and go to 1-1. Maybe you can't start the Sparrow quest from the... Oh, you know what? You probably can't start the Sparrow quest from the Olmec shortcut. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the reason why it won't happen. I could be wrong about that, but I wonder if that's a thing. Maybe there's like a check for that. Or maybe not, I have no idea. I don't feel like you could do it anyways. I guess if you rob a shop on 4-1, but then you'd have to see her on 4-3. She shows up 2 levels after, but let me show how that's supposed to work. So, I go to 1-2. And let's go rob the shop. Let me find the shop. Good, we got a shop. I was worried we didn't. Alright, so we've robbed the shop. What that did in the game state for Sparrow's quest is we're thief now, but we have not finished a level as the thief. So let's go through a door, go to the next level. The quest flag is now finished as thief. And on the next level, it's going to spawn Sparrow. But the next level is coolback, so it can't spawn Sparrow. So what happens is she's going to show up at 2-1. You can actually do late robberies in like the black market to get her to show up. I'm just not sure why she wasn't showing up when I tried to force the flag. Maybe there's something else going on, but now the Sparrow room, this is it right here. This is the Sparrow room. So that's how that works. She'll be in 2-1 if you do it in the dwelling like that. Go through the door. Sparrow has a weird range. Like a really, really weird dialogue range for stepping into this. Does anyone in chat want to guess why it looks like this before I show you? Some of you might know if you're familiar with how this game, like, does things. But I'll give you a second here to take a guess at why the range looks like this. With, like, the bottom cut off like that. While I hydrate. I almost knocked my water over. I'm fine. Okay, it gives you diamonds on shrooms. I mean, the guy, Van Horsing does the same thing as Sparrow. If that's, I'm not sure what you're... I don't know. Or are you saying that the guy that gives me diamonds prevented Sparrow? Or is that the answer to the question? Yep, it's stopping at the bottom of the room. Alright, somebody gets it. So that's just how these back layer ones work, and it's most likely so you can't just do shit like this to get them. You have to like be in the room they're in. Van Horsing also does this, and there's another one that does this, and I forget which one it is. But you can actually see this magic in action. So let me go over here. And you just move her around a bit, and you can actually see that I implemented this. This fucked me up when I first discovered that this is how she worked. But I actually implemented this into the checks. So if we've got like the corner of a room here, this is like actually where Sparrow will see you. So you can see the corner of the rooms here. You have to be in the same room. I had to implement that fucking check. She does not see me until I go into that room and receive the damn ropes. So if anybody didn't think that was a game mechanic, that's how that works. It's not a set shape. It is a circle, except you have to be in the same room with Sparrow. And we can set the game state back to see that again if we want to here. So if I set it back to this, she's going to give me the ropes again. That's just how it works. So I don't know why they did this. This is just how they did it. My guess, again, is that it's so you can't trigger her range from a different room, because Van Horsing has the same exact mechanics. So if I go make sure Van Horsing not started. All right, so if we go to 2-1 and go find Horsing, he has the same exact thing. He is probably... Okay, he's over there, but I'm looking for the other room so I could just warp through the back layer. There he is. He also has a frame rule, by the way, so if you're in a co-op run and he doesn't react to you instantly and somebody else is in the back layer, like over here, it's because he has a frame rule of 60 frames. So he will not see you immediately. But yeah, he has it too. So he will not see me if I put him out of this room, which generally is not possible to do, but if I stick him over here, he suddenly won't see me anymore until I enter the same room that he's in that range. It makes sense, but I was extremely confused, and I accidentally discovered this when I spawned Sparrow in the front layer to test something else, and she would not see me. So it's wild. This whole game is wild. I don't know why it works like this, but this one actually makes sense. It just tripped me up when I first saw it. So there's that. I forget which other NPC does that. Sparrow, Horsing, the sisters, the jungle sisters also do that. And they do it even during their meetings, I think, in like the ice caves. I think they have the same mechanic. So if I go to jungle sisters and just find all of them. Except for the tide pool one doesn't do that. So if I go to tide pool, I think she doesn't care. Oh my god, I need to turn these off. Jiangxi's. God, there's so many of them. So yeah, if I go to 4-3 here, find the funny back layer room. This one was actually in a decent spot. Yeah, you could save her from below if there was another room there. So yeah, this is, by the way, the dialogue. The weird purple box that's a color that it isn't supposed to be is the detect bomb range for the sisters. I haven't done that for every NPC because it's extremely hard to test. But this is her warning range here. It does protrude outside of the boundary of the room. She just says, I don't have a good feeling about this. When you're actually rescuing them, it's the same as like Horsing and Sparrow, so I'm not going to show that. If you go to the ice caves, this one I think has that check. Yeah, I need to add a detect bomb range. Yeah, she has that check here. You see, this is the top of the room right here. So if I'm in this area, she actually will not see me. It's just cut off. They implement it like this, it just happens to be there. It has something to do, I think, with them being in the back layer. Like, some of these NPCs just do that. I don't know if they meant for this one to have it, because it doesn't make any sense, but it's the same thing. She has that check here, so she won't see me till you're above. Also, you'll notice the detect bomb range is just close enough for her to get mad at you if you try to attack the fucking Yeti Queen. So that's why that happens to people. Fun game. Yeah, let's go to Olmec. Actually, I pissed them off, so I need to reset the flags. Hold on. Not angry. Saved. Warp to Olmec. Alright, so they're there now. Excuse me, Olmec. Oh, by the way, a fun fact. Olmec is actually aggroed on one of these cavemen during this cutscene. So he jumps. This right here is when the game turns on his AI, and he will attack a caveman. He will pick the closest one and just stomp them, like as if there was a player. I can actually set his target to literally anything and he'll attack it. Then they despawn these cavemen. You'll notice the timer is not incrementing. And then you have to wait for the 100 and something frames or whatever for him to pick me as a target, and then he'll start moving. So, fun cutscene. Anyways, that's not what we're here to show. Also, if you... actually, there's one more thing to show. If you spawn a caveman in the level, he'll actually attack it. So, let me give him another caveman. And here you go. He actually aggroes on cavemen. It's not hard-coded to like attack a specific one. He just attacks cavemen. Like, that's just, Olmec is just programmed to do that. Alright, so these are the detect bomb ranges when you're in this area. Notably, the sisters also have the room jank for like where they see you. So in theory, if you were able to get them out of here without them talking to you, the dialogue ranges would be all fucked up. In practice, it's just a circle with a diameter or a radius of 3. That's why they changed the cooldown. Yeah, he just turns his AI on after a certain number of frames of the level starting, I think. Or maybe he has like an idle counter or something that they check. Probably bomb 2 tiles below them. Yeah, you can bomb down there. Like, I mean, this is the setup. So like, you can't do you can't do the easy setup, but you can do this. The first bomb is fine. Pretend that was a good bomb and I put it there. This one here will piss them off. So this is the bomb that angers them. Like, they spawn from left to right, so basically even if you just had this one, this bomb right here would anger them. So you would have to do a backup strat, which is something I did earlier in the run. Somebody told me that there was a setup for it. You could do it with paste. If you're really good at bomb cooking, you could probably pull it off, but I'm not good at bomb cooking, as demonstrated here. But that's the gist of why they ruin that skip. It's because their detect bomb range is just long enough to cause that. Does room detection affect something when they're aggroed? I don't think it does. I think once they're aggroed, they just have defaults like chasing NPC aggro and it doesn't change anything. Yeah, somebody had me do the other strat with paste. I was able to do it, no problem with paste, because you can do like, I think, a 4-bomb setup where you don't put a bomb within that range. You stick it like right here. I was able to get it to work. But yeah, without paste, you're either doing a sick bomb cook or you're getting them mad. You can use the plasma cannon, though. They don't give a shit about that. I love bombing them for black market. Yeah, you can stick a paste bomb underneath them there. I don't know if that does anything. I guess I could check that real quick. Let me instant restart. 5 bombs, no paste. Oh, interesting. There's one without paste. I'm going to open that, but I'm not going to look at it just yet. Might look at that later. I'm already getting very sidetracked here. Let's very quickly go to the jungle. I will look at it eventually at some point. Alright, so the sisters aren't on this level, so go to 2-2. So let's see. They still have a detect bomb range, so do they detect this? Yep, they do. So it has nothing to do with the room boundaries. They can still sense the bombs. It's specifically the dialogue. And you'll notice they have that same turn, jump, postpone, turn thing. I don't have their shoot range figured out yet because I haven't tested it. I don't know if it's ton. Like, I think it's similar to tons, but they might not shoot at you under certain circumstances. Tons range is ridiculous. I have the ranges for the bomb, for some of the bodyguard stuff, but not the 6-3 dialogue. I haven't done that for most. I mean, we can eyeball it right now, but I'm not going to do any testing on this. So all I gotta do here is anger Tusk, but not kill her, and then go to 6-3. And we can slowly see how close I could get to this guy before he aggroes on me. So let me delete all this crap. Right there. That looked like 4 tiles or so. I crossed like this threshold, and that's when he turned his aggro on. So if you go down the elevator, he's going to see you. Otherwise, I think you're clear because there's tiles here preventing you from walking into this space. But it's about 4 tiles by the look of things. I don't know what else plays into it. That's something I need to add on my own. We're lagging hard because I just aggroed all the bodyguards in the back layer, so they're showing a ton of ranges right now. This is what their ranges look like, the ones I have so far. If you were curious, I guess now's a good time to look at them. So let me pause it so he chills out for a second. He shoots in this box, less aggressive than the shopkeepers. He has the same turn and postpone turn and jump mechanics, and I don't know the ladder climbing mechanics. I have not figured that one out yet. He bombed around him, he's never aggroed. Well, this is, I did this if they were already mad at you. I don't know what his bomb aggro range is. It seems to be different for every NPC. Shopkeepers are different from the sisters. I don't know what triggers it. Yang lets you place a paste bomb right behind him and he will not see it, but I've been having a ton of trouble actually testing Yang because his AI turns brain dead if I like try to respawn him in the level, so I've got some work I need to do there. The sound is annoying me. What is that buzzing? It's a spark trap or something. No, whatever. What changes with a pet after you pick it up that causes it to actually start taking damage? I don't know what you mean. They take damage all the time. That has nothing to do with picking them up. Yang might not see through walls. It's maybe something like that. Oh, it's the Tusk sign. You're right. Yeah, you could bomb below him, but if you bomb in front of him, he does sense it. And I think if you put a bomb in the turkey pen, he also senses that. But I think it's because he's a room owner, so he just senses that there's a bomb in the turkey pen. And he doesn't see it. He just knows it's there like shopkeepers do. Alright, so Adam, I'm still waiting for you to answer. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, the pet takes damage at any time. Have you never seen a dead hamster in Volcana like just get roasted before you even get there? That happens all the time. Like this game does not care. Well, they don't take damage from anything except like projectiles, and I think giant spiders probably also do damage. Giant spiders damage almost anything in the game. So I spawned the pet. Oh, interesting. I didn't know the pet from the tutorial was a different entity. Like giant spiders will damage like practically anything. Like there we go. That pet is hella dead. They'll damage like shopkeepers, and they're a very weird edge case. Or targeted. Pets don't get targeted by anything either except monkeys. Monkeys will target pets. I don't think anything else in the game will. Except hired hands. Like, pets are monsters. You can even see it right here. Like they're flagged as monsters. They just don't like do damage. They don't have any mechanics that get hurt. But like they're in the monster pool. They're just another creature in the game that mutually does not get damaged by anything else. Giant spiders are a special case that is able to damage just about anything in the game. It's just what they do. I don't know if they damage like other giant spiders or anything. I don't think they do. I don't know if they damage regular spiders, but you normally wouldn't even have those two enemies in the level together. No, they don't damage each other. Maybe at some point in development these were in the dwelling, so they decided not to make the spiders hurt each other or something, but if I put this asshole over here, he's dead immediately. So that's just how that's just how it'd be. Maybe they only damage things with hitboxes. That's not really what or not hitboxes, things with corpses. I don't really know how it works. Anything else? Also pot spiders. What about pot spiders? Pot spiders are the same as normal ones. You mean the hang spiders? I think they don't damage hang spiders. Let's see, while I'm looking at this. Locusts. Alright, pot spiders, you're correct. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, I understand. Yeah, you're right then. Here's locusts for anyone who gives a shit. One tile, jump away. They're not very good at jumping away. Basically, they jump in a random direction, and if you enter this range, they set a timer to 4 frames, and then at the end of the 4 frames, they jump away. So that's why they're so hard to pick up. But if you time it right, you can pick them up. You have like a small window. What do they do when they're stuck in the vents? No, we're not starting this again. Those crickets are fucking dead, and I hope that never happens again. Never again in my life do I want to have to deal with that situation. Why do I have a range for hang spider? Oh, you know, hang spider was for testing. I forgot to remove that. I was checking to see if hang spiders had any jump mechanics. No, they have targeting. That's why hang spider is here. I added hang spider because it targets. It doesn't have a range of aggro, but if it's on the ground, I said if it's on the ground, and I can use a camera. I think they get it on the ground. Yeah, if it's on the ground, it has a target. That's why I added them. Like any other spider, it'll pick the closest player every 60 frames, and that's the thing it attacks. Yeah, just break its web. I'll get right on that. I'm surprised, honestly, it was even willing to spawn like that. Let me get off this level. I'm losing frames. Alright, let's see. I think we've got most of the big ones here. I don't think it's practical to show every single one of these. I unchecked most of the ones I've shown already. Octopedes, actually, these are an interesting one. Let's show octopedes real quick. Let's go to tide pool. So this is a very common scenario with these assholes, is you have them in a pit like this. You can just run over the top of this pit. Like, people, like, freak out about this, and they're not sure what to do. Like, oh, he's gonna jump. You just run across the top of the pit. They won't aggro. You have to jump to get them to jump. And it's because my little, like, indicator here, my player origin, is just below the jump range. No one knows this, like, for some reason. This is something I figured out when I was setting up these ranges. He'll ink you through walls, though. They can see through walls and just do this over and over again, which is irritating. You have a hard time remembering this. Well, you gotta remember, it doesn't work if it's in a 2-tile pit. So if your floor looks like this, they will still jump. So you can just run over the top of this and he won't hit you in time, I'm pretty sure. Let me turn off God mode for a second. Yeah, you can just run over the top. He still won't hit you. So that doesn't matter. But in this particular situation, you just go over the top. They'll never notice you. That's just how it is. And then also, this is how you bait them. Like, you just go a little bit close, but not enough for them to hit you. And like Justice is saying, the wide detection range means you can actually get them out of these pits and take care of them. So they're reasonable enemies, honestly. I fucking hate them, but that's because for speed running, you don't usually look down fast enough to see them. But it's basically a skill issue if you die to those things. You've been using that? Alright, well now hopefully more people know about that. Now, this is what the flying fish look like, by the way. They just have this big... let me get this out of the way. We don't need the special entity spawner anymore, I think. Well, I'll show this because I glossed over this really quickly, and then we'll turn off the special entity spawner. So, Sleeping Caveman is spawned at player. Oh, okay, I was touching him. He wakes up if you touch him. I guess that's something I haven't actually clarified when I've done the science on these guys. If you touch them, they also wake up. Alright, so this is the Sleeping Caveman ranges. I misclicked. There we go. So if an explosion goes off in this box, or in this circular shape, which is actually a rounded rectangle, he wakes up. The origin of the explosion, by the way. The fish don't target as far as I can tell. I guess I could check on that, but I don't think they target, because otherwise by default it would be showing a targeting indicator. So I think they will just pick every target. I guess there are a couple things that target every frame, not just the jelly and the pet in the camp. So basically they don't target at all. But yeah, if you run within that range, he wakes up. So I'm going to spawn another one. But if I walk within that range and jump and do whatever I want, he doesn't wake up. So this is how that works. For anyone who didn't understand, it's literally move horizontally while your run key is held down. If you have default to run, then it's if you're not walking. But if you are holding a run input, you move any distance whatsoever, and you are set to run. Like, as your character is set to run mode. Whichever version of that control you have, Caveman wakes up. Literally nothing else will wake up this guy except touching him and setting off an explosion in this range. So if I go ahead and do that, he doesn't give a shit about any of this, but the second I put an explosion right here, a little closer, no, it's snapping the tiles. There we go, turn that off. So if I put an explosion right inside of this range, there we go, that was close enough to wake him up. It's a rounded rectangle. It's a radius of 4.01 tiles. A rounded rectangle with corners 4.01 tiles in radius. I don't fucking understand this game. And the sides of the rectangle are the hitbox of the caveman. So the game is basically creating a fake explosion with a radius of about 4 and seeing if it touches the caveman's hitbox. It doesn't matter if it's a powered bomb. It's the same for both. And yeah, there's a hold to you can toggle between defaulting to run or walk. You should use run by default because it's the objectively superior one, but it's the other one's there if you're a heathen, I guess. I don't know. Once they added that option to HD, I could never go back. I pity the Xbox players for HD who never had that feature. I don't think they ever got it. I don't know. I don't know if the Pro HUD got to Xbox either. Anyways, we don't need this, so let me clean up some of the clutter. Disable that. Always set to run. It's always run by default. If you want to play classic, you are definitely a heathen, but you know what? Godspeed. You do what you want with your life, and I won't judge you. But I will say that classic is a terrible game, and I never want to play it. It just looks so awful, so crusty. So anyways, here's the fish ranges I was going to show when I had too many hitboxes on screen. They see you in this rectangular area. They'll float up, and then if you are below this line, like level with their eye level pretty much, they will charge at you. And it looks like they do target, but they only target when they're flying upwards. So I think literally anything entering that range becomes their target, and then I think they ignore everything else. So I'm going to actually make a note to update that. They shouldn't have the counter on it, because the counter appears to always be 60. So I'm going to make a note to look into the flying fish a little bit more and see how the targeting works. I basically have a lot of targeting set up by default when I was writing the script, because almost every monster in the game uses the same targeting system, but you can see here their target cycle is never going down, so I think they use a different mechanic when they do that. And I guess just because if anyone gives a shit, here's the big fish's hitbox. I need to zoom out for this one because it is enormous. So, entity... No, not that. Let me turn off the flying fish real quick so you can see what I'm doing here. Flying fish off. Oh, so the little fish, if you're in this range, they just swim fast. They swim forward. They swim whatever direction they're facing in. They swim fast. So that's what that range is for. And that's the little critter fish. I'll show that in a moment. This is how big Old Bitey's hitbox. It's not Old Bitey. It's Great Humphead. He's Old Bitey in my heart because that's from HD. But this is how big his range is. So it's not all that tall. And I don't think he could see you if you're not in the water. But he can target you if you're not in the water. So like if you have a co-op teammate in this pit wondering why this asshole won't aggro on them and you have someone on the top, this is why. It's because he still has a targeting cycle. But if you go in the water, he'll see you from pretty far away horizontally. That's basically more than a screen. So if I zoom back in now so you can see how big that is. That's pretty damn big. The edge, it's very hard to see the edge but in the water, but it's right there. So literally, this guy is off screen when he aggro's on you. Shame on Derek for wasting a chance at a dope fish reference. I don't think I get the reference either, so maybe that's why it was missed. Or I don't know, maybe it's a good reference, I just don't know what it is because I'm uncultured. So anyways, these little fish critters here just swim fast if you're in this circular range. They don't try to avoid you or anything, they just move faster. Don't know why, that's just what they do. So we can turn that one off now. We did giant frog, giant spider. Somebody asked about the... I'm dying, I need to hydrate. That's the stuff, thank you, Adam. Yeah, it's very hard to pick them up. I'm gonna use them for bubble skip. What, does that actually work? Wait for this guy to come back. I didn't even know that was a thing. Well, let me put it up on the surface. It's probably possible to grab them in the water if they're near the ground, but this is how you would pick them up. Oh right, this doesn't work because dragging them out of the water doesn't update their state properly. Whatever, this will be an exercise for another day. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do another CO run. I've been talking too much. I might not do another CO run today. I'm sorry, whoever that guy was that wanted CO tips, I don't actually think I can do another run today because my throat is starting to hurt because I've been talking for 7 hours, so we might have to do this in the future. I mean, I hope this was still interesting if you're still here. Apologies though, but yeah, I think we're done with CO for today. So I failed. There's going to be another stream for the CO run extravaganza, but I would like to just keep doing science. Because basically if I do a CO run, I have to stream for 2 more hours, and we've been doing 7, so... yeah, we'll cut that off. We're not done streaming though. I'm going to still do science here. There's more things I wanted to show off. Okay, so any other questions regarding AIs? I think I've shown most of the interesting ones. There's a few fairly boring ones that might be interesting to see. Like I can go to the dwelling actually and just show like lizards. And they don't do a whole lot. This is the lizard range. It's this long. I didn't know that was there. Like it's this long. That's it. There's nothing to it. No other game mechanics involved. So that's the lizard range. You gave someone BM scouting tips and played co-op with a random Twitch guy. What, while I was streaming this whole time, you've been busy? They attack you from a full jump 2 tiles lower, which is... wait. Lizards attack you from a full jump 2 tiles lower. Or do you just mean they can hit you? I mean, yeah, they jump before they aggro. Like, they do that bullshit. I'm not sure what you mean otherwise. I have not seen them do anything outside of this box. It is a slightly taller box. But, like, beyond that, I'm not really sure what you mean. Their attack range... okay, yeah, it extends lower. Oh, yeah, I can show this. I know what you mean by that. I'm just not sure what you mean by how you worded it. What do you mean by full jump 2 tiles lower? Or is there some edge case here? Oh, I see what you mean. If I go 2 tiles below it and hold jump, a lizard will aggro, but a caveman will not. Yes, that's okay, that's what you meant. You can see here that it is a slightly different hitbox height. If I put them right next to each other, that's the overlap. Don't know if that was intended. It might have been. I mean, it's a way to bait lizards without whipping them, I guess, if you want to go into spikes or something. Okay, I see what you mean. My brain wasn't processing correctly. So here's Coolback. Fuck this guy, but here he is. So, we need to zoom out a little bit for this one. This is Coolback ranges. He'll roll if you're here, he'll jump if you're here, he'll turn around if you're here. This is actually it. Like, other than there is a behavior depending on whether you're to his left or right. I don't know why. Like, he'll behave slightly differently if he's stuck on a single tile while you're left or right of him, but besides that, I don't think there's anything else to his AI. So if you're trying to set up like back layer skip or whatever, let me get him lined up for it. This won't tell us why back layer skip doesn't work, but basically you need to be in this turn range, and then in about 15 frames, you need to not be in that range anymore. You need to be in his roll range in order to get him to actually do the skip correctly. And then besides that, he'll see you from like down there in the pit. But this is just how that works. I don't know why back layer skip is inconsistent. That's a completely different like department of bullshit that I would have to look into to figure that out. But right here, for instance, if he turns around, which he will eventually, he'll roll. And once he leaves the ground, that's when he decides what to do. So like for instance, if I go into the roll range for 1 frame and then go in front of him, is he... There he goes, he's jumping. And he rolls. Literally 1 frame. I need to actually make these get grayed out when he's actively rolling, because he can't do anything during that state. So it's just the first frame of him seeing you. After that, he has already decided what he's going to do. He will not switch to jumping if you get closer to him. And he has a 60 frame rule like anything else in this game. So if you have people in your co-op game on this ladder, and he's aggroed on them, he might behave differently. Now, I think there is something they do to make it work differently, because you'll notice he doesn't... His target is a little bit different. And he has like certain times, I think, that he picks the closest target instead of every 60 frames. So I was incorrect. It's not 60 frames. He has like certain times that he's allowed to switch targets, I think. And I don't remember what they are. Targets the higher player number. It might be something like that. He has jank, to say the least, in case this guy wasn't janky enough. But it's not a 60 frame timer. It's like something else. Nice job. I need to change the title. This is the 60th CO win 100th CO win extravaganza, because I was supposed to get the 100th win today and I failed. I got to like fucking 770 both times and died because Cosmic Ocean is a terrible place. So I have to do this again on another stream because we're not doing any more CO runs today. But yeah, there's something else to his targeting system and I don't know what it is. I need to do more investigation and report back on that. Like what causes him to switch targets. He doesn't have a fucking 200 frame targeting cycle at the very least. You can hear the roll noise and have him stomp after. That is almost certainly a desync thing in co-op because I just showed this. I was in his range for literally 1 frame. So let me actually do that. Alright, so I'm going to be in his roll range for literally 1 frame. 1. Move to his jump range. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'm a dumbass. Maybe I'm the dumbass the whole time. This is why we do science. Let me get him into a default position to make sure he was actually jumping at me. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it is the ceiling. But you're saying you hear the roll noise. He didn't play the roll noise there. Maybe you're right, but not for the reason that I thought. Let's try this again. All right, let's get rid of all the tiles in front of him. 1 frame. He just changed state. Let's go over here. No, okay, he rolled that time. So I was correct about my assumption, but maybe there's something else that causes that. You go under him. Oh, wait a minute. I haven't tested that. Hold on, let's put him back. Maybe that's what it is. Like, calm down. Chill out, dude. Stop fucking rolling. I think he tracks like where he started his roll, and that's what decides when it ends. I hate coolbacks so much. Alright, get him over here. Alright, let's see if you're right. So, trigger a roll. He's gonna start jumping, run under him. Okay, he still has a cycle. I need to switch these ranges to actually check his attack cycle. Wait till he starts moving. There we go. Okay, so he's gonna roll now. If I run under him, will he switch? Nope, that's it. Okay, I learned something today. He switches to stomp. If you somehow get underneath him during the roll, he will switch to stomp instead and will not actually roll. But if he's at the peak of his jump, he's already decided what he's going to do. But if you get behind him, apparently... Interesting. Yeah, Stomp isn't in my boxes because I need to do more work on Coolback. Alright, well this is why I say things and then I actually check to see if I'm correct or not. So we learned something. He will actually cancel a roll with a Stomp, apparently. So if he can't hit you with his jump, like if you don't end up under him, he'll roll. And if he starts his roll and then you run under him, he'll still roll. So for instance, this is the scenario that we have now. So I would have been hit by him there, but he's going to stomp because I moved behind him, which I believe is the threshold for him to do a stomp instead. So let's get him to turn. Now if I trigger a roll, and then wait till he's at the peak of his jump, and then try to run under him, like right there, he just started it. I wonder then if it's like a frame perfect thing, if you run under him just as he was going to roll. We can actually test that pretty easily. Maybe I could reproduce this after all. I was about to give up on this one. Coolback, why are you like this? Fucking, like, why can't I get him to do that in actual runs? I hate this thing. Least favorite enemy, followed by Olmec for sure. Alright, so let's try to reproduce that scenario. So we're gonna beta roll. Let me actually spawn some border tiles here. At some point I switched my target off of my character. And I've already shown the weird bouncy wall thing that he does if he's in a bunch of border tiles. He basically doesn't work correctly. Alright, so he's starting to jump. Let's run. And I'm going to wait for the frame where I hear the sound, and then I'm going to move under him. Yep. Alright, well there you go. Show me what's up, I guess. He has a one frame window where if you get underneath him on that specific frame, he will play the audio but will not actually switch to the rolling state. Good. I hate Coolback even more now. So how practical is it to do this in a run? I want to see if I can trigger the roll. I guess I wouldn't really know if I had triggered it. Okay, it's not that difficult. You actually have plenty of time to do it. Because I'm definitely in the roll range when he sees me, and then he runs under it. Or then I run under him. Okay, this is frame perfect, so I'm not going to sit here grinding this. But yeah, there we go. Okay, we learned something today. Cosine was wrong, and now everyone is right. What a good outcome. Alright, we did that. That's Coolback. I need to figure out his stomp behavior. Though I think the stomp behavior, without testing it, is if you're behind him, he stomps. I think that's the only thing. If his target is behind him, like his origin point, I think he switches to stomp mode. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing he checks. So it would just be a vertical line, like running through the center of his model, pretty much. I don't know for sure, though. Don't take my word for it. I don't know if that's exactly what it is, but that's what I speculate it would be. Because that's what it feels like every time I play this normally. That's how you get him to, like, center over the ladder. He bonks his head, and then you run under him, and he's good enough. He might be a little bit further in fronts because he's a little wider than a tile. Tough to say for sure, but it's around that ballpark of being underneath him or behind him. I know going anywhere behind him will cause him to stomp. I just don't know how far in front you're allowed to be. Okay, anyways, back to Tide Pool. There was one enemy I wanted to show that I forgot about. Camera default. 83 findings, no problem. Always fun to figure these things out and learn new stuff. Alright, hermit crabs. These guys are assholes. Nobody likes them. So let's go see what these guys do real quick. They're not very complicated. So if I just get one over here. Go away. Hermit crab. Doesn't matter if he's under a block or anything. This is how they work when they're underneath a block. Move them over here. Or any item. They have an emerge range, which is like 5 or 6 tiles or something. And then it becomes bigger, and basically this asshole will stay outside of the block for as long as I'm in this area, or as long as the target is in this area. Unless he bumps a wall, I believe. I think they reset if they hit a wall. But if they're out in the open or something like that... Let's see what it does, actually. Yeah, wall resets him because he needs to turn around, but if he's out in the open, he will just continuously walk forward as long as I'm in this range, because there's nothing that'll trigger him to go back under the block. But if I move out of the range or he bumps a wall, which, there he goes, he moved out of range, He'll go back under the block, and it goes back to a slightly smaller area. And when they emerge, they aren't actually set to face you. Like, they'll start facing you, but then they can switch sides immediately. So he's emerging to the left. And when he's done emerging, he will flip to face me instead. So, like, this is why sometimes you bait them. They seem to be coming out of one side of the block, and then they just switch to the other. It's because they have one frame where they're allowed to do that before they start attacking for some reason. And then after that, he's locked in. So I would consider that to be a bug, but that just, it is what it is. They don't always shoot to the side they emerge from. They're allowed to turn around for one frame at the very start. Fun game mechanics. The other fun thing you'll notice here, which is not related to my AI viewer, is the hitbox is really fucking small. So if you're wondering why you can front whip these assholes and not hit them every time, it's because they have a tiny hitbox when they're underneath the block. So if I time this correctly, like if I pre-whip while I'm approaching this guy, so let me see if I can get this to happen. Alright, so if I run in like this, actually it's usually dropping in, I think, that causes this to happen to most people, or having them turn around, I think, is the other thing that causes it. You know, now that I think about it, it's turning around that has it happen. So he's looking this way, he's going to turn around, and then I'm going to try to whip him. Let's see what happens. He'll go back under the block, and the hitbox is actually getting smaller. And if I whip at the wrong time, see if it'll happen. Nope, didn't overshoot it. It's a tight window to actually get it, and I think if you're jumping, it's more likely to occur. So let me see if I can try it one more time to reproduce this. Let's do it over here. Alright, so he's gonna shoot over in that direction. Nah, I can't reproduce. Just take my word for it. The hitbox is short, and you can hit over the top of their head if they're jumping. That's what I'm trying to say. Especially back whipping, which actually I think I'm thinking of back whipping. So if let's get this guy over to, oh, interesting, he turned around there. Maybe the ceiling counted. I don't know, there's some things I don't entirely understand. Yeah, there we go, that was it. That was it right there. I whipped the crate off of his back, it didn't actually hit the enemy. And it's because the back whip is higher up above the ground than the front whip. So you can skirt over the top of that janky hitbox that they have when they're expanding. Can you get a good zoom out of the shopkeeper's range? I'll show that in a bit, though it's not fully accurate. But I'm going to make a VOD of this, however long this is, if people want to like see this information again. Why does the block get deleted if they're next to a slider lever? I think the block gets deleted if they like don't have a spot to put it. Might as well show that if I could find one. Wow, there's no doors in this level. I've never seen this. Yeah, there's some jank involved with that, so that one, you saw it like try to clip into the door and then fail to do it, and I think it's just collision jank. Like, you can see it actually doing something really funky there, and I'm not really sure why. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if it's has something to do with like entity, like spawn order or something. I've seen that happen, I believe, but I don't actually know what exactly causes it. This would be the other setup where that, there we go. Okay, we got it to happen there. Or I don't know if that's the scenario that you wanted. But that can happen, like in a run. If you have one of those guys tucked into that spot and you whip them, it can do that. I don't know if it always does that. I feel like it's not very consistent. I don't know if that's the thing that everyone was talking about, but I've seen a little bit of jank like that. Yeah, this is also why the sword, I think, is bad at hitting these guys. Well, the sword actually is bad at hitting them for a different reason. It's not... The backswing of the sword would never hit them, I think, because the backswing of the sword is awful. Well, actually, the backswing is not very tall. That's why you can't hit them when they're above you. Let me... That's not a... I need to spawn another hermit crab. Hold on. I haven't gotten an exploding one yet, which I think is like a 1 in 10 chance, so we've gotten lucky there, because I don't want one. I need to delete these guys. I can't just drop another on top. Yeah, so you'll notice this ain't working. And it's because the sword hitbox, like, sort of tries to collide with the block. It's really stupid the way it works. It doesn't behave like a whip. Oh my god, please spawn with a block on it. Thank you. Let's do this in slow motion to see what's happening here. show the hitbox, not that. There we go. This is where the sword hitbox is. Right here, you see this? This is why it is like not capable of hitting anything. The whip goes through blocks, the sword does not. So it's like pressed into the wall like this. And you like cannot get it to hit the thing that you're supposed to. It adjusts it. Now if I jump and then swing, that was a short jump, hold on. If I jump and then swing, I bonked my head because this asshole turned around. I need to make him not do that. Let me get him on a single tile so he stops turning around. Alright, so if we do it from like right here, jump. This I think will hit him. Swings back. There we go. I just barely grazed the block with the sword, and that allowed it to hit him. So that kills him. And then if we try to do the front attack strategy, oh my god, get this shit out of here. Just spawn him with a block. I need to add this to my entity spawner thing. This is infuriating. Spawn with a block, thank you. Alright, so the front whip scenario. I move him over here. I did not want to grab the block. Oh, this again. Come on, game. These are not that rare. Oh no, not that. Get that out of here. Alright, here we are. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, so the reason why the backswing doesn't work from the ground is the same as the jumping scenario. Turn around, swing the sword. Sword never goes high enough to tuck around this corner. It just don't. So that's how it works. And then if you're trying to hit these guys from the back, which is the scenario I think I see a lot of people run into, and good luck. This is what the sword does. Isn't that useful? Isn't that great that this is how this works? Clone sword and machete, I think, are the exact same. But you'll see it refuses to go into this block. It actually went through on the last frame, but I don't think it's capable of doing damage on that frame. So you literally cannot hit these guys from the back with the sword. But if I put the sword on the ground and just use my whip, it will work. So let's put it down real quick. Just use my whip. The whip will just go through the block and hit the crab. So like, this game is dumb. And I think it's the same exact thing with machete and broken sword. So we can check those real quick, because why not? We're already here. Yeah, you can see it doing the same thing. The sword refuses to backswing into the block. The green hitbox is what we need to look at. And that last frame there doesn't actually seem to do any damage. And then the last item that's like this, the machete, or machete, does the same bullshit as well. So all these weapons are awful at killing these damn like block crabs because they don't go through blocks. Don't know why. Don't know why they don't just act like a whip. I don't know if the Chris knife was like that in HD, but there's the hermit crab. And then one more thing that we haven't seen yet with the hermit crab is, if I could learn how to type, is if I get this asshole out of his hiding place and he climbs one of these pillars. Why is the ghost here? I thought I turned that off. Control O. I must have accidentally pressed Control O at some point. But anyways, this is the range at which they will do this. So they will not bubble unless you're above them in this area. This is what they do. So anyone who is curious how that works, if I go up here, bubbles. Down here, nothing. The last notable thing is that if they're on the ground like this, they just bubble constantly. This is why it's important to kill these in the cosmic ocean. If you're just leaving them on the ground, they will just never stop bubbling. Doesn't matter. They don't care. Good fun. They nerfed it by removing machete clip. Oh yeah, I remember in HD you could clip the machete into the wall. That was fun. I mean, it already didn't feel like an upgrade just because the machete is just... and it doesn't... It feels weirder. It doesn't feel like it has as good of a backswing. I don't know how to describe it. It actually has a more solid swing hitbox because it can hit things up and in front of you, but it feels different. It tends to fuck me up when it does that, so I don't know. The cat, watch out. Hermit crab got a Matic. Oh, did it? Hermit crab's dead. Matic also does the same thing, but the Matic could break the block in front of it, so it tends to be less of an issue. Actually, no, never mind. I lied. Matic goes through blocks. Yeah, you can see it right here. So the Matic is a superior machete. It can backswing shopkeepers through that diagonal. I forgot about that. So you can see it going through the ceiling. The Matic isn't like perturbed by the collision jank like the other ones are. It's just a better machete, except it also breaks things in front of you, so don't fall into the holes you dig. Chris Knife had a dumb hitbox. Yeah, I don't remember what the Chris Knife hitbox was. I think it was smaller, but I don't remember the details of it. I still liked that item. It was dumb though. You whip a UFO with the Chris Knife and you run ends. Matic backed against the wall. That's kind of what I was doing. But let's try it with against the wall of blocks that I can't actually break. So if we stand over here. Okay, yeah, it's the backswing doesn't go through the wall. Okay, I see what it is. The Matic can't go through tiles that it can't break, is what it is. So it can go through anything else, but it can't go through unbreakable tiles. Interesting. Weird. That's a situation that has, like, never really come up. Oh, the more you know. My crabs are done. We showed this stuff. Hang spiders irrelevant. Imps I'll just show right now. Because imps are also assholes, so these fuckers will drop their magma pot from this far down, which I think is like 8 tiles or something. Something like that. Basically off screen, like this. So watch your head if you're in Volcano, that's how far they can see you from. Also worth noting, because software development is fun, this shape is not, I repeat, not a rectangle. Let's see. Camera, please. That shape is actually a giant circle of which a tiny slice is the only eligible space for these guys to drop the pot. I don't know why, and I don't know how I noticed this while I was testing it, but you could barely see that I have it curved there. It is actually a circle surrounding the entire enemy, like 10 tiles in radius, but only this little sliver is eligible for them to drop it. Don't know why. This game is an anomaly. But that's how they implemented it for this specific enemy, and not like spiders and stuff like that. But I tested this. I was confused too when I saw it, and I kept checking on it, and that's what it was. Yeah, maybe some, well, let's see. Yeah, they don't have target selection, so that could be it. This is another enemy, I think, that will drop the pot, like, no matter who is underneath it. If I recall correctly, they don't have a targeting system at all, so they will just drop the pot if anyone is under them. And so it might be a combination of those interactions. Do they check if anybody's in range, and then they check the rectangle or something? Because they don't have a targeting system. I don't really know. This game's weird. Nothing's consistent. This is why I complain so much about this game. You learn so much about me through watching me get upset about this dumb video game. So we checked all these. We're not going to do NPCs that aren't interesting. Caveman, I've shown you that already. It's the same as Crocman. Cat Mummy, Butterfly. Okay, so somebody wanted to see Shopkeeper. So let's go ahead and get some of those. And we saw Anubis as well. Anubis 2 is literally Anubis, just with smaller hitboxes. So I'll just do that right now because why not? He's literally Anubis, except his, like, jitter range is way smaller. He's also spawning coffins at the top of the level right now, so we won't be seeing any of those. But yeah, this is why Anubis 2 does this, because he's trying to keep me within this ring here, so he'll just follow me or move away from me. It's otherwise identical to Anubis. Nothing terribly interesting to see here. But there you go, that's that. Omits are basically just like cavemen, except they only move once. They just charge at you a single time. Alright, so anyway, somebody wanted to see Shopkeepers, so let's go ahead and reset the run, because I have no idea what my Shopkeeper aggro is. And why am I looking for a shop on 1-1? What the fuck is wrong with me? There we go. Alright, so, Shopkeepers. Let's anger this man. See if I can do the rob strat. Nice, actually did it. Didn't get the paste. Bad item. Alright, so, get ready to take some screenshots so you can just look at the VOD, whoever it was that asked about this. I was supposed to not piss him off. You know, I need to keep their aggro. I'm supposed to not anger him yet. I got a little excited there. Alright, so let's go to the bottom of the level. And turn on these Shopkeeper ranges. Alright, so here's the first range. Again, you can just look at the VOD if you want to take specific screenshots of these, or I could zoom the camera out more, but I think having the player like default camera is probably more useful. But this is essentially how they're going to see me in this particular situation. It's 6 tiles, but they also have this detect bomb. And the reason why they have this detect bomb range is because if we do this and drop a bomb and just kind of wiggle this around here, he actually is not going to see this until I bring it, it's a hitbox check, until I bring it into this like blue area around him. And that is when he will see the bomb and start attacking. It's a really small range. It's biased to be in front of the shopkeeper for some reason. But that's how that works. Now, once they're all pissed off, there's a lot going on here, so I need to actually slow things down a little bit. Let's delete one of these shopkeepers, because it's a clusterfuck. You know, I really need to make like a laboratory setup where I can show these ranges. Use the Neobab background. Alright, so here he is. There are a lot of ranges going on here, and this isn't even comprehensive, is the problem. So let me move him up here a little bit. Pick nearest, lock position. I've done a lot of work to do this testing process. Alright, that's going to lock this asshole in place. I need to not have frame advance on. Hold on. And so if we set him up over here. There we go. Alright, his position is locked in now. I think I can do that. There we go. Okay, so he's sitting in his usual state. Yeah, gotta make Dexter's lab here. Crowsign's lab or whatever. Alright, so I'll do a zoomed out shot for whoever wanted the screenshots in a little bit here, but essentially there is a lot going on here. It's very hard to point these out. I'm gonna have to add some like settings to toggle these on and off. He has the same turn and postpone turn mechanic that like most of the things in this game do. Is he too high up? I think he's... There we go, now he's on the ground. He has the same like turn, postpone, turn, whatever nonsense. He has a no jump like semicircle underneath him. His shoot range is... Let's zoom the camera out now. His shoot range is ridiculous. It is a circle, I think 16 tiles in radius, but there's only this sliver in front of it. So basically all the fucking way up here, this asshole will start shooting. Can't even hear him because he's so far away. But he will shoot from here. This is why these guys just like do stuff when you're nowhere near them in the level, as far as like shooting things, because that is the range, and it goes all the way down off the bottom of the screen as well. Now the other things that we have here that are, again, difficult to point out is this climbing area. Now I wouldn't take this no climbing block that I have here like as a gospel, because I'm not sure if this is 100% correct. Yeah, AI say 2 and 3 has something to do with jumping, but I don't know what exactly. You know, Jay has a lab level. I need to make my own, or if Jay released it, I'll use his. But I just been putting it off. I just need to make a mod with a custom theme that just spawns me in a Neobab level. It never spawns a ghost, and it's just max size, so I could do stuff like this. But yeah, there's a lot I don't understand about the shopkeepers. All I know is if you're in this range, I have never seen him climb. However, there is one exception to that rule. So let me get him in a box here real quick so we can show this off. Just don't want him to be able to go anywhere. Alright, so again, we've got this... I need to unlock his position, so let's pause the game. Don't worry about his shotgun being backwards, it'll fix itself in the next frame. Alright, so if I spawn some ladders in here, this is something that's a work in progress, so may or may not find out that I'm wrong about something here in the future. Let me get the camera zoomed in a little more so we can see better. Yeah, I'll leave it like this. This is a decent camera. Alright, so I can spawn like a ladder platform. So he is not going to climb while I'm in this range. If I go up here, he starts, like, he's able to climb. It's basically an infinite horizontal distance that he will not climb from. And then also this, like, box on top of him will prevent him from climbing. So if I stand here, and a little lower. There we go. If I stand here, he will not climb. But if I go up a little bit, he'll eventually, there he goes, he'll eventually line up with the ladder and start climbing it again. However, there is one notable exception to this, which is just loads of fun. And you may have noticed, you may have like made this observation already, but anybody who hasn't and wonders why shopkeepers become suicide bombers if you stick a paste bomb on them, It's because they do. So if I stick a paste bomb to him, he now has no problem climbing while I'm standing right next to him. Because they are just programmed, if they have a paste bomb stuck to them, to climb ladders at any distance. So like if you're camping at the top of like a rope or a ladder and you paste bomb a shopkeeper, this is why they come up to get you. There's actually a special case specifically for this scenario that causes that. I don't know how exactly it was coded. I don't know if it's bomb in proximity or paste bomb. I think it's just paste bomb. It could be bomb in proximity. I'm not 100% certain. But be wary of how you do that. I guess I could find out real quick. So let me spawn another paste bomb, but I'll just stick it on the ground next to him to see if he's willing to climb while this is here. No, it specifically has to be stuck to him, or else he will not climb. He doesn't care about it being on the floor over there. So that's how that works. That's honestly kind of funny. Like, I'm not even mad that they did that because it's amusing. Like, they're going to die, so they are programmed to just get as close to the player as they can. Because why not? I've been killed by that before. I knew this even before I tested it. This is why I checked for this particular scenario. You make lab levels on the spot when you want to test something. In my case, I would have made like a... Oh, do you use the level editor and load it in? Is that what you do? I've done like almost all of my work in-game. Like what I would do is make a custom level that's just an empty lab, spawn into it, and then I would place the blocks I needed is probably how I would do it. Yeah, I tend to script things more than use the level editor. We work differently, but we accomplish the same things eventually. We figure out how this stupid game works. At some point, I'll probably make a custom lab level. Alright, so anyways, I hope you got your screenshots of the shopkeeper ranges. Those are the ones I know about. There is more to it than that. There are other conditions that affect like when he's allowed to jump, but I don't know what they are. And there's other things that affect climbing. For instance, when he dismounts from ladders, I don't know what the rules are for jumping off of ladders. Sometimes the shopkeeper will jump off if you're directly below him, and sometimes he won't. Yeah, I suppose they could have made him throw the bomb back at you, but I think I'll take what they do. They bring themselves to you with the bomb, which is a lot less miserable. You're working on something that makes it really easy to create and run a level, so you just use that. Alright. I'm most likely just going to make a max size level and just spawn in the middle. Like full height, literally as big as the game allows you to make a level, so I can just test everything. And I'll just put myself right in the middle. Maybe spawn a couple like smaller rooms or something. Just make GM construct, but it's Spelunky instead. That's more or less what it's going to end up being. Put some spikes in a few areas. Okay, you got what you wanted. Alright, hopefully this was useful. I want to eventually release this mod, I really do, but I don't feel like it's ready yet. It's very hacky. As you saw, there were like 3 or 4 error messages that I got as I was showcasing the mod. So like, it's not ready yet. Like, this is not the time to release it. I can do better than this. I might release it before I have all the ranges finished, is something I'm considering doing, and just have like, just notices that say that those ranges are not done yet. But I need it to be functional. I need it to not throw random errors if you load levels too fast and other such nonsense. Releasing in a partial state. Well, the thing is, I'm okay with releasing it without all the info. I'm just not okay with releasing it when it's buggy. It has to work. Like, it has to be functional. It is the condition that I want it to be in. And right now it has bugs in it that I don't want to deal with. Alright, so let's spawn Ton, who is called Merchant in the code for some reason. Sparrow is Thief, and Van Horsing is Old Hunter, for anyone who was wondering. It's just how they are for some reason. They didn't know the names of them. Beg is Hunun's servants, so if you were ever looking for those NPCs, none of them are their actual names. Except the Jungle Sisters, who are Parsley, Parsnip, and Parmesan. No idea how they named this stuff. Alright, so anyways, let's go piss off Ton. Love doing that. So these are the Ton ranges that I have so far. I don't have her climbing mechanics, but they're probably the same as Shopkeepers. And if I clear out a little bit of space, you can actually see what we're working with here. Actually, I can just move her upstairs a little bit. Pick nearest tracks, lock position, and zoom out a little bit. Okay, here we are. These are the Ton ranges. Let me move her closer to the ground. Now that she's locked in, she won't be able to do anything. Let's set this one to like 13 or something. I'm so glad I can't get poisoned anymore. Alright, so these are the Ton ranges that I have so far. Notably, it's hard to see it, but this is the shoot range. It's pretty far. This is more or less the entire like width of your screen and then some, so the ton could snipe you from off screen. You wanted nerds to find the... Oh, you really think that's why they did that? Actual names in the files. I don't know what secret is. I guess that's possible, but I honestly... Merchant is like just as uninformative as Ton or Hundun's Servant, and Beg would have been less obscure, honestly. Beg would have been a better name if they didn't want the data miners to find out what was going on, because Hundun's Servant gives you a much bigger hint at what that character is than Beg, where you don't know who that is. So I don't know, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think that's the reason. I think they just didn't know the names during development and picked it later. That's a common thing to do in software development. It's just weird that they named the Jungle Sisters, but didn't name some of these other NPCs. What does the target tag mean? Okay, I think you just got here. The target is the 60 frame timer that picks a new target. So when this timer hits 0, Ton is going to pick the closest valid target to attack, and that is the only thing the Ton can see for the next 60 frames. So if I put a hired man down here, make sure he's tethered to me, and wait for this timer to hit 0. Ton now switch to the hired hand, and I could stand in front of Ton for the next 30 frames or so until that timer hits 0. At which point Ton is going to switch to me and attack me again. She doesn't have any arrows, so she can't actually do it, but she would have shot me again. This is the frame rule that you'll hear me talk about a lot in this game. Almost everything in the game has one. Olmec has a fucking 200 frame rule. You can see this asshole up here for some reason. 200 frames. The Cosmic Jelly has 0 frames, so like there's no consistency. Well, I guess it's technically 1 frame. But that's the frame rule. So anyways, there's the Ton ranges that I know about. Don't know when the climbing happens. I think she has the same paste bomb mechanic that the shopkeepers have. So I think bodyguards are very similar. There's a lot of overlap between these NPCs, and I've been trying to identify the overlap so I can reuse code and not have to like debug each of these individually, but it's a struggle. So that's that. But yeah, she'll shoot you from really fucking far away. So I gave her an arrow, for instance. This is what you would see when you get sniped by Ton. You'd see the tip of the crossbow, and then you would get shot. She's actually aggroed on the hired hand, so let me just put him on the wall. We don't need him. She's turned to the right, I believe. There we go. Alright. So this is what you would see before you got sniped by Ton. You basically can't like react to this if she's running towards you, so don't forget you aggroed Ton during your run, because you're just gonna get shot by like an off-screen arrow trap pretty much. Alright, so that's Ton. We're getting down to the end of the list here. King, nothing terribly interested here. I could show the ghost targeting, but it's not very interesting, so let's go spawn the ghost. Let me kill Ton first so she doesn't start running around when I unlock her coordinates. Alright, I actually need the hired hand back. Alright, hired hand and ghost. Alright, here's the ghost. The ghost, I think, doesn't have a frame rule. I believe I would have had it set up if the ghost did have one. So you see the ghost just has a target in general. So where's... I didn't spawn a new hired hand, hold on. Oh, it's gonna be loud. I need to stay away or you guys are gonna have to listen to me dying. Oh, I did spawn him. He just ran off. I wasn't sure where he went. Hey, Ivy. Alright, so I think if I put him down, the ghost will start doing aggro swaps. Let me get this out of the way for a second. I think when you're holding the hired hand, he's not tangible to the ghost. So yeah, there we go. Targets the hired hand, targets me. Hired hand, me. Hired hand, me. I'm dead. So there is no like frame rule for the ghost. The ghost instantly swaps target. Does an aggroed Beg ever attack? Yeah, Beg just doesn't have a weapon, but he can still like eat you like any other NPC can. He has the same AI as Ton as far as I'm aware, except he doesn't pick up crossbows and won't actually like... I think he'll shoot it if he's holding one. I might have told you that earlier. I don't know. This is why I actually wanted to check on that. I'm wrong about these things when I just immediately make assumptions about them. But there is no ghost frame rule by the look of things. I had simply forgotten. I apologize for spreading lies and misinformation. I'm a bad streamer and a bad person in general. But you know what? We got the answer right eventually. I forgore, yeah. We'll go with that. So anyways, we can wait for the ghost to split though. do bag stuff. I could show bag stuff, but it's not very interesting. He doesn't do anything really. I need to turn these off. I don't want these targeting reticles or whatever pointing at me. How many gore? 4 gore. That's too many gore. Alright, so anyways, I want to wait for the ghost to split so I could show what the rest of the ghost AI looks like. And whatever, I don't care if this guy dies anymore, it doesn't matter. Oh no! Wait, can he die to the ghost now? Okay, he still can. Interesting. Alright, so I'm just waiting for the ghost split timer. So you can see it counting down here. We got 10 seconds left, and I don't want to lock the ghost's position. And split. So now we got 2 ghosts and loud noises. Now these 2 ghosts don't do anything particularly interesting. Let me get myself a jetpack so I can maneuver around them. Cover your ears, chat. Fun fact, I think each of those touches with the ghost counts as a death in the journal. And as a result, I think I have thousands of deaths to the ghost and the jellyfish from before Overlunky prevented your save file from getting updated. You can check that right now, actually. So I believe I have a gazillion deaths to both of those enemies because of that, from the early ages of testing. I have 2,926 deaths to the Celestial Jelly because of that. I have not actually died to it that many times, and we have 4,704 deaths to the ghost. It's because every frame that increments by 1, and I have leftovers from back in the day before the save file prevention was in the game. So here's what it looks like with the 4 ghosts. And now the one I want you to pay attention to is Happy Ghost, who is targeting a different ghost. So if you've ever wanted to see a visualization of how that actually works, Jay's document explains how the happy behavior works, but one of the states that Happy Ghost can go in is to just follow a different ghost around. You can follow the player, can just dick around and fly in a circle. There we go, we're following Angry again. I don't know if it's always Angry or if it's a random ghost, but here's just a little visualization of like what the ghost targeting looks like for this. Happy Ghosts do just be having a good time. Gotta learn how to dodge ghosts better. Yeah, it's a skill issue is what it is. Man, I just thought that was interesting to look at. Then I can spawn the Celestial Jelly, but there's not a whole lot to see there. I think it's called Mega Jellyfish, I believe, in the code. Yeah, there it is. So here's the Celestial Jelly. It always spawns facing upward, which is why it comes up from underneath you when the timer expires in the Cosmic Ocean. It also instantly updates its aggro timer, so if I were to like spawn a hired hand in front of all these enemies and advance 1 frame, that poor hired hand tragically becomes the target of everything here. Actually, I need to tether him to me. There we go. He's tethered to me, so he's a valid target now. And everything will just go over there and gank him. So it's instantaneous. There is no frame rule for these enemies. Isn't this beautiful? This is something that can happen to you in like Twitchlunky as well. What a fun situation this is. That poor hired hand just got obliterated. The circle thing is a separate state. Did I miss a message? Alright, self-targeting? No, yeah, what Jay says, there's like multiple states that the Happy Ghost goes through randomly, and that's one of them. If I could snipe the Happy Ghost, I can actually get the tracker to show some of those variables. Did I get happy? No, I got angry. Sorry, hired hand. I didn't mean to spawn that hired hand. I'm sorry. I don't want to type in the entity ID. I'm stubborn. Did I get it? Got it. Okay. So yeah, you can see the ghost behavior flag and the target ID. And the target ID right there, it just switched to one of the ghosts. It's on like 14,000 at something. Ghost behavior 3. There might also be states up here in the entity states that I'm not looking at right now. Or there might be flags that we haven't exposed yet. I'm not entirely sure. And there's variables I do not have displayed here because they weren't useful for the testing I was doing, so it's not comprehensive. But you get the gist of it. Happy Ghost does what Happy Ghost pleases. So let's get out of this hellhole before anything else touches me and increases my death count even higher. Alright, so, we did mech. Madame Tusk isn't terribly interesting. She just runs back and forth. Waddler and Madame Tusk actually both have the chasing AI that like shopkeepers have, but they can't climb. And Waddler is forced to jump all the time, and Tusk can't jump at all, so they basically just run back and forth. I should be able to spawn her and piss her off here. You can see she does the same exact thing. She'll instantly turn if you enter that range. She'll postpone it if you stand in this ring. And this is why Tusk will like kind of jitter back and forth while you're above or below her, but otherwise will just run in a straight line if you're not near her. That's just how Tusk works. I'm surprised I was able to delete that fire without crashing the game. I'm glad they patched that. And then if you decide to become a Buster, by the way, Waddler is Storage Guy. These are the names they came up with. Waddler does the same exact thing. He will turn around like within these ranges. Otherwise he'll just go in a straight line and bounce off of walls and stuff. So, not terribly useful information, but that's how those work. So we can turn both of them off now. Leprechauns are... Oh yeah, I forgot about these. Leprechauns are also chasers, as I've been calling them. So if you spawn a leprechaun, he has this behavior here, where he will also not jump unless you go out of this range and he hits a wall or something. He'll turn around instantly if I enter this range, yada yada. And then he will teleport somewhere that is at least 10 tiles away from himself, and if there's nowhere to teleport to, he just doesn't teleport at all. He has to have 1,000 gold to teleport as well. Or I think greater than 1,000 gold is the check that the leprechaun does. And this is what they look like when they're not aggroed. It is a very big range before they aggro. So if he sees me, then he'll start doing this. The only way to cancel the teleport, I think, is to actually let him jump you again. So if I let him have a bunch of money, let me get one of them. Leprechauns are kind of weird, but if I go ahead and track this guy, you can see these timers down here. He has a timer after humping that I think controls when he teleports. So if I let him jump me, it'll hit 0 and nothing will happen. That's because he's an idiot and he didn't pick any gold. But if I let him grab a bunch of gold and then touch me and then let that timer count down, at the end of the timer, he's going to teleport away, and he just picked a tile anywhere that isn't 10 tiles or less away from him. So he could be anywhere in the level. He could teleport next to a different player. The only check is the old teleport location. So he's somewhere up top right now. But that's how they work. Waddler does large jumps over tiles. He might. I don't know. That's not within the scope of what I was testing here, because I've only been testing like AI reactions to the player. That's like something I might do later, is show like the little spots they check for like solid tiles and stuff, which would include that Waddler jumping behavior. But for now, I need to stay focused, keep the scope small so I can actually release this mod. Dragu moment. Yeah, you know Dragu named that one. I mean, it's humping. Like, what else is it? I guess he's robbing you or something, but I mean, the monkeys do the same thing. But yeah, there's a hump timer, so that's in Overlunky's code. There's a hump timer in this video game. So let's see, what determines whether Madame Tusk could break a tile? It's just if there's a floor in front of her or not. Not terribly complicated. Alright, so here's Madame Tusk. Let's spawn something she could actually break. Alright, so we spawned Tusk in a little box. Her AI is broken because she was angered when I spawned her in. Let's set her back to Dice House spawn. Hopefully I can recover this one without having to reload the level. Okay, let's just do it the other way. Hoping I wouldn't have to do this. Having one of these in the level sometimes bugs the subsequent spawns. I still need to look into what causes that. But I should just be able to set her move state to 6, which is the attack state. I just remember this because I had to do this a million times. Alright, so there's Tusk. So the thing is, she turns around when bumping a wall, but if she doesn't decide to turn around for whatever reason, that's when she'll actually dig through tiles. Which is just, she only checks this tile here. So if there's nothing there, just goes through. This is why she goes through the door of the like gambling parlor, but will not go through like solid walls or even just like one tile ledges. So that's how Tusk decides to break tiles. The answer is she doesn't. Tusk just doesn't check like high level for tiles. And if you do this, you can get her to break tiles. I think she is capable of getting crushed. I thought she'd break the tiles. She did break the one at her feet, but not the head tile. So you can get some tile breaking action by doing that, just not a lot. Suddenly a leprechaun teleported from another. I've surprisingly enough, I've never had that. I have had leprechauns teleport on screen, but I've never had them teleport like right next to me, which they can do. They literally just check if there's another entity in the tile. If there's like an empty space, they'll teleport there. That's the only thing they check for. And it has to be above a floor, so they check for a floor with empty space above it. Interestingly, they cannot teleport on top of border tiles, probably for some shenanigans where they don't want them to like teleport out of bounds or something, like the top of the level, if I had to guess. Sounds like a low percent strat. Everything is a low score strat for you, and I'm not even mad about it. Enjoy your tusk digging mining strats for your low score run. Might be able to break like a gem above the tusk shop and nothing else. More typical name like Jockey? Nah, we gotta name it Hump Timer. Honestly, Hump Timer's growing on me a bit. It was a little weird when I first saw it, but you gotta have some fun when you're doing this stuff. You get to name the variables, you decide what to do. I'm kind of doing Keelan, skip, and maybe if they were able to teleport out of bounds, I wouldn't be surprised if they would pick the top of the level. I don't know how they actually choose where they're capable of teleporting. I don't know how it was implemented. Let's see, what other fun stuff? We basically did Jungle Sister, Jelly. Kingu's not very interesting and not finished anyways. Golden Monkey just jumps towards you. Golden Monkey has a targeting counter is why I have this one here. Golden Monkey doesn't even have attack ranges. It's also called Gold Monkey and not Golden Monkey for some reason, but this is the same thing. The monkey chooses a target, whichever player is closest every 60 frames, and that's the player that the monkey jumps towards if the timer is low enough. Not a whole lot to see here. Ghost is done. Gift Shopkeeper is literally just Angry Ghost AI, so nothing there. Crockman is done. Caveman's done. We basically showed Axolotl with the Caveman. Axolotl is just the same as Rock Dog, as far as I can tell. Alright, so somebody wanted to see Beg for some reason, so let's go ahead and do that. Even though Beg doesn't do a whole lot, but let's pretend we destroyed an altar and then go to, like, City of Gold, so we get the Beg altar. Or the guaranteed altar. So this is what Beg's range is for talking to you, and also True Crown. This might be relevant, actually, for True Crown runners. This is where he will see you for the dialogue, for the purposes of the True Crown. Or dropping the bombs. So for the first check, that's it right there. He'll make that disgusting noise, and then he'll drop the bombs and teleport out. He updates his quest state once he drops the bombs, so you can actually whip him and have him teleport away, and it'll still update the quest state, and everything will be completely fine. It's just kind of weird. Oh, hey, Ton. You having a good time here? Not outplayed at all. I would have been stunned there. I forgot I angered Ton earlier by spawning her in the Olmec level. But anyways, we just saw the first Beg spawn, so if I go ahead and get myself cursed, I could spawn him in, but let's do this the normal way. So, spawn Cursing Cloud. This is not going to curse me until I turn off God mode. There we go. That's the cat dust cloud that I just spawned in, by the way. It's just an easy way to curse yourself if you want to spawn an entity. Alright, so now that we're cursed, we can go just to City of Gold again, and Beg will be there again. I'll turn God mode back on as well. Alright, so there he is, and again, it's the same exact range. He will drop the True Crown instantaneously if my character origin enters this circle. It's just a 2-tile radius. So, that's maybe pertinent. If normally on an altar it would look more like this, not just the City of Gold one specifically has a floor around it. So he would be doing something like this. So these are the ranges you need to worry about if you don't want to get the True Crown too early. So maybe that was useful for someone. He turns around as well. What, Beg? I mean, yeah, he turns to face you when you go into that range. Ton, fuck off. See her range up there just jittering around. Just reminds me to get rid of it. Alright, so yeah, and then if you go in this range, right there, he'll drop the True Crown and face you as he's dropping it. The bombs, he just, I think, drops them forward in whatever direction he's facing when that timer ends, which is like 5 or 10 seconds or something. And then, yeah, you can piss off Beg. If you put a bomb or something next to him, like I still have the infinite bomb fuses turned on, so that's not going to blow up. He just runs around like a normal NPC, like he can, I think, still yeet you. And he still has 1 hit point. I think the only difference is you can whip him, if I recall correctly. He's not quite consistent with the other ones. I think you can whip him. I don't know, we can just test that again real quick. I believe you can whip Beg and it'll actually damage him, but could be wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of this. So got bombs. That'll reset the quest state. Go to City of Gold. Let's go ahead and whip him and see what he does. Did I scuff this? Why am I having so much trouble repeating these quest states? I think the game must have something else in these checks that I'm not aware of that's preventing that from working. I'm gonna have to look into that and see if there's another flag that the game is checking to not, like, fulfill the quest again, even though I would have thought this would be the only thing that matters, is that I got the bombs. Because now I can go to the City of Gold in a fresh run, and he should be there again. I could get to the stupid altar. He's not there. I'm not cursed, you're right. Interesting. There, wait. Wait, did God mode clear my curse? Oh, God mode clears your curse. I thought it leaves you in your curse state. Okay, that's what it was. I didn't know God mode clears the curse. That's why that wasn't working. Alright, now if I go to this level, he'll spawn in, and then I can uncurse myself. There we go. Okay, I didn't know that God mode did that. I kind of wish it didn't, but oh well. I wish it prevented curse, but didn't clear it if you got it. Alright, so yeah, here he is. Let's see if we can whip him. Yeah, you can damage him with the whip. He's like the only NPC that lets you do that. That telepack would have killed me, though, if I was cursed. So, this is why speedrunners like throw rocks and shit at Beg if they want to kill him and sacrifice him. It's because the telepack will murder you otherwise if you do that. The telepack is a menace. It just locks onto you and just destroys you. And I have the True Crown now, which I do not want, so let's get rid of that. It's a cool mod. Yeah, at some point I want to release this. Yeah, that's it for the bag ranges. It's literally just those. And then he probably has like bomb aggro and stuff, but I don't know what those ranges are. I have to fill that one out still. See, we did this. Hired Hand was just the tethering range. Even backwhipping and jumping away. I guess that would work if you like backwhip spam and just move away, but that telepack moves so fucking fast, it's ridiculous. It's so dangerous. Like, why doesn't it give the player ownership of that telepack when it spawns? Like, it just... Vega was just designed to be miserable. The whole True Crown quest was designed to be miserable in every way possible. And they succeeded, because I don't want to do it anymore. I tried it a few times, it was awful. Okay, we did that. That one. I'm done Osiris. At this point, I think I'm just showing all of them. Or at least all the interesting ones. We skipped over a few of the Resident Sleeper ones. I'll get Anubis 2 back, just so you can see that interaction. Alright, so here's the Amit range. It's just kind of, it's longer than like most of the other like basic enemies. And it just charges when it sees you after a short delay. Like 8 tiles long or something. I didn't do Lava Man, I can show that. The pep spawns are something I'm going to program in, but they're world spawns. They're not based on any entities, so that's like a separate thing I'd have to program in. Then Osiris, I think, just spawns when your character origin is above 106.5. So basically when you step up here. Yeah, he just punches here and stops moving whenever he's doing that. Turn off the hitboxes. And you can see Anubis 2 again right here. Just looks like this. Oh, that was a vampire range. I haven't shown that yet either. But again, he just jitters around like this. Changes so more than one a pep can exist. I don't know how it works. I'm not actually sure what the game checks to decide when it's allowed to spawn a pep. Like, there can only be one in the level at a time, but I think there's also a timer somewhere in the game state that may or may not be exposed in Overlunky that controls that. You would probably have to manually code in multiple of peps, I think, to get that to work, if I had to guess. I don't think there's a way to do it in the vanilla game. But yeah, this is Osiris's range. It's not terribly interesting. He punches. And the fists have like a limit on where they'll see you. It kind of bobs up and down along with Osiris. And the rest of him doesn't do anything. He doesn't move towards you, he just moves back and forth. Vampires are weird. Like, the hitboxes aren't that weird, but everything else about them is. So let's go find the drill. Hey, we found the drill. Clean drill. Love to see it. Definitely not a Kali altar under it. I know there's a way to just go straight into the back layer. I just don't want to do it. It's easier to just do that. But yeah, more than one a pep would require scripting, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's any way to convince the game to do it, because it's not based on anything that I have control over right now in Overlunky. That was a good arrow whip. Alright, so this is Vlad, who incidentally is identical to regular vampires. So we're just going to use Vlad for testing. There is one difference that Vlad has, and it's a really weird, like, aggro state that I don't fully understand. And then this is what the vampires look like when they're on the ground. So Vlad will aggro in this range. It's the same as vampires. I think it's slightly... Is it the same as bats? I think it's the same as bats as well. Let's spawn one. I need to turn bats back on. Yeah, there we go. It's identical to bats. So when they're on the ceiling, that is what it is. I was wondering about a pep. I'm just wondering how a pep spawns are determined. What are the criteria to spawn a pep? Is I think the question that came up. At least that's what my question was. But yeah, this is what it looks like with Vlad on the ceiling here. So I wanted to show this in the level because this more or less means you can actually come up here and go up to the side like where Van Horsing is, and Vlad will not see you. But if you run over here, he will spot you trying to go for the crown. Now I'm going to do the rest of this in the Olmec level because it's way easier to actually see what's going on. And we'll just do it with a regular vampire because they're more or less identical. There is, again, one difference that isn't shown here that I do not understand properly, so I don't want to demonstrate it yet. But vampires kind of go into this like back and forth walking state initially when they don't have a target, or rather when they have a target that's not in range. And I'm going to need to, let's see, how do I want to do this? No, we don't really need this. Let me set my character to anti-grav so I can just float above the vampire. Alright, so he'll walk around like this. And what you'll notice here is there's two ranges. He'll jump if I stay down here. And the criteria to make him fly is to obviously enter this range right here. And he'll switch to flight mode. And then he has this no landing range. It's a little hard to read, but basically if I'm in this range and he's in flight mode, he will not land under any circumstances. It does not matter if there's like floor right under him. If I do this, this vampire will not land until I leave this range, and then if he's near the ground, he will switch back to his like wandering normal state. And that's more or less the gist of it. However, there is a rectangular hitbox, or I think it's a rectangle, bigger than this, somewhere near this vampire, that switches his entity state between like, I think like, I forget which one it is. It's like 6 and 8 or something. I don't remember which state it switches in between. But we might be able to see it here if I get close to him. I don't know what the significance of this is, other than he never stops walking when this happens. But right now his AI state is alternating between 0 and 1, and if I go close enough to him, let's see if we can get him to do it. It might be that only Vlad is actually possible to access that range without just aggroing the vampire. Let's see if I can get it to happen now. He's not doing it now. No, I'm not sure. I don't know what it is. I'll stop bringing that up because I'm not entirely sure what the mechanic is, but there is something that can get the vampires to never stop walking back and forth. I just don't fully understand what it is that causes it. I've seen it happen a few times before. And it's just, I think they're in a different AI state when they do it. Maybe only Vlad is capable of doing it. Let me spawn him in real quick. Maybe that was the difference. It's been a while since I looked into the vampires. It sounds like Ivy knows what I'm talking about. Well, let's see. So we have not gone near Vlad yet. So let me see what AI state he's in right now. Oh, he's in the attacking state. That's it actually right now. So he's in the attacking state. I think if I stun him... Also, he has the same exact fly mechanics. Obviously, he can teleport, but... Can I stun you again? There we go. Alright, so that'll reset his AI. Let's see what he does. So you see his AI state here, 0 and 1. If I let him get close to me, he's going to switch to 6. Even if he can't see me. Right there, he just switched to 6, and now he's not going to stop walking anymore. That, as far as I'm aware, is the only thing that does. He goes into this, like, aggro state where he refuses to stop walking, as opposed to the walk-stop, like, behavior he was doing earlier. I thought vampires had that too, but I wasn't able to get one to do it, so I'm not really sure at this point, but that's how that works. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. Let's see. And Nev's got some 10 out of 10 emotes. And then also the other dead emote. I need to go have Jess make me some more emotes. Or some emotes in general. I can get like a noted emote now that I have a character to actually use for it. Anyways, you have a question. On the Itchy and Scratchy CD-ROM, is there a way out of the dungeon without using the wizard key? You need to... There's a clip that you can do in the second room, like in the bottom left corner. Like, you need to wedge yourself between the wall and the table and, like, spam jump. And if you do that enough times, you'll eventually clip through that wall and go past the door that needs the wizard key. Any other questions? Really useful for predicting movement. I guess that's true, actually. If he's just willing to walk around and you're competent and can time it, Thank you. Okay. Let me know if you have any other questions. I love that game. So I think that's it for Vlad. I'll have to go back and look into this range a little bit more. But yeah, basically he doesn't stop walking back and forth. So it sounds like Ivy knew about this even before I did. I had never realized this until I started digging into the ranges, because my solution for killing Vlad was to either kill him immediately or just like cry and hope that things work out after that. So I didn't actually have any strategies for how to deal with this asshole. Humphead AI plus spawns. What do you mean spawns? Humphead doesn't spawn. Well, he drops things. You mean Humphead or something else? Spawn position and random movement. Okay, I guess we can try to do that, but I think he spawns in the same spot and then just picks a random direction like Quillback does. Let's see. How can I do this? State.pause. I think 2? Yeah, 2 is the one we need. Okay, so let me set a callback to do this at the start of the level. Sets. Let's see, how do you do this? I think it's just set callback, right? I need to stop the game at the first frame of the level so that we can see what state Humphead spawned in at. So I think it's this. Set callback on level state.pause equals 2. If this doesn't work, I'll have to do it 1 frame afterward. So let's go to the level and see what happens here. That did not work, so let's do it a little later. As long as we get him to stop within a couple frames of the level loading, and that should be fine. So we're gonna, at the start of the level, we're gonna set a timeout, which should get triggered like 2 frames later or something, and that should do it. Call back 0. Alright, let's try this again. There we go. Alright, that's that. We got an instant freeze at the start of the level, so let's take a zoom out. Oh, we can actually use that camera feature I was whining about earlier, I think. Is it gonna work? Camera, please? There we go. Alright, let's go look at Humphead and see what's going on. He's all the fucking way over there. Okay, I thought he was in the middle. Huh. Okay, this is absolutely not what I was... He's all the way over there. Is that always like that, or does he spawn in a random place? This is why we do science. Alright, so again. Go back down. He's in a different spot. He's in this one instead. I wonder if it's one of these 3. That could be what it is. I wonder if it's one of these 3. I don't think I've ever seen Humphead over here at the start of the level. Like if I rush down here, I think it might be one of these like 3 areas. Or maybe there's like a range, like a box that he's allowed to spawn in. It's very interesting. I had never really given this much thought. I thought it was like Quillback, where he just spawns wherever. Ivy, do you want me to dig into this more, or does this kind of like settle your like question here for like how this works? Like I can do this a few more times, I guess, if we want to see where he is. But I don't know what the rules are for this. I think I missed Jay's message earlier. I need to check on that. We'll do this a couple more times. Let's see where he is this time. He's facing right this time. It's like somewhere in this area, but I don't know the exact details of it. What we can do here is we can just print out like the locations that he spawns in. But other than that, there's not a whole lot that I can do with this. The variance is miserable for literally all strategies. I mean, it fucks me up even in like casual co-op runs where I want him to be in the correct spot to do the whip strats and he just refuses to cooperate. For speed runs, that's got to be awful then, because if we unpause the game here and watch what he does, he just kind of hangs out in the area that he spawns in, I think. I don't even know if there's a timer for that. Let me see. I need to get this back. I don't know if I put the turn timer on Humphead or not. So let's see, what's his entity ID? 7115. Okay, I do actually have his change direction timer, so let's see what the timer is. Is it also random? Is it really just designed to fuck over speedrunners like everything else in this game? Alright, we got 270 for that turn. Let's see what he does for this one. Yep, it's also random. I'm sorry, Ivy, but I don't think there's any salvaging this. We got 270 and like 140. So Humphead is going to be wherever Humphead wants to be at the start of the level. I'm not sure if there's anything I could suggest based on what we know right now. Okay, yeah, Jay described a pep spawning, and I read the message but didn't respond to it. So let me read the new one because I think he pasted the same thing. So the new one's at one of the layers. The pep will spawn. Okay. Okay, I didn't even read it correctly. Let me make sure I understand how this works. So if the player's in one of the rooms at any of the pep layers, it'll spawn at the room side closest to the highest player that is in one of the rooms. So it favors the people on the top of the level, is that what you're saying? And then 250 frames after he despawns, I assume, before he spawns again. I wonder what that variable is that tracks that, if that's in the game state anywhere. That's probably an unexposed variable. I'm going to actually write that down. I could expose that one for them if they don't have it already, because I know how to do that now. I know how to actually, like, make the fucking projects compile for Overlunky so I can actually expose variables that I need for this nonsense. What a power to have. There's already a couple more that I think I've looked into here that I want to add at some point, but I'm going to add that one as well. And it might already be exposed, but I'll just have to go find it. There we go. I mean, if you can tell me the offset, is it exposed? Okay, well, I don't have to add that one then. 135 times 2 equals 207. Did we really get like the max and minimum rolls, or is that just a coincidence? State.logic.pep. Oh, interesting. I did not know that was a thing. Okay, I'm assuming that object only exists when you're in that level, if it's anything like the cutscene logic. Yeah, it's nil. Okay, that's why I didn't realize that even existed. I need to go look at the docs again to see if they even have any info for that. I'll look into that myself, though. That's weird. There's like a Tiamat cutscene and an Olmec cutscene, like logic entity that also only exists in that level, so you wouldn't even know it's there normally. But it might be exposed, so I'll look into that. See if I can add any info from that. Alright, so yeah, sorry, Ivy, it's hopeless. There's nothing to be done for your humphead strats. It just is what it is. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna actually write down what you said about the pep spawn, so I can just have that info for later. I'll put that in the... I'll just put that in a to-do somewhere. Okay, range viewer. Alright. Ranges to add a pep spawn. Alright, and then Jay said this. Alright. Now imagine them like making this actually possible to change. Everything is hard-coded in this game. It's infuriating. But I guess that pep has hard-coded layers, is what it sounds like, so now what are you gonna do? You learned how to reverse engineer. If it's not too much to ask, how did you figure out how to do that? I'm not asking you to like teach me how to do it, because that is an unreasonable expectation, but where did you start? Or did you have like experience reverse engineering the game already? Like, what is the starting point for that? Because I think I'm going to need to do that at some point for like the shopkeeper AI. So like, how did you figure out how to do it, Jay? Like what was the opening point? Do we have any documentation that like the tool devs have been using for that? Or am I more or less on my own here if I'm going to try to figure it out? Because I think I want to reverse engineer the game to figure out the rest of these. You asked the other tool devs. Did you do that in DMs, or is that in like the tool dev like chat? And I can just like scroll up and find it. That's probably all I need to figure out how to do this. I was able to set up the rest of Overlunky by just like going through old chat messages. Didn't really have to ask for too much help. I know I think you use Ghidra or something, and they have like a whole bunch of stuff they do that I just do not understand. Somewhere in the modding channels. Okay, if it's in the Discord, then thank you. That's the info I needed. I'll go look for that and try to use that as a starting point. Let's see here. Have we done a pep ranges? I mean, that's what we were just talking about. A pep is hard-coded. You know, Ghidra and x64. I've been using x64 for some of this stuff, verifying like flags that aren't exposed yet. But I have not been using Ghidra. I have no idea how to use that software, so, you know, it'll be a good skill to learn. I'll have to dig into that at some point. But yeah, Adrian, the gist of the APEP range is apparently is that if you're just in the rooms where APEP spawns, then it'll just show up if there isn't one in the level and the cooldown isn't already like preoccupied. So let me kill the callback that was doing that earlier. Clear callback. This is the one that was freezing me at the start of each level. I think Ivy got the info that we wanted. It's not the info that we wanted, but it's the info we deserve, which is the fish spawns randomly in this area, facing in a random direction with a random change direction timer that is only a few seconds long. So basically you have no way of knowing where Humphead is going to be when you get to the bottom of the level, especially if you have more than 0 doors in your way, which you will, because as a speedrunner you are guaranteed to get at least 1 door in these levels. Me, I'm not speedrunning right now, so no doors, but the second you do a speedrun, doors. Gotta love it. Alright, so go into Duat real quick just to show this. So what I've been told here is that if you're in this room, which is these like thick boundaries here, that's when APEP spawns. So no APEP, yes APEP. No APEP, yes APEP. So this is the trigger for it. It's just in the room, which actually leads me to wonder. These are flagged as APEP rooms. Jay, when you were checking that, is it just hard-coded to be these room indexes, or is it actually rooms flagged as the APEP room that the game checks for, like this room type? I'm curious, like if I were to like modify this level and spawn another APEP room here, would that become eligible to spawn them? If that was something you looked into while you were doing this? But yeah, it's just in the room by the look at things. It's by the room type. So that's this type, right? I wasn't sure if he was just saying like where APEP would show up, or if that's actually programmatically why. Oh, it is checking the room type. Interesting. Huh, so we do have a minimal amount of control over where APEP spawns then. It's actually tied to the room type. Alright. I don't know if that's helpful in any way. I guess that would make it easier for me to program this in, because I could just check for these rooms and then flag them as the APEP spawn rooms in my visualizer. Alright, cool, thank you. Good info. Let me write that one down as well. I'm eventually, I think, going to show that. Let's see. Yeah, okay. You were talking about the rooms, but I assumed you just meant that it was like baked in to be those heights. But that's actually interesting if it's just programmed to be the room type, because that's something I could check for programmatically. And I have to put in more magic numbers like all the Olmec and Hundun heights that seem to be just hard-coded. I don't know about Hundun if it's a timer or not, but I think the maximum height for Hundun is hard-coded. So there's not much to be done about that. If you change another room, he could spawn it there. Can Overlunky change room types? I don't think it can. Nah, I think you can only get room types. I think I would have to do something else to make that happen. Just to spawn a pep in every room. Amazing, that's horrible. I assume then he's always in the center, so you don't have that much control over it, but it's amusing nonetheless. So any Kaizo creators watching the stream right now, or the VOD, go make a Dua level that just has a pep on every floor. Now with some code you can do anything, which, I mean, I suppose honestly at this point you might as well just do that. You give the spawn a pep head, you just put them in any level, anywhere you want. It's just a matter of getting the automatic spawn mechanics from the level to work by default. Would require you to mess with the rooms. If you're willing to do some scripting and set the timings correctly, then you just get all the peps you could ever dream of. I think this is literally how Duatris, like that scuffed ass like Tetris script, actually clears the levels by just doing that. Which is way more creative than just deleting all the blocks. You can change the room with some code. Maybe. I'm not going to waste time looking into that. You might be right. It's quite possible that I could do that. I'm not going to look into that, though, because that's not going to get us anywhere. And I've been streaming for a while, and I'm still not done showing off all the stuff that I want to. So, let's go on to the other stuff. So, Pep might get added at some point. We can turn all this crap off. We did the vampires, Zomets, Axolotl, you know, whatever. Let's just knock them all out. Again, this is every enemy in the game that I think has like AI behavior. Even if the behavior is not finished, I think I picked every single one. So they're at least like represented in these options here. And axolotl bubbles, just 6 tiles, shoots a bubble. The bubble can't actually hit you at max range. Nothing terribly interesting going on here. And I think they have the same rock dog mechanic of holding down their attack button, like their simulated attack button, so they just won't actually attack you again until they turn around. So they just slowly make you lose your run instead of quickly. Alright, Eggplant King. Let's just do Eggplant King. Why not? This might be pertinent for people who do eggplant runs. So, Eggplant World. Head up to the top. This is the dialogue range. Anyone who gave a shit. It doesn't matter. You don't have to trigger the dialogue. This is where he sees you. That's it. Alright, so next, Kingu. Kingu's spawns are actually relevant. It does matter. The dialogue does matter, really. You get the sticker if Yama talks. Oh my god, are you fucking serious? Right, this is that bullshit where if you touch the eggplant crown, you can still get an eggplant run if the player who has it loses it? Or is that the true crown? One of them like checks if somebody has the true crown, and then the other one like checks if someone had it at some point in the run. It checks like the quest state. I don't remember. This game's weird. Yeah, it's inconsistent like flag checks for getting the 2 crowns, I think is what it was. Alright, so anyways, so yeah, you are right, it is relevant. So there, I hope that was useful for you. If not, you know what, I glossed over it. Let me go back. I'm being rude. You had a reason to see this, so let's go back up and look at it real quick. So this is how big it is. Eggplant King. So pretty much if you step on any of these semi-solids, like the knees or these things here, this is where he'll see you. So like if you wanted to quickly trigger it, you just gotta like run off the edge, and that's all it takes to do it. You don't have to jump onto this, just skim the edge of it, and that's sufficient to trigger the dialogue. So that's the best I've got there. If you want to see that again, you can always clip or watch the VOD, but it's just a circle. Because Asinus was added later. Yeah, so somebody different implemented it. No consistency. Thank you, Spelunky. Very cool. Alright, so what was I doing? I'm Abzu. Alright, so this one we need to zoom out a little bit. So Kingu has a couple mechanics I don't fully understand, but the gist of it is this detect range basically causes Kingu to move towards you. Until then, the movement is completely random. After that, Kingu moves towards you if you're outside of the detect range, I think, is how it works. I'm not entirely sure, but if I go into that range... here we are. Okay, so I spawned in this big approach hitbox. And this is the box that Kingu will approach you in, I think. Or rather, if you're outside of this box, I think Kingu will move towards you, I believe is how this works. As you can see, the box is very big. This one was very hard to test. This is one of the ones I'd like to data mine at some point because this sucked. But my understanding of how this works is that if you are in this box, Kingu moves randomly. Like in just a random, unrelated direction. I think by coincidence, it's towards me. So let me see if anything happens here. You gonna move away from me? Yeah, there you go. Move away from me. But if you're outside of this range, my understanding is Kingu will always go towards you. Like either up or down or straight to the side, Kingu should always move towards me while I'm outside of this range. I don't know for sure, and Kingu didn't do it. So there is more to it than I understand. But the reason why I have this info and why I said it's not finished is because there is something to it. I did some tests, I did some brute forcing on Kingu's behavior, and it seemed like Kingu refused to move beyond a certain distance from me. But again, you just saw Kingu move away from me while I was outside of that range. So I'm not sure. This is something I want to look into, so do not trust the ranges that you see here. It might be a statistical bias to move towards me. I don't know if Jay wants to look into that, or if I'm going to figure it out at some point. But what I did was I did a shitload of testing with Kingu to see if I could figure out like where she was willing to go. And there was like a big box that Kingu refused to move out of when I was doing the testing. Like if I was all the way over here on the left side, Kingu never went all the way into this area. But beyond that, I wasn't able to figure out what was playing into it. So don't take this hitbox as correct, because I don't think it is. This is an approximation from the brute force testing that I was doing with Kingu. This is something I absolutely would want to data mine to figure out the actual behavior and if there's any bias here. But something I've always noticed is that if I'm like trying to do a plasma cannon strat and shoot at Kingu, Kingu eventually moves towards me. And I don't really know what it is that influences it. Maybe being in this box like has some effect on it. Maybe I need to be a little bit closer, but I swear when you're trying to do plasma cannon strats to break the shell, Kingu eventually wanders over to where you are. I've never had Kingu move away from me while I'm trying to do that. So I really don't understand the mechanics behind it. It's incredibly confusing. Maybe I have to break the shell first for them to trigger. But in any case, the other range that I know is actually true for sure is the spawn range, and this is it right here. It's the circle. So ignore the big rectangles. This range right here is the spawn range. If you're in that range, Kingu will spawn up to 3 enemies on a timer. Can she move up and down? I don't know. Like, Kingu moves a fixed distance, either diagonally or horizontally. And there are some limits on like the top and the bottom. Like, Kingu could only move up to a certain height and only down to a certain height. And I don't know what exactly those distances are. There's a lot I don't understand. And Kingu is extremely slow and frustrating to test things with. So I did not actually finish my research on this, but the spawn range is correct. That's the one that I tested for sure. It's active when Kingu is not moving, spawns up to 3 enemies, deactivates, move again, resets the timer. Anything you didn't spawn in the last cycle gets reset to 3 anyways. And the spawn timer does last for the entire duration of Kingu being stationary. So like if you spawn in the enemies late, you'll get like 1 or 2 enemies to spawn in, but most people know this already. So if I jump in late, I get 2 enemies, and then Kingu moves. So that's how that move cycle works. So again, there's more work I need to do there. A lot of these ranges aren't finished. I do not know for sure that Kingu moves towards me, but I swear I felt like there was a bias when I was doing testing. It was brute force testing. It was literally measure all the positions Kingu occupies while I hung on a rope, like over here. And Kingu refused to move like a certain distance away from me when I was doing that testing. But this is something that data mining would serve a much better job of. The mystery would be solved much better by data mining. That's what I want to say there. So that's that. Kingu, not done. Maybe someday. Let's go look at the Alien Queen real quick, and the shopkeeper spawners. First try? Nope. Second try? Second try. Alright. So, this is what this looks like in here. We'll leave this zoomed out a little bit. So the shopkeeper spawners have their own ranges, and then the Alien Queen has, I think a slightly bigger range. It's like 9 tiles or something. It's like just specifically, I think the spawners are 8. Don't know why they're different, but 9 was apparently the magic number. But like this is more or less the gist of how you approach this, especially in co-op where you don't have the side of the coffin. This is when this spawner is going to activate. So like my strategy for this has always been to come in here. Let's see here. So I would come in here like this. Let's see, what would I do? I would bait a shopkeeper like that maybe, and then try to run over here and get in just before another gun shopkeeper was able to show up. And besides that, like, you don't have to worry about the Alien Queen attacking you over here. You got all the time in the world to deal with whatever hot shopkeeper garbage, like, comes up. Because you know the spawner is going to activate the second you go up into this range. So you wait for the lasers to, like, be about to go down. So if that's a gun shopkeeper, I could have gotten around that and got inside before I got shot by the next one. But that's really, like, all you can infer from this. It's the strategy I always did anyways. But just don't go up there until you're ready to go into the lasers, because it's, I think, a 1 in 17 chance for a shopkeeper with a gun to spawn in. I believe that's what the number was, and it's horrible. And I've had it happen like 2 times in a row, so go figure. Don't risk it if you don't have to. Of course, now we're not getting any. And the strat, if you get a gun shopkeeper, is to wait here where he can't shoot you, and then go over. Oh, whatever. Anyways, that's that. And then the Alien Queen, like, if you're up here and you want to... I keep accidentally adjusting the camera. If you're up here and you want to get this, like, she is going to shoot at you if you stand in that spot. So what you probably want to do is bait that attack, and then place the bomb, and then try to not to scuff it like that. And then if you didn't have infinite bomb fuses turned on, the bomb would eventually explode. So try not to get the bomb knocked back into your face, or just kill the Alien Queen, it's easier. But yeah, these shopkeeper spawner ranges are the same as the ones in the Sun Challenge. They just only spawn these abominations, or occasionally a real shopkeeper, who, as far as I'm aware, has the same exact AI, but I haven't copy-pasted it all over, so I didn't, like, move the shoot range over. But I'm guessing it's the same exact AI, except, like, no aggro mechanics. They're just always angry. Not entirely sure how they did it. It's something I need to look into, but once I have Shopkeeper figured out, it should be very easy to get Shopkeeper clone. For anyone wondering, this is a different entity. You can kill these. They will not, like, increase your aggro. It's a completely different entity that just has the Shopkeeper, like, behavior. And I guess while I'm down here, for anyone who was wondering, while I have a scuffed camera angle, this is what it actually looks like below the cutoff when you're in the ice caves like this. So, if you didn't know that, there is a solid block and an invisible door. And the cutoff is right here on this thick line, like where the camera would be blocked off normally. But the camera is broken right now because of how I have it zoomed. You can't fall out of the mothership. No, this is why this works. Like, you can do these setups. So let's pretend we had this setup right here. Like, this is why this works. You drop the landmine. And if you go down here, this is what the landmine does. I thought there was a gap next to the door. Huh? It looks like what I just showed there. You cannot fall out of the mothership. The landmine lands right here. And for anyone who doesn't know, I'll show this anyways, but that's why that works. And it's also worth noting that you can get away with doing this from one tile over because of the fact that it's solid like that. So if I go over here, grab the mine. I'm doing this with frame advance to make sure I can get down there in time to actually see it land. And drop the mine. You could also do it from here. So any of those tiles actually works because the mine will still land there and tell you that the mothership is in that spot. And as you can see, it landed like that. You can do that with mechs or anything else that would explode normally. Let's see, and then if you know that it's in that spot and you can get yourself a 5-tile lineup like this, you don't even have to like have a way to descend. You can just drop and you'll ledge hang on it. Oh, it blew up because a fucking Yeti fell down there. Thank you, game. If there was a floor in that spot, because a Yeti didn't destroy it, you could do this ledge hang over here and drop straight down, and you get in there low percent. So that's a thing you could do. If you can figure out where it is in low percent and then line up the ledge drop, you can still do that to get in here. Alright, so anyways, yeah, you can't fall out of the mothership. There's just solid floor beneath it. Doesn't matter which entrance it is. Can't do the ledge whip setup. Really, what? You mean the one that we talked about earlier? That UFO shot is going to break this. I need to get rid of it. Fucking, why do these have such a big range? Stop. Well, the ledge whip setup would be... You would want to be... Yeah, it would be this one right here. But I think this will not work. No, it actually works, but I think that's because... I would have hit that actually. I think I would have taken fall damage and died if I had done that lineup. That looks like I would have taken damage. Let me give myself a bunch of health. It's gonna vary, I think, depending on what your height is. Alright, so we have enough health that I don't think this is infinite fall damage. If it is, I'll reset my fall timer on the way down. Nope, was not infinite fall damage, and I ejected from the wrong spot. So hold on a second here. Get myself back up. I wanted to do it from right here. Wait, what the fuck? It's right here. Oh, the UFO broke the fucking tile I was using. That's why it didn't work. Asshole, get out of here. The UFO broke it and I used the wrong one. Well, we know it's not infinite fall damage, I guess. So realistically, you might have this set up right here. Ideally, you would want to ledge hang, but if you can't ledge hang and you have to ledge whip instead, this setup sometimes gives you a ledge hang, and sometimes it breaks your legs. I mean, it'll land you on it, but at that point, you might as well just do this the normal way. There are certain distances that cause you to actually do the ledge hang here, and this is not one of them. I don't know why. It's not consistent. This is something I actually looked into earlier. I forget if it was Cloyce or somebody else who put me up to the task, but we're back to this again. You tested every distance from 10 to 20. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not test like 23 or whatever this distance is? No, it has something to do with once you're at maximum speed, I'm pretty sure it only matters like what your offset is relative to the block. And there are accumulated floating point errors the longer you fall, which do actually amount to something after a while. And who knows, maybe there's other nonsense that plays into it. It's a mystery to me. Anyways, I wanted to show those ranges, so that's those. Mahamu is the name of the alien queen. No one knows that, but that is the name. Except in the code, the entity's called Alien Queen, but they named it for some reason. Just they didn't want Tiamat or whatever to feel left out. I don't know. There's no All Might Queen, so I have no idea like what the motive was behind all that. Alright, anyways, let's see. We did that. Shopkeeper's spawner. There it is, shopkeeper generator. Okay, did I miss any questions? If I missed anything, you can ask me again. Does the UFO door actually have an unbreakable door platform? What, do you mean the one down here? Yeah, it does. You just can't ledge hang on it. So in theory, if you get trolled and this tile gets destroyed, well, I need to reload the level because it already spawned in because it got blown up earlier. But if you get trolled and that tile gets destroyed, you can still land on it and go in the door. Let's see if we get lucky. Is it on the left side again? Let's go. It's on the left side. Alright, so what that would look like if you blew this up. Let's get the camera down. Camera bounds. I don't know why the bounds unlocked themselves last time, but again, this is what we're working with here. So if I just drop a bomb on this and rope out, it still has a platform. You just wouldn't be able to ledge hang anymore, which generally doesn't matter, but this does matter because if that happens and you don't realize it happened and then you try to drop a landmine on it from like up here for some reason, I don't know why this is so high up. Landmine's gonna go through the platform, so you'll get a false negative, and if you check 2 of the spots and then drop on the last one and the floor was blown up by a UFO or something, then you'll just take the fall. Because if you get the wrong one, pretty much, if you test the one that was right here with a landmine and the landmine blows up and you conclude it's not here, and then by process of elimination you go for one of the other ones, you're just gonna die. So that can happen. I don't think I've ever died to that, but it's definitely possible. Does the UFO door have... Okay, yeah, I just answered that. You're gonna go snooze? Alright, see ya. Would the platform be causing the ledge whip jank? The platform doesn't exist until the tile is destroyed. Like, it physically isn't in the game. I could actually show this. Let me reload the level one more time. Thank you for the bits. Missed opportunity to make the bot say something, but, you know, I appreciate it either way. Not everything has to be a funny bot message. Alright, can we get 3 for 3? Nope. Is it this one? It's the middle one. Nobody likes the middle one. It's the worst one. Alright, so again, I could actually show what this looks like. The platform does not exist, is what I'm getting at here, but if we zoom down a little bit... And we'll use a Matic to show this, because it'll be a little bit easier. Alright, so frame advance, swing the Matic back off the tile. Alright, so we've got that there, and nothing here. Then the floor platform spawns 1 frame later. So that's how that works. If you look at the entity ID for the floor platform, 7867, it's higher than the Matic. It just spawned in. It was not there the whole time. And like Jay is saying, there's like a spawner entity or something, or door logic or whatever that like spawns the platform in. And it's because I think the game engine doesn't want to have 2 floors in the same place. Like anything classified as a floor entity can't exist with another floor entity in the same spot. So the game has like workarounds to spawn like hidden doors and stuff when you break particular tiles, and this is one of those mechanics. But there you go, and then the platform spawns in, and luckily it spawns in 1 frame, and that's enough to snap you to the top of it. You can door cancel frame perfectly with no back item. You can't door cancel without the back item to break out of the door entering state. Like, it has nothing to do with this platform. Like, when you're entering a door, the game stops checking what you're standing on. That's the whole reason door cancel works. You just have to destroy the thing you were standing on. The game checks that you were standing on that entity and clears the flag, but it does not look for a new entity to stand on, so you become airborne. and then you can activate certain back items. That's how door cancel works as far as I understand it. Any other questions regarding this? I think we've covered most everything. I showed sparrow, spiders, whatever, tadpoles, Tiamat. We can show Tiamat real quick. We showed turkey. Turkey is just the turkey rider is the only range I had shown there. We showed vampire and Vlad. Horsing is the same as sparrow. And I showed waddler. That's just his jump behavior. Yang is the same as the other NPCs, and I showed these two already. So we have Tiamat. I showed rock dog. Robots just move towards you. We showed Quillback. That one. Scorpion, shopkeeper. I'll do Scorpion real quick. Yeah, we're basically going through the whole list here. Didn't expect it to go this long. I'll have to show the other stuff I wanted to do next stream. I'm gonna give you guys a teaser after this of what I'm gonna do on my next stream when I do science. Might whet your appetite or beta follow or something. Now let me do Scorpion real quick. So scorpions are a little weird. I don't actually know what the jump behavior is because they check like a few blocks above them to see if they're allowed to jump, but this is more or less what the range is, except it protrudes over the top of this a little bit, and I don't know the exact circumstances that allow it to happen, but you can see right there the scorpion lunged at me, even though there was a wall in front of it. But the scorpion like won't lunge at me if I'm down here, so I don't really get it. There's more to this that is a mystery to me, but scorpions are scary, so pretty much don't mess with them. And if they're out in an open space, this is what the range looks like. If this fucker would turn around, there we go. It's not very long, but they'll hop at you if you're in that range. So there's some like block check they do for the upper half that I don't fully understand. So this is a work in progress for that one. Robots are about as brain dead as it gets. They just move towards you. This one I actually can't do anything because it's on a block, but if it's on the ground and it sees you, it just moves. Then it resets after a few seconds, wanders, sees you again, it moves. Nothing interesting going on there. Lava Mandu, let's go check that out, and then Tiamat, and then I think we're done showing everything here. I'll give you guys the teaser and then end the stream. We didn't get CO today, but you know what? We got there. I got to like 770. I consider this to be a good day. There'll be another stream of this, maybe at some point in the near future. So let's see, the last thing we want to check, Lava Mandu and Tiamat. So let's go to Volcana and see if we can actually find one. So this is always fun. This is a fun AJE moment right here. How many levels of Volcana do I have to grind until I find a Lava Mandu? So let's go. I don't know if they're more common in the later levels, but most enemies are except giant spiders. So let's check like 2, 3. I'm just looking for the range. There it is. Okay, we got 2 Lava Manders in this level. It didn't take too long. Sometimes robots go a little past, so you can stomp them. The problem I've had is the robots actually do overshoot the edge a little bit, and you can hit them if you jump up from a ledge hang when they're doing that, which is very frustrating. Like, they're strange. They don't stop at the edge like a lot of other things do, so they just kind of overshoot it. Anyways, Lava Mander range. So, this guy will wait until he can peek out and see me. Let me see if the other one... I only want one of these guys. Let me make sure that only one of them is doing anything here. Alright, so, they have a very big range. The first thing they do is they try to peek out when they see you. First of all, he's going to do this, because I need to be above him. He's not going to go any higher than this height here. It's a little bit hard to see it, but I have this rise and stare like box, and basically he's waiting for me to go up. Block soundtrack, it's the same guy, it's Tim Fallen, but this is from an unreleased game called Time Tracks for the Sega Genesis. I'll just link it since you seem interested. Copy. Okay, last time this worked, so let's see if this is the right URL. I didn't check it. But yeah, it's the same composer as the Plock soundtrack, but it's a Sega Genesis game that never got released. Anyways, the Lava Mander will not move unless I'm in this rise and stare box, which as you can see here is cut off. There's not actually 2 of them, it's just jittering up and down once per frame. So if I move up here, he'll go up a bit more, and when he is satisfied that he has left the lava, which is just some arbitrary height that I don't understand, he'll peek at me and then not do anything, and then go back down. You only get 1 warning. The next time the Lava Mander does this, which is going to happen in a few seconds after this cooldown expires, he'll attack me instead. So this range is going to light up, and if he comes back up, and is able to see me, he'll attack me. Otherwise, he's going to do this for a few seconds. He should dip down. There we go. If I move down like that, he'll dip back down. But if I go up high enough, then he'll attack. And he's going to start spitting every single time. That's the only thing that he's going to be willing to do now that he has seen me once. So if you see one of these lava manders on the path, don't just sit there doing nothing. Go past it, because it is not going to shoot you the first time around. That is your opportunity to get past this enemy. People complain about lava manders soft blocking them in the level after they stand in front of the lava mander for like 30 seconds, like letting it just spew a mess everywhere. Go past it immediately before it does anything. You have several seconds to react to this. It is a skill issue, sorry to say. Now the other thing that can happen here, Hamster, shut up. The other thing that can happen here is if the lava mander's not in the lava, they get very strange. So let me pull them out, put them over here where you can't get in the lava. They have a completely different AI mechanic that more or less just consists of like turning and jumping. They have like 10 health, I think. I think you can whip them, but you like, okay, you can stop them too, but you can bounce on them when they're in the lava. Lava manders are weird. And there's also this weird bug they can get into sometimes where they become brain dead. I don't know how to reproduce it, but just if you hit a lava mander at a certain time while it's in this state, it'll just like, its AI just turns off and it stops working. So they're very strange. How come sometimes you put an idol down in Tun's shop, but she doesn't take it? I've never seen that happen. Does anyone else know about that? I don't know what Jess is talking about. I've never seen that happen. Combo whipping them. Is that what it is? Let me give this guy a lot of health. Sounds like you know what this is. This guy's about to die here. Right, so give him a ton of health. Let me see. Let me get him. There we go. No, that didn't do it. We need my combo whipping. Is there more to it, or do I just spam whip and he'll eventually get stun locked? Oh, there we go. I got it. He was turning around. The lava mander was turning around when I hit him, and that got the brain dead lava mander. So this guy just won't do anything anymore. I forget if you put him in lava if he'll wake up or not. No, he won't. He's literally brain dead now. He's just in an AI state where he just doesn't do anything properly. Oh, wait a minute. No, he started moving. Oh, never mind. Okay, putting him in lava does cure him. Alright, I lied. He paused for a second there, so I didn't actually see it happen. They have to be in lava for not a few frames, some number of... Whoa, what the fuck? They have to be in lava for some number of frames before they're actually willing to, like, realize they're in lava again. Brain dead Yeti. Alright, there's that weird brain dead Yeti glitch where you like get them to throw you and then they just kind of stop moving. I forget how you set up the brain dead Yeti. Alright, I'll look into Jess's thing in a moment. This says she has no audio, but hopefully you can hear my answers. Alright, anyways, what was I gonna do here? I want the test window open. Yeah, lava manders are weird. They have a lot of weird flags, and one of them is the lava detection timer. So they do take a few seconds of being in lava before they'll actually realize it. Like, you see it counting up there. It's this timer right here. That has to hit like 60 or something, I think, before he realizes he's in lava. Okay, that's to hit 80. And then the lava mander will realize that it's in the lava. They're weird enemies. They don't work correctly. Let's see if I can get the stun lock again. So he was turning when I hit him. Let me just let him do this. Yep, that's all you have to do, actually. You don't even need to stun combo him. You literally just whip them while they're in the turning state, and their brains turn off. So anybody trying to do AJE, this is how you pacify the lava mander if it's not in the lava. No, I mean, honestly, if you got it out of the lava, you basically got the entry already. But in any case, that's how that seems to work for some reason. Yeah, I think it counts down from 80 when he's not in lava. Every frame he's in lava, it goes up. Every frame he's not in lava, it goes down. And if it hits 0, he switches to the not, like, lava state. Hey, zombie. Can I explain this? I've done a lot in this stream. Oh, okay, it's a video. I thought you were just going to ask me to explain, like, what I've been doing this whole time. I think that's it for Lava Mander. Honestly, I didn't even think I would accidentally figure this one out. But yeah, you don't even have to stun lock him. You literally just whip him while he's turning. Let's do that one more time. So get him to jump over you. And during the turn animation, yep, he's brain dead. So that's how you do it. They never actually tested these apparently, so you just hit him while he's doing that, I guess. Oh no, oh no, is this a falling platform video? Like, I've been streaming for 9 hours. Hold on, I'll look at it. I don't think we're doing this today, if this is a falling platform video. You can watch it yourself, Chad. It's only 11 seconds. It's a falling platform pushing an orb. You know what? We could test this one real quick. Let's go see if that's reproducible. Because this game is stupid. Alright, Cosmic Ocean. I don't think I could spawn in orbs myself or it'll cause problems. Let me... You know, let's go to a level that's not Neobab. And not Dwelling. That'll do. Alright, orb. Let me snap it to the grid. There we go. Falling platform. Alright, this looks like the setup that you had. It was on a conveyor belt, which might actually matter. Alright, so let's have a look at this frame by frame to see what happens here. If it breaks the orb, we'll do this another day, because I don't want to spend all day looking at falling platforms. Just nonsense. Yep, alright, well there you go. I mean, I don't have an explanation, but it doesn't even matter that there's a floor there. And then I get stunned. Now, if we had done the exact same thing, but I was not on the platform the whole time, that is not a falling platform. It has something to do probably with the player being on top of it. So let's jump off before it actually hits. Start falling. Start falling, there it goes. Alright, let's jump off. Yep, and it breaks. So if you could see the hand gesture I'm making right now, it's basically just the shrug. It's just that shrugging like emoji or whatever that people like so much. Like I have nothing else to say here because falling platforms are still just an anomaly that I absolutely do not understand under any circumstances. But touching the platform, you don't even have to be on the platform. Just touching it changes its behavior. But I don't think we know how it changes the behavior. Yeah, like Cloyce is saying, we know that touching the platform affects it, but not like anything else about it. Like literally touching it. So for instance, if I do this, if I set off this platform, and then if I'm just bumping into the side of the platform, which I'm going to set up with frame advance here. So let's walk off the edge of it and see if we can time this correctly. Okay, I need to move myself into its way. Alright, so if I'm holding right into the platform, I don't want to actually grab it though. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm pressed into it. Now I'm ledge hanging on it. Either way, you can see this is having the same effect. But if I jump off of it, let me get rid of this floor here. If I jump off of this platform, the orb breaks the second I detach from it. So like they have different physical properties. The second I jumped off of it, like nothing else changed. I just stopped touching the platform and it just broke the orb. And there's all sorts of fun bullshit that this causes. I'll show the one other case I've seen that is really fun, so I can probably actually get this one to happen. This is the one with the bow. This is like what started my foray into the falling platform bullshit. That's a crossbow, I don't want that. This is all we're going to show for this, because again, this is like a stream all of its own to figure out how falling platforms work. But if you have a falling platform set up like this, sometimes you can crush the bow or other like tall entities by doing this. It's not 100% consistent. Let me get I'm trying to get the bow right in the middle. But sometimes this will destroy the bow. Yeah, like that. If I wasn't riding on that platform, that would not have crushed the bow. And then there's platforms like going through things and players going through platforms. It's just... nothing makes any sense. These entities do not work correctly. Nobody knows why. Maybe someday we'll figure it out, but right now it remains a mystery. So that's a taste of falling platform jank. That's for a future stream. So Zombie always comes in here and asks me about falling platforms, but that's a future stream that we'll try to deal with that. For now, I'm focusing on the range viewer, so let's go to Tiamat. Let's wrap things up here. We've shown every single thing in the range viewer pretty much, except a couple of mundane enemies. So anybody who was wondering how the Tiamat ranges work, here they are. Let me get the grid off, we don't need this. So, Tiamat will spawn enemies in this massive like fucking rectangle here. This is the enemy spawn rectangle. This enormous thing. I think you've asked about platforms. I don't know, maybe you haven't. Maybe I'm thinking of like Beck or something. Now Beck asked me about arrow whips. I don't know. Wasn't even your video. What, the one you linked? Wait, was that? Wait, did you make that video? I didn't actually check. Oh, that was somebody else's. I honestly, I just assumed that was you that took a clip of that. I don't know, I feel like I don't know, I get asked about falling platforms a lot. Maybe I'm just like assigning names to people that didn't actually do things, but I get asked about falling platforms a lot because nobody understands them, and I don't understand them either. Yeah, you need to know how this goes. Well, here it is. Let's actually watch it from the context of like doing bubble skip. So this is how high you need to go before you can go over to the left if you want Tiamat to stop enemies. It's this fucking high. It's ridiculous. Like how far up you have to go. And just to get a perspective on like how far that actually is, that's this far. It is enormous. Ridiculous how big it is. But the 5 tiles on the left and the right are safe. Is what I can tell you. And then down here, short hops are fine, so you don't have to worry about jumping up this, but if you jump any higher than that, the top of your like origin will go into that box and start triggering enemies. So that's what that looks like. And then we can zoom in a little bit and show the other tech that some competent or desperate runners use. Give myself some ropes real quick. Just single ropes. Just the ones that drop into water at the top of this level. But yeah, this is what this whip area looks like. So you see this here. This circle here is where she'll yell. If you get too close, this is what triggers that to happen. And then the yell hurt box is this big like red one here. But the back whip of the player, if you position yourself correctly by going up just to the correct height, but don't let your origin go into that range, you can hit her with the back whip hitbox. This is why this works. Is because there is a small margin here between my character origin, and it's not too tight of a window. It's just like you need to be a little bit, like just basically halfway up the rope, like for your character origin, which more or less means don't let your feet pass this line is kind of the guideline that I would suggest for that. As long as the bottom of your feet don't pass this line, like on the background tiles, you're at the correct height. And any lower than that, you'll get away with a little bit. Any higher than that, and Tiamat will actually yell at you. So that's what that looks like for anyone who was wondering. God mode is preventing me from getting knocked off the edge there. But yeah, it's not that difficult, but you do need the rope to be in this spot. You can't do it from the other sides. Like it just doesn't work as far as I'm aware. Because Tiamat's head is not like perfectly centered. Maybe this one works. I'm not even sure, but this one doesn't even work, and you're so close to the spawners that it's ridiculous anyways. You wouldn't even want to do it. Yeah, the hitboxes on those things, I guess, aren't all that big. But you can't do it from over here. You have to do it from a rope, like, on the armrest, pretty much. This one's not close enough to do it. This might work, but again, you would never want to do it from over here. No, this one's not high enough either, and you wouldn't want to do it from over here because you're too close to the spawner. So, that's how that works. Stop spawning enemies, Tiamat. Come on, nobody likes this. No one's enjoying this. But yeah, it's just, you just position yourself about here. It is fairly leaning. I could be here, I could be up here. All of that works, so it's not too bad. It's not too difficult to do this. Let's see, I think that's everything for Tiamat. That's actually, well, there's the paste bombs. The paste bomb mechanics aren't based on range, though. The paste bomb mechanic is literally, if you stick Tiamat or either of these 2 armrests, or her shoulder, she yells. If you stick a paste bomb to any of these 4 entities, that's what triggers her to yell for paste bombs. So I can actually demonstrate that real quick. Some paste. Actually, I just spawn a paste bomb. I don't even need to make paste. So she doesn't care if the bomb is anywhere in this area. But if I release it onto her shoulder, that'll trigger a yell. Onto her head. After the cooldown is over. That'll trigger a yell. The bombs are moving because I have them set to anti-grav, I think, which is causing them to act buggy. And these armrests, even this one over here for some reason, will trigger the yell attack. But that's the actual trigger that causes that. And then I think normally if the bombs weren't anti-gravity, she'd... I'm surprised that didn't crash the game. I'm getting out of the level right now. Anyways, those are the things that'll cause Tiamat to do that. Just abandon the level. The second you delete like a level critical entity, you just abandon the level immediately. Like, do not stay in there. Like, you don't know what is going to break next if you do that. You don't know what like pointers the game has to that entity, because they don't check those pointers. The game will just crash. But yeah, that is everything I have in the range viewer. So eventually I'm going to release that. There's a lot of work left to be done. I need to polish it up. I need to add a few ranges. I might still release it before it's actually done. Can I throw a rope that hits her without letting her spawn stuff? I think you can, right? You can just stand under her. She won't spawn anything. Let's go back to the level and check. Let's see. So if you climb up a little bit, but stay below that marker. Ooh, actually, I wonder. Yep, there you go. Okay, right here. You can still do it. Let me turn the range back on. So you got to get pretty close, but as long as you are right here, you can hit her with ropes. So that's how that works. There is a small window in which you can do that, where the ropes are still moving fast enough to hit Tiamat. Because the projectile obviously makes it up there, but they're not moving fast enough otherwise, so you got to be a little higher up to do it. It's precise, but I think if you use the visual aids of the background tiles and you kind of pay attention to the center of your character model being where your origin is, you can just get it from like here. It's a little tight. There we go. I was able to get it. I'm very close to the range where she spawns stuff, but I was able to get it. And if you screw it up, you can always just go back down and try to come back up again and do it. It doesn't seem like that tight of a window. So that's that strat for whomsoever was interested in rope percent. Which, I mean, I did rope percent once. I'm pretty sure I didn't know about that either. I didn't know that this was how the hitbox worked. Scary for low rope percent. You miss one rope. How would you even do low rope percent? How would you get exactly 40 ropes? And I guess you could do that somehow. Or is low rope percent, you're only allowed to use 40 ropes to hit her? I don't know what that would even entail. Yeah, I did rope percent, but I didn't know about this at the time.